My mother's last wish was for me to become a civil servant. She always said that there was nothing better than a stable profession, especially when the economic situation was unstable. As funny and sad as it may sound, those were her last words. That's how much she wanted it, thinking about it until the very end. The boy followed his mother's advice and lived only with the thought that there was nothing more important than stability. During his school years, when all the other kids were out having fun, he studied even at night and was always at the top of his class. As a result of his efforts, the young man was able to enter a good university, and his life remained stable until graduation. As expected, he received notification that he had passed the civil service exam, which he passed with ease. The guy had only one last step left, which was an interview, and on that very day he passed away. For a person whose credo was stability and security, the moment he passed away turned out to be the easiest in his entire life. The monster had a very threatening appearance, and just one glance from it was enough to paralyze the whole body with fear. People actively fought the monsters, using large spears as weapons, with which they could attack deftly and skillfully. One of the men had a very serious appearance, and there was no fear in his eyes as he looked at these creatures. The outcome of this battle was still unclear, as no one was going to give in and they planned to fight to the very end. At first, the guy thought it was just some kind of dream, because this place was not the world he knew and did not even remotely resemble it. To him, the whole situation seemed more like some kind of manga or game, but definitely not similar to reality. The guy was surprised at the very least by the fact that there were monsters in this world and that magic could be used. The sun was shining brightly through the window, and in the corner stood a child's bed, carefully covered with a light blanket. In the crib lay a child with a look of surprise frozen on his face, and he did not immediately understand what had happened to him and how he had ended up here. It was the same guy, only now in the body of a little boy, which meant only one thing. He had been reborn in this world. Many years ago, the devil decided to take over the whole world so that everyone would ultimately obey and worship him. The devil was able to subjugate the world thanks to his terrifying power, and no one could resist him. What this creature did was terrible, and many people suffered as a result, with many even losing their lives. Many people were broken and lost all faith, but one day when there was no hope left, the devil made a mistake. At that time, there was a village that was best not to mess with, but the devil crossed paths with a tribe living there. The territory of that tribe was home to the strongest representatives of a race of warriors called the Ravens. The valley was beautiful to look at because there were many bright green trees growing among the high mountains. Suddenly, a few minutes later, a powerful explosion occurred in the same valley. The explosion was so powerful that the entire area around it was completely engulfed in flames. The consequences of this explosion were visible to the naked eye, and the trees suffered the most. Against the backdrop of all this destruction, which was still burning, a silhouette was visible, but it was impossible to make out who it was. Only after some time did it become clear that this silhouette was a real dragon that wanted to destroy everything around it. The dragon suddenly heard words that were incomprehensible to him, repeated over and over again: rock, paper, scissors, and then again in a circle. The monster began to look around to understand where these sounds were coming from, and most importantly, who was making them. And he was able to find two people who were playing a game with their hands. One of the guys had just won the game, and it was the first son, whose name was Galahad Blade. The second player was standing there, not understanding how he had lost, and it was the second son, whose name was Gawain Blade. The first son thought that the game was excellent because it turned out that with its help, everything could be decided right on the spot. The guy named Danberg Blade watched all this from the sidelines and was a little surprised, but his face didn't show any particular emotion. Galahad loudly announced to everyone that now this dragon was his alone and rushed towards the monster. The guy was already looking forward to getting a round and substantial sum for this dragon. The dragon was confident in his abilities and did not mind fighting, so he decided to scare these people a little and roared loudly. Galahad did not hesitate, and using his strength immediately rushed into the attack, saying that this dragon was too noisy and that this needed to be corrected urgently. It took the guy very little time, and the dragon was already lying motionless on the ground, while Galahad rejoiced in his victory, dancing around the monster. The rest of the guys were so captivated by the spectacle that they didn't immediately notice that they were no longer alone. A large number of monsters stood behind them, and their appearance was very frightening. The guys were slightly surprised, and all these emotions could be easily read on their faces. Suddenly, Gawain Blade recognized these monsters as orcs, and he was even happy to hear this news. Less than a minute later, he was already flying towards the orcs and only had time to shout that they were the only ones he wanted to fight, and that he really wanted to battle them. Danberg Blade found himself in the same situation as a short time ago, and just stood and watched everything that was happening. Gawain Blade was already in the thick of the battle and was deftly dealing with all the orcs. If you looked closely, you could even see a smile on the guy's face, because he really enjoyed what he was doing. At that moment, Danberg thought that after his rebirth, he would live a more peaceful life. But as it turned out, everything turned out quite differently. The guy couldn't even imagine that one day he would become a warrior who would hunt dragons. In the valley among the tall trees, there was a village with a small number of houses. Danberg burst into the hut, slamming the door loudly, and announced to his father from the doorway that he wanted to go to the administration. The boy's father was the village elder. His name was Dunstan Blade, and he had no idea what his son was talking about or what he meant. The boy believed that he was of no use here anyway, but his father had a completely different opinion and thought that his son was talking nonsense. Dunstan told his son that he was very intelligent and that in terms of martial arts and sword skills, he was already catching up with his brothers. The most compelling argument was that the boy was unmatched in the village in the art of magic. Danberg decided to approach the issue from a different angle and began to talk about how he wanted a more honorable profession for himself, one that would be of practical use. In that case, his father suggested that the boy join the garrison led by his older brother, or he could join his middle brother's troops. The young man thought that none of this was suitable because, in that case, he would constantly be arguing with his brothers. But his father believed that, on the contrary, it would help them become closer, and everything would be fine. Danberg was categorically against it, so Dunstan suggested another option, his sister's foreign ministry. The young man had already tried this, and all he had to do there was sell raw materials from monsters and buy food. He still didn't like this offer because trips to other villages took at least 10 days. The guy stood his ground and asked his father to just let him go to the administration. Dunstan was slightly surprised that his son did not like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His father decided to list all the possible options and therefore suggested that the boy become the village headman. Danberg was slightly shocked by this suggestion as he had expected anything but this, but he was not allowed to finish his thought by a person who suddenly appeared in the room. A girl burst into the room like a fury, and her appearance was unexpected for everyone. It was the middle daughter of the village head, Leisha Blade, who was in such a hurry because she wanted to say hello to her father. Dunstan was very happy to see his daughter, and immediately asked her if she had eaten or if she was hungry. The girl was surprised by this question, and it seemed that her father had forgotten what she had told him just a moment ago. Leisha Blade decided to remind Dunstan that she was on a diet, and that his question was slightly irrelevant in this case. Her father did not understand this idea, as he thought that the girl looked great and did not need to diet. Dunstan decided to add that he would not mind at all, and would be happy if the girl lost a little weight. Danberg stood aside and watched the playful battle between his father and Leisha Blade's sister. The boy understood perfectly well that if he left things as they were, he would soon become as strange as they were. Danberg decided to go to the mysterious cave and gathered his courage before the entrance. The boy wasn't entirely sure of his decision, but he simply had no choice. Inside the cave were creatures with eyes that glowed bright red. The guy was sure that things couldn't go on like this, so he had only one option left. He didn't hesitate any longer and entered the mysterious cave. The sun was high in the sky at that moment, brightly illuminating the entire village in the Green Valley. In one of these houses, a meeting was taking place at that moment, and at the head of the table sat the village elder, Dunstan Blade. One of the men wanted to know why the mayor had suddenly summoned all the elders. Dunstan replied that they were all there to hear his important announcement in person. The man told everyone that he had decided that his son would be the next elder. The elders were very surprised by this news, and one man suggested that perhaps Dunstan was ill. Otherwise, he could not find any explanation for his words, but the chief replied that he was fine. Then it was not clear why a healthy person would look for a replacement. The chief replied that everyone knew he always made hasty decisions, but the elder did not consider this a valid excuse. People began to ask Dunstan questions about which son he was referring to, and the elders assumed that he was talking about his eldest son, or at worst, his middle son. The mayor decided to surprise everyone once again and replied that he was referring to his youngest son, Danberg Blade. The men did not expect such an answer and thought that it might be some kind of joke. Their logic was quite clear and understandable, because why would he suggest the youngest when the headman had two older sons? Dunstan believed that the answer was obvious to everyone and that everyone knew it, because only the strongest of all could be the headman. The elder decided to clarify whether Dunstan really believed that his youngest son was stronger than his other son. The man replied that, overall, Danberg was currently inferior to Galahad and Gawain. In terms of combat skills, Danberg was second best in the village. The elder insisted that he should still appoint his eldest son as headman. Dunstan continued to stand his ground and added that Danberg was an outstanding magician, which meant a lot. The men did not consider this to be a valid argument, as they believed that magic was nothing more than tricks. The headman explained his words by saying that Danberg knew how to use both magic and martial arts at the same time. The man added that he once defeated a dragon without any help. The man added that the most interesting and important thing was that he did all this when he was only 12 years old. The elders considered this absurd because it was simply impossible to do such a thing at such a young age. The man began to explain that magic is the art of releasing magical power outside of oneself and controlling it. Martial arts, on the other hand, is the circulation of magical power within the body. The elder knew all this and said that if you use them at the same time, the magical power will overwhelm a person, and they will end up in the afterlife. The headman was aware of this, but for his younger son, it was not a problem at all. For him, it was like reading a book at breakfast. Their conversation was interrupted by a man who barged into their room uninvited. He insisted that the headman should come out immediately, just for a minute, and see everything for himself. The mayor and all the elders went outside as the man had requested, and they were greatly surprised to see what was happening there. Many monsters lay on the ground, all of them destroyed. The man said that someone had left all these monster bodies in front of the entrance and disappeared. The elders were very surprised and did not understand who could have done this, because there were at least 40 bodies lying on the ground. An order was immediately given to call the residents as soon as possible in order to distribute them among 100 people, and this had to be done before the bodies began to decay. At that moment, his daughter was rushing to her father to give him a letter that Danberg had left. The letter was written to his beloved family and said that the young man had decided to leave the village and go to new lands. Danberg wrote that he was not saying goodbye to his family forever, but simply wanted to find a job that suited him. The young man explained that this was why he had taken the money and his identity card from the vault. Instead, he left them about 40 carcasses, thinking that this would more than cover the amount of money he had taken with him. As soon as the mayor finished reading the letter, he immediately summoned the garrison leader. The man ordered him to immediately find and bring Danberg Blade back to him. By that time, the young man was already far away and hoped that everything would work out for him. Danberg was thinking and hoping that they would be able to see all the monsters he had left behind. The blood of those monsters contained poison, so when the bodies began to decay, the toxins would begin to evaporate. Therefore, the longer the bodies remained unattended, the more the ground beneath them would become poisoned. As he ran away, the guy thought that the area in front of the village entrance could not be endangered, so they would have to employ a lot of people to remove all those bodies. This was all to Danberg's advantage, as it would significantly reduce the number of his pursuers. The guy remembered his mother's words before his rebirth, when she said that there was nothing better in this world than security, and therefore she wanted her son to get a stable job, such as a civil servant. Danberg thought about many things and remembered many things during the journey. The guy mentally asked his father for forgiveness. He was sure that he was doing the right thing because, despite everything, he wanted to live his life according to his own ideas. At that moment, the girl standing near the map told the others that she was almost certain that her younger brother would take the route that most people traveled, which could mean that they would not be able to find many traces of him. The girl was sure that even so, one way or another, he was still in her hands. She even said with a smile on her face that her younger brother could run wherever he wanted, because she would find him anyway. This was the boy's older sister, Hestia Blade, and she planned to find her brother no matter what. A squad of warriors was assembled and fully prepared for the operation to find the village head's younger son as soon as possible. The first squad, which was the fastest, was given the order to follow the specified route. The second squad was ordered to search for clues, and they immediately set about completing this task. The third squad was to block all possible paths and forks leading to the forest so that the boy would not escape under any circumstances. Hestia Blade placed a black raven on her shoulder and, looking him seriously in the eyes, said that she was counting on him. The girl repeated the same thing to the raven and released it high into the sky. Hestia Blade was completely sure that it would not be as her brother wanted. The guy ran as fast as he could and suddenly stumbled upon a sign in front of him. During all this time, Danberg had only managed to run as far as the second camp, which was 200 kilometers from the village itself. The guy knew that this was a place where members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs rested when they left the city. He suddenly realized that in 4 hours he had covered a route that usually took people 2 days. The guy understood that if he kept running at the same speed, in 3 or 4 days he would finally be able to escape. Danberg remembered that this option was not the best because his second brother was the fastest man in the village, and catching the guy would be an easy task for him. He realized that he simply had no choice, so all he could do was cover his tracks and run along a different route that was not on the map. A man burst into the room and told his sister that they had managed to find traces of her younger brother. Hestia heard that the warrior had found his tracks in the second camp, which was good news. But the girl rejoiced too soon because the man said that the boy's trail ended there. The girl looked at the map and saw that there was nothing but rocks and forest near the camp. If Danberg planned to escape beyond the Olympus forest, he would have to backtrack a little. The girl understood perfectly well that visibility was very poor in the evening and hoped that the soldiers would be able to find the guy before sunset. She turned to the foreign minister to find out for herself if they had finally figured out what was missing. The man replied that nothing special had been found except for a wool blanket. The girl knew very well that the Olympus forest was considered a place of destruction for enemies. It had once been said that even though their village was located right in the middle of it, a magic circle had been created to stabilize the magic, and therefore it could be used there without any particular problems. But in the forest itself, the magical power was unstable, and therefore it was much more difficult to control it there. Hestia thought that her younger brother's strength must already be running out, considering that he had already defeated more than 40 monsters. The girl knew that there were only a few places near the second camp where he could catch his breath. She was sure that her younger brother would definitely stop somewhere there to recover his strength. It was already night outside, and among the mountains and trees, the boy was trying to fight off the cold that enveloped his entire body. He knew, of course, that it would be cold at dawn, but he didn't think it would be this cold, and so he regretted not bringing more blankets from the village. The boy wanted to warm himself with a hot drink, but he had a problem with fire. Danberg decided to use his magical abilities to light a small fire. He understood perfectly well that he couldn't use magic as he pleased in the forest. The guy tried his best to concentrate and try to light the fire again. Only thanks to his persistence and determination did the guy finally succeed. Using his power, he was able to light a small fire and warm up his drink in a cup. A few minutes later, he was holding a warm cup in his hands and drinking from it with pleasure, feeling the warmth spread through his body and feeling as if he had been reborn. The young man was not allowed to enjoy himself for long, as soldiers suddenly appeared before him, rejoicing that they had finally found him. The soldiers wasted no time and rushed to catch the guy, but as it turned out, it was not as easy as they thought. Danberg managed to deftly dodge the man who was already almost upon him. The guy was well-trained and a master of martial arts, so he easily managed to get to the other side of them in a moment. The warriors did not give up trying to catch the guy and rushed at him from both sides. Danberg immediately managed to take out one of the men, and the second warrior was next in line. He believed that if they wanted to catch him so badly, they should have brought more than 3 people with them. The warriors had already realized this themselves and understood perfectly well that they couldn't handle the boy on their own. Danberg left his hiding place behind and ran on, doing so very quickly. The boy understood that those warriors were clearly not there by happy accident, and therefore it was necessary to think carefully about his next steps. Hestia was a natural leader and could see through every move her younger brother made. The boy had expected something like this, but decided that it was worth hurrying a little. He suddenly stopped abruptly because the warriors were already in his way, but he did not expect this to happen so quickly. The boy hid behind a tall tree and thought that he couldn't let them catch him so quickly. His thoughts were interrupted by a black raven that suddenly appeared and began cawing loudly. The guy tried to calm the bird down, but the men had already found his location. He didn't wait long and immediately ran away while the soldiers shouted after him to stop immediately. After a while, one of the soldiers reported to the lady that they had found her younger brother. The girl heard this news and thought to herself that, as always, her assumptions had proven correct. Hestia gave the order to urgently gather all the soldiers and immediately surround the specified area. She wanted this message to be conveyed to every soldier, and it had to be done as quickly as possible. The girl thought that her younger brother would be hiding somewhere there anyway, so all the soldiers needed to be properly prepared. Hestia ordered the men to pay attention to absolutely everything, whether it was caves or trees, and to search every inch of the forest so as not to miss anything. She could not allow the boy to escape this time, so she was very strict with her demands. The soldiers immediately began to carry out their mistress's orders and did not overlook a single cave. A large number of men carefully combed through the forest and paid attention to every detail. The search lasted throughout the night, and the sun was already beginning to rise on the horizon, but no one was able to find the guy. The mistress sat alone in the village and analyzed all her younger brother's recent actions. The village elder came into the room and said that the sun had already risen, but they still couldn't find Danberg. The girl replied that he had nothing to worry about and that it was just a matter of time. The village elder was pleased and satisfied with his daughter's words. Her father turned his attention to the map spread out on the table and said that he found it strange that no one was looking for the boy on the cliffs. The girl thought that it made no sense because the cliffs were steep and it was impossible to escape along them. But something about these words made her think, and she decided to start by asking how many members of the squad had found her younger brother. One of the soldiers replied that there were 3 or 4 of them, but no more than that. This answer puzzled the girl even more, and she realized that something was wrong with the whole situation. Hestia understood that with the boy's abilities he could easily have taken them down, but for some reason he chose to run away, and it was this factor that greatly confused the girl, because logically he should have already been found. The girl began to suspect that her younger brother had deliberately revealed his location. She thought he did it all to gather all the warriors in one place. On the other side, there were only rocks, and that was where Danberg was heading, and he was doing it very quickly. The girl looked at the map and tried to understand why and for what purpose her younger brother had chosen that particular place. Hestia suddenly realized that the boy had chosen this place because he had decided to use his magic in the forest. The girl did not want to waste precious time, of which there was already very little, so she shouted for all the soldiers to be informed immediately. She ordered the soldiers to go as quickly as possible to the rocks in the Olympus forest. The rocks were huge and below them was nothing but water. Danberg managed to run to the place he needed to be and now stood on the very edge of these rocks and looked at what was behind them. A strange noise coming from behind caught his attention, and it turned out to be people he did not expect to see. Several people were running towards him, using their magical powers. One of these people was his sister, who was very happy at that moment that she had finally caught the guy. Danberg looked at his sister and was even a little glad to see her, but he had no intention of deviating from his plan. But that wasn't the end of the surprises for the guy, and a moment later, he heard the voice of his brother Gawain behind him, who announced that he was also there. Gawain was angry and yelled at his brother to finally start thinking for himself about what he was doing. Danberg's brother asked him not to make the situation worse and said it would be best if he just went home. The guy was categorically against this suggestion, and then Gawain realized that his brother would not understand ordinary words. Gawain looked at his brother and the whole situation and decided that he would probably have to cut off the guy's hand. Danberg expected anything but those words, and his surprise was written all over his face. The guy tried to dodge the attack. Gawain stood a little to the side and looked at his handiwork when a column of smoke rose around him. Danberg took the blow and, though with difficulty, managed to keep his balance and stay on his feet. Just when the guy thought he had gotten away with only a slight scare, a small piece of the chip suddenly broke off under him, and Danberg began to fall. Gawain and his sister stood frozen in shock, because they certainly did not want anything like this to happen to Danberg. The kids ran to the cliff and tried to find their brother, but he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, their attention was drawn not to the side they were looking at, but behind them, and it was their brother Danberg. Hestia continued to study the map carefully and couldn't understand why she hadn't thought of this before. The girl realized that if the boy managed to cross the rocks, the forest would end behind them. If everything happened as the girl thought, then Danberg would certainly be able to use his magic to the fullest. The brother and sister looked at Danberg in surprise, not understanding when he had learned to fly. But at that moment, the guy was hovering above the ground, enveloped in a blue glow. The kids didn't get a real answer from the guy, and they were still surprised by the latest events. Danberg apologized to them and said that he still thought he wasn't good enough for them. The guy asked them not to worry about him because he was sure that everything would be fine with him. Danberg asked the kids to tell their father that he was very grateful to him for everything, and always would be. The brother and sister, having recovered a little from the shock, tried to stop the guy, but they didn't succeed. Danberg was very grateful to them and added that he would definitely write to them. A moment later, the guy used his magic to fly high into the sky and was no longer visible. One of the warriors suggested shooting an arrow at him to try to stop him, but Gawain replied that he would be responsible if Danberg fell to his death as a result. His sister did not understand what they should do now because they should follow him, but she did not know how to do it. Gawain suggested that his sister return to the village first and then discuss with everyone what to do next. The elders of the village in the Green Valley and the headmen continued their meeting and discussed the latest events. One of the elders was furious because he had said from the very beginning that there could be no question of appointing the younger son as mayor, since he was barely 16 years old. The mayor had no intention of transferring all his powers to him immediately, only when the time came. One of the elders said that it was enough to discuss this, because the boy had already left the village anyway. The elders believed that due to recent events, they had other, more important problems to deal with. He wanted to know if the headman was prepared to take responsibility if his younger son caused trouble. This worried them the most because they didn't know what the boy was going to do with his abilities. They were very concerned that if he wanted to, he could wipe the entire country off the face of the earth. The elders believed that he should be caught as soon as possible before any problems arose. The headman replied that they were well aware that it was not so easy to catch someone with such immense magical power. The elder believed that the headman himself should personally take care of this matter, and then there would be no such difficulties. The mayor could not leave the village because if he did, many states would impose restrictions and begin to monitor them. He added that this could even lead to a special border control system, which would ultimately exacerbate the situation, and that this must not be allowed to happen under any circumstances. The elders did not understand what to do in this situation because simply sitting idly by was not an option, and something had to be done. The headman replied that he was not going to just sit and wait, and that he already had someone in mind. He already had someone who could bring his son back to the village without any disastrous consequences. Danberg walked down the street between the houses and looked around with great pleasure. Although the young man looked interested, he remained focused and attentive to all the details. Danberg was at least happy at that moment that he had finally made it to the village. The young man's attention was drawn to a strange noise coming from behind him, and he did not yet understand what was going on. Danberg looked more closely, and when he saw the guard in front of him, he began to think that he was definitely out of luck. 10 minutes earlier, the guy had heard someone shouting loudly across the street to stop the thief immediately. Danberg saw a man trying to escape down the street with a bag in his hand, and the young man guessed that this was the thief. The man was running very fast and was confident in his abilities, certain that no one could catch him. He was not very attentive and did not notice the guy in front of him, but it was too late. The man shouted at the young man to get out of his way, but it didn't help, and he fell to the ground and hurt himself badly in the collision. Of course, he did not consider himself to be at fault and angrily said that the young man should not have been standing in his way. Danberg was very polite and even apologized, but he still couldn't keep quiet and replied to the man that since he didn't have eyes in the back of his head, it was natural that he hadn't noticed him. The man would have liked to argue with the young man, but since he was being chased and they were about to catch him, he simply did not have time for this argument. So he got up from the ground as quickly as possible and intended to escape. But as he passed the young man, he deliberately pushed him with his shoulder. Danberg was already watching from the sidelines as the chase for the thief continued, and they were unable to catch him. It was only a few minutes later that the guy noticed that his bag was missing from his shoulder, and that could only mean one thing. The thief had managed to steal Danberg's belongings, and that was not the most pleasant news. The man who stole the things felt almost omnipotent at that moment, because he had so easily managed to trick the guy. But what the man did not expect was that the guy who had demanded that the thief return his bag immediately would suddenly appear behind him. Danberg didn't understand why the guy had stolen his bag, and the man was still trying to figure out how the guy had managed to approach him so quietly. The man didn't like that the guy, as he thought, was talking too much, so he threatened him with his gun and told him to shut up immediately. Danberg suddenly found himself behind the man and calmly said that it would be much better if he just gave him back the bag and went on his way. The man decided that the conversation was over and turned sharply with the intention of attacking the guy, but there was no one there anymore. He looked around and couldn't find the guy and didn't understand how he could move so quickly and even disappear. Danberg again appeared behind the man unnoticed and said aloud that he apparently did not understand words. All the guy did next was flick the man's forehead with his finger, wanting to teach him a lesson. But the force of what seemed like a normal flick was so powerful that it threw the man far back and he lost all the stolen bags. The man was injured and destroyed the wall behind him, which collapsed due to the collision. Danberg himself did not expect such consequences, as he tried to do it as gently as possible. The guy rushed to the man and wanted to apologize and ask if he was in a lot of pain. The man wanted the guy to just leave and leave him alone, and Danberg repeated once again that none of this would have happened if the man had just given him the bag right away. But suddenly the guy's attention was drawn to the guard who was unexpectedly behind him and threatened that if he made one more move, he would lose his life. Danberg asked for a moment of their attention to explain, and added that they had simply misunderstood everything. The thief took advantage of the situation and immediately ran away from them, trying to run as fast as he could. Danberg did not expect such agility from the man and was slightly surprised, while the guards continued to warn him not to even dare to move. The guy was warned not to even think about running away and to continue standing still in one place. As a result of all these events, Danberg ended up in prison, which was definitely not part of the young man's plans. The guards were searching the guy's belongings at that moment, trying to find something, because they were sure that a person couldn't just fly like that without some kind of device. Finding nothing in his belongings, the men decided to find out where the guy had come from, as they had never seen him before. Danberg considered the situation absurd and began to think that if he simply ran away, it wouldn't be so bad. The guards suddenly remembered his ID, which they also couldn't find in his belongings, so they immediately demanded that the young man provide it. Danberg agreed to show it, thinking to himself how lucky he was that he had at least grabbed his sister's ID before running away. The guy secretly used his magical abilities, utilizing hyperspace to retrieve the ID card. Danberg didn't waste any time and immediately handed the guards the document they demanded. The guy had changed his name using magic beforehand, and therefore thought that everything should work out. The next thing Danberg heard was the guard apologizing for not recognizing such a noble person in him. The next moment, the guard immediately demanded that the keys be brought to him and the lock be opened to release the young man. The guards personally escorted Danberg outside and asked him to take care of himself, bowing low to him. The young man did not understand what was happening, so he decided to look at the ID card, which turned out to be of the highest class, and now the strange behavior of the guards became clear to him. Danberg considered himself lucky, but also realized that constantly using this ID for himself was too burdensome. The guy looked at the document again and hoped that it would not cause him any other problem. He suddenly noticed the counter with pastries and realized that he hadn't really eaten anything in the last 3 days. The guy approached the counter and asked the merchant the price of the pastries, to which the man replied that the price was indicated on the counter, but added that the price was 2 felka. Danberg heard the price and began to take his savings out of his bag, intending to taste the delicious pastries soon. The guy held out the coin he had and asked the merchant if he could pay with it. As soon as the merchant saw the coin, he began to repeat over and over again that he had made a mistake, because he had no idea that he was standing in front of a count. Danberg thought that they would be able to accept such payment after all and asked for bread in return, but the merchant replied that he could not afford to accept such a large sum of money from the gentleman. The merchant added that the gentleman could take whatever he wanted, as long as he spared him. Hearing all this, Danberg decided it would be better to just leave, and the merchant continued to thank him for a long time. The young man looked at his coin and could not even imagine that it would be so valuable. He decided to move on because at that moment he was still sure that someone would accept it. After a while in another shop, Danberg heard that they could not accept this money because it was too large. The guy kept hearing the same thing, and time after time the merchants asked him to spare them and said they couldn't accept such payment for their goods. In one of the shops, Danberg heard from a merchant that he would not be able to pay the young man even if he gave him all his property, adding that he could take whatever he wanted, but asked him to leave the house itself. It was already getting dark outside and heavy rain had begun to fall, while the young man sat on the side of the road looking sad because he had not been able to buy anything with his coin. The young man was upset by this situation because it turned out that he had money, but he couldn't spend it. Danberg did not yet know the currency of this world and wanted to understand the value of this platinum coin. If he had known in advance that something like this would happen, he would have at least prepared for it. The guy was already out on the street in the rain, and he was approached by someone he never thought he would meet again. Danberg saw the thief in front of him, but he was no longer alone. He was with 2 men who looked quite menacing. The thief turned to the guy and said that he owed him for everything that had happened. Danberg took out the coin and said that he thought this money would be enough to pay off his debt. The men looked at the young man and couldn't believe that he could have done such a thing, because he was just a child. The thief told his companions that he was telling the truth and had not made anything up because he saw doubt in their eyes. He warned them to be careful because it was not known what weapons the young man might have. Danberg didn't understand what they wanted from him or what they expected of him, but he certainly didn't want any unnecessary problem. The guy asked what concerned him most in this situation. He wanted to exchange his coin, and perhaps the men could help him with this. When the men saw that Danberg was holding a platinum coin in his hands, they were very surprised and wanted to know who this guy was. The man replied with a sly smile that he didn't have any small change, and that he considered this to be payment and compensation for the guy hitting him that morning. Danberg decided to insist on his own terms and said directly that he only needed a little and that anything he had would do. The men had already begun to rejoice in advance at the easy and, most importantly, very profitable windfall when they suddenly heard someone remark that it was not good to bully younger people. A man was standing on the deserted street, and it was he who told the robbers to stop immediately. The robbers advised the man to continue on his way, otherwise he would face serious trouble. The man did not wait long, deciding to put everything in its place right away and therefore attacked one of the robbers. He easily dealt with the second one, and only the one who had previously tried to steal his bag from Danberg remained. Now it was the man's turn to advise the thief to leave while he was still asking nicely, otherwise the consequences would be obvious. The robber replied that he had planned to do so a few minutes ago, but now his opinion had changed because behind the man stood two large men who were eager to respond in kind. In the end, the robbers won, and now all three of them walked away with their heads held high, while the man remained lying unconscious on the ground. Danberg leaned over him to see if the guy was okay or to find out what kind of help he needed. A short time later, Danberg was sitting at a table eating food that seemed to him to be the most delicious thing in the world, simply because he was so hungry. The same man who had recently been injured asked Danberg to eat more slowly and said that he would order more if necessary. The man introduced himself as Reese von Cutter, but allowed the young man to call him simply Reese. Reese wanted to know the young man's name, and he replied that his name was Danmark, thinking to himself that it sounded like the name of a country, but the man thought it was a beautiful name. He realized that Dan had nowhere to stay, so the man offered the young man a place to spend the night. Reese asked Dan not to worry about anything and added that he was a good man and that his dream was to become a knight, so he would never do anything that violated the knight's code. The girl's attention was drawn to a girl who was Rice's sister, and her name was Ellis. The girl gave her brother a menacing look and couldn't believe that he had brought someone home again. When Ellis saw her brother's face, she immediately thought that he had gotten into trouble again for trying to help someone. The girl thought that if things continued like this, her brother would hardly be able to reach the Imperial administration. Ellis stared intently at the guy and clearly didn't like his presence, and she didn't hide it. The girl decided that she had had enough and simply washed her hands of the matter, but warned her brother not to complain later. Rice explained that it was his younger sister, who had been very tired lately and was therefore so emotional. He added that the guy shouldn't worry about it, and that he just needed to eat first. Dan decided to ask the man the question that was bothering him, namely what currency they used. The guy explained his question by saying that he had just arrived from a very poor village, and therefore knew nothing about the local currency. Rice thought that the guy must have had a hard time since he decided to come here. Rice decided to explain it to the guy in simpler terms so that he would understand everything. He explained that there were 8 types of coins in the empire, starting with the smallest, which was made of steel, and ending with the most expensive, which was a platinum coin. The man showed Dan only the steel and copper coins, as he simply did not have any others, and added that the unit of measurement in the empire was called a felk. He decided to explain in detail how many felks each coin was worth, giving the example that 1 felk was equal to 1 steel coin, while a copper coin was 5 times more expensive and therefore worth 5 felks. Dan looked closely at what the man had explained to him in detail and asked how valuable a platinum coin was. Rice gave an example that if, for example, a small feudal plot was available, it was possible to earn about 5 or 6 gold coins per month. This meant that large landowners could earn a platinum coin in about the same amount of time. The information the guy shared shocked him. He remembered how he had tried to pay millions for a pie, and he remembered very well the reaction of all the merchants. He finally understood the whole situation and mentally apologized to them all. Rice led the guy into a room and told him that he could make himself comfortable there while he went to talk to his sister. Dan was left alone in the room and now tried to analyze all the events that had happened to him. He took out all his weapons, laid them out on the bed, and decided to carefully review everything to see if he had anything valuable. The guy also took out a bag that was filled to the brim with platinum coins, but they were now completely worthless. Dan realized that he had no choice but to sell some of his weapons. The guy decided to use his magical abilities and opened a spatial window. He was very pleased that even outside his village he could still see into hyperspace, and he didn't forget to praise himself for having everything organized in advance. Dan suddenly heard the door to the room quietly begin to open, and his neighbor for the night returned. Reese did not expect to find complete silence in the room and his new acquaintance already resting. The man thought it was because the guy was very tired and was trying not to make any noise, while Dan himself was trying not to show that he was still awake. The next morning only Rice remained in the room, and on the bedside table there was a note left for him, in which Dan thanked the man for feeding him and providing him with a place to sleep. The guy was already flying high and in a hurry because, first and foremost, he decided that he needed to get a suitable ID as soon as possible. Dan understood perfectly well that if he continued to use a high-class ID, it would attract a lot of attention, and he didn't need that. Therefore, the young man intended to find the right person who could make that ID for him. At that moment, the robbers were walking down the street and asked their comrade what he was going to do with the platinum coin and whether he planned to share it with them. The men added that they didn't need much. Just a few gold coins would be enough. The man replied that there was no need to rush in this case and that it was not so easy to exchange this coin. He added that in the current situation, they needed to be very cautious and careful. The man had not even finished his thought when he suddenly realized that the brothers had disappeared as if they had never been there. He did not understand where these guys had gone and why they had disappeared so suddenly, but suddenly he heard someone calling his name. Dan didn't hesitate and immediately attacked the man, thinking to himself that his #1 mission had been accomplished. In the forest, on the lawn, tightly tied to a tree, stood the very villain who had just managed to come to his senses and was now trying to understand what had happened to him and why he was here. As it turned out, the man was not alone, and he heard someone rejoice that he had finally come to his senses. A man who was all muscle stood over him and glared at him, his body looking so powerful. The villain still did not understand what was going on and demanded to be untied immediately. The man broke a tree with a single blow of his hand and told the villain that if he made any more noise, he would do the same to him. The mountain of muscle said that he had heard that there was a man in this village who made fake ID cards, and he wanted to know who that man was. The villain tried to explain that he knew nothing about any identity cards and that he knew nothing about it. The next moment, after one blow from the man, the tree above the villain's head simply broke in two, which frightened him greatly. The mountain of muscle advised him to answer the question if he didn't want to go to the other world. After such a demonstration of strength, the villain began to say that he had never heard of anyone who made fake IDs, but he knew someone who might be aware of all this. The man was satisfied with this answer and now wanted to know where he could find this person. He left the villain in the same place in the forest and went on his way. The man was pleased that he had been able to find out the information he needed and also get his money back, thus solving 2 problems with 1 shot. Dan successfully used his magic to take on the image of a man and thus was able to solve 2 problems at once. At that time, a group of men were sitting at a table in a tavern, relaxing with a mug of their favorite drink. Suddenly, an unknown person entered the tavern, and this person was strikingly different in appearance from all the men present there. The man looked around and suddenly began to think that perhaps this time he had slightly miscalculated with his transformation. Behind this image was the same guy, Dan. The girl behind the counter met this man and immediately said that she was seeing him here for the first time. She smiled coquettishly and asked the man how she could help him, and if he was looking for something specific. The man remembered how he had been told that it would be very difficult to meet the person he needed. But the villain then added that if the man did everything as he told him, it would not be particularly difficult. The man returned from his memories and told the girl that he wanted to try some cold, dark ale. The girl heard part of the encrypted password known only to her, and then the man added that he wanted to add some fresh seafood as an appetizer, and that was the encrypted code that he had already revealed in full. After hearing the peculiar password, she told the man to follow her. The girl led the man down the stairs because the right place was located there. When the man began to think that they had been going down for too long, a glowing pentagram suddenly appeared in front of them. He was surprised to see a magical barrier in such a strange place. The girl used her abilities and told the man to follow her. After they entered another room, they saw a girl sitting at a special magical table, her face hidden under a veil. The girl decided that her task was complete and left the man alone, leaving the place herself. He looked at the girl sitting at the table in surprise and did not take any action until she herself asked why he was standing there and not coming closer to her. The man looked at her and tried to understand who she was and noticed that 6 magic spells had been cast in this secret place. One of them was the one he had seen earlier, namely the magical barrier. The next thing he saw were 2 protective spells and 2 more magical attack spells. And the last thing the man noticed was the illusion magic that had been set up to hide what was on that wall. The girl got tired of waiting and asked him what brought him here and what he wanted. The man decided to get straight to the point and asked her directly if she could make him an ID card. The girl expected to be asked for a more difficult task, but when she heard that it was only an ID card, she replied that it would not be so difficult to do. She said there was only one condition. He had to obtain the ingredients for the ID card himself, adding that she absolutely needed the bone of an animal or a gravedigger. The man quietly took the necessary bone out of his spatial pocket and placed it on the table in front of the girl. She couldn't help but say that he was an amazing person because he had even brought the animal bone with him. The girl needed to know what class the man wanted to belong to and offered him a choice between commoner or possibly knighthood. The man asked her if it was possible to obtain the status of baron or higher. She replied that of course it was impossible and wanted to know if he was asking because he really didn't know or was just testing her. The girl decided to explain that identity cards from high society were enchanted to prevent forgery and she could certainly try, but she could not promise that the card would be identical. He replied that none of that mattered and that he would deal with the magic himself, as it would not be difficult for him. The girl agreed and would try to do as the man wished, since it would be his problem. She said that her services would cost 15,000 felks and that prepayment was required. The man surprised the girl again, but this time by immediately taking out a coin and placing it on the table. And it was the very platinum coin that, as he already knew, was worth much more. The girl couldn't get over her shock and believed that the man was really willing to pay her that much. She already guessed that she was sitting across from a very rich man who was not as simple as he seemed. The man decided to clarify and asked the girl if she could get something other than her ID. He decided to clarify and added that money would not be a problem. After a while, he was able to get his new ID card and could now afford to walk around everywhere without any problems. Dan was already in his natural form. The guy spread out a map of the island in front of him and already had information about the imperial troops and nobles. Dan also managed to get hold of a magic book, which was a very valuable find. It was also important for the guy that he was finally able to exchange his money, and now he could pay with it anywhere. Having acquired all this, the guy could breathe a little easier and not worry about anything now. In that same tavern, the girl was still sitting in the basement at a special table, deep in thought. She couldn't forget the man who had paid her a fortune. She understood perfectly well that he was far from an ordinary person, and she really wanted to know who he was. The girl decided that she definitely had to show all this to Big Mama. In the village of Crows, they were still concerned about the disappearance of the mayor's younger son. The headman asked his daughter if they had been able to locate the boy, to which she replied that it was not so easy, but her people were continuing to comb through all the imperial villages. The man understood perfectly well that his son could be hiding using magic. Hestia asked her father not to worry so much, because they were doing everything they could. The girl added that the letter that had been sent to her uncle had most likely already been delivered. At that very moment, the man was sitting at his desk in another place reading that very letter. He was very surprised by the contents of the letter and couldn't believe that his nephew had actually run away, because this could clearly cause problems. Dan was in a gun shop, picking out things he thought might be useful. The merchant was surprised by the amount of weapons and thought that the guy was probably going on a trip, but Dan replied that he needed all of this for a very important matter. Once outside, Dan heard a familiar voice telling the merchant that the price was too high and asking for a discount. The merchant relented and was ready to sell the goods for 5 Melchior coins, and the young man was able to recognize his recent acquaintances among those people. Reese's sister continued to haggle and said she was only willing to pay 2 coins, and that he'd better agree before she changed her mind. Rice told Ellis that this was too much and that he thought 5 coins was a fair price, but the girl stood her ground. She tried to explain that it was all because of her brother's excessive kindness, that they now had no money left. The merchant continued to explain in a calm tone that he could not possibly sell them the goods for only 2 coins. Dan decided to intervene in their conversation and offered the merchant 3 coins for the goods. The brother and sister were surprised because they never expected to see him again. They were all sitting in the tavern, and Reese told the guy that he was very worried about him because he had suddenly left early in the morning without saying anything. Dan replied that he just had some very important business to attend to. Ellis couldn't keep quiet and said that she thought the guy was just embarrassed, which is why he left without telling anyone. Dan told the guys that he would pay for the meal so they should eat whatever they wanted. Reese realized that the guy had managed to get some money after all, and Dan explained that before leaving his village, he had been able to take some with him. Dan told the guys again not to be shy and to eat as much as they wanted. Rice decided to ask the guy if that meant he now had a place to stay. Dan replied that, to be honest, he would also very much like to go to the island. When Rice heard this, he was immediately delighted and suggested that the guy join them. But his sister was not very happy with this idea. Dan thanked him for the offer and thought to himself that the distance from here to the island was about 2,000 kilometers. And if he flew, he could get there in 2 or 3 days, but he shouldn't waste his energy. The guy had already made up his mind and told the others that, as rude as it might be, he wanted to ask if he could go with them. Ellis didn't like this at all. Rice thought it would be better and more fun that way, but his sister reminded him of their difficult financial situation. The girl began to explain to Rice that tickets were very difficult to get, and if the guy asked her to buy him food again, they definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Dan replied that she had nothing to worry about because he had enough money not to burden them. The guy didn't want to brag about it, but he said that if they really needed it, he could lend them money. Ellis did not expect to hear anything like this, but she thought for a moment and decided to ask how much money the guy could give her, to which Dan replied, "How much do you need?" One day, the Imperial Palace was preparing to receive a certain guest. A man named Vlad von de Canblade entered the courtyard and immediately heard how happy everyone was to see him. The emperor, whose name was Benton von Bahamut de Aurelian Eltria, and who was also known as Draconian Orphina, told the man that he had done a great job protecting the empire from evil forces. Vlad Blade replied that he did not need praise as he was only doing his job. The man felt very relaxed and confident, and before addressing his imperial majesty, he put his feet right up on the table, and in response he was shouted at very menacingly that he had been told many times not to do so. Bentel yelled across the room, telling the man that he had no idea how valuable he was. He ordered Vlad Blade to speak as quickly as possible because the emperor was very busy. The man got straight to the point and reported that his nephew had run away. The emperor didn't see any problem with this because the people from the village of Crows weren't going to go around attacking everyone. Vlad Blade, of course, was not going to worry about it and hoped that no one would wipe any village off the face of the earth. The man said that the problem was that his brother had chosen him as his successor. The emperor decided to ask how old this man was, and when he heard that he was only 16, he couldn't understand how that was possible because the boy was still very young. Vlad Blade replied to the emperor that he could not even imagine how strong this boy was. The man said that at the age of 12, the boy had managed to defeat a dragon on his own with the help of magic. The emperor was very surprised at first, but then suddenly stood up from the table and was about to leave, adding that, as he had said earlier, he had a lot of work to do because his job was to take care of his citizens. Vlad Blade, of course, couldn't help but ask the man a question about his nephew. The emperor's answer was simple. He only said that the guy was part of Vlad Blade's family. Therefore, he was sure that such matters should be resolved by relatives and independently. The man was not prepared to hear such an answer from the emperor and therefore sat pensively. A train glided along the tracks, carrying people away, and it was on this train that Dan was traveling with his new acquaintances. The guys settled into one of the train's compartments and were ready for the long journey. Rice did not understand why his sister needed to buy first-class tickets when there were plenty of cheaper seats on the train. Ellis thought this was because it took 4 whole days to get to the island, and she didn't understand how anyone could endure such a trip sitting in business class. She did not forget to remind her brother that they could have easily afforded such seats in the past if someone had not become so annoyingly virtuous. Ellis turned to Dan and told him not to worry, that she and her brother would definitely pay him back for the money he had spent on the tickets. At that moment, a whole squad of goblins was standing on the street watching the moving train. Dan, meanwhile, decided not to waste his time and decided to study a book on the laws of the Empire. The guy read it very carefully and tried not to miss anything that might be useful to him in the near future. Ellis was surprised by the guy's concentration because an hour had already passed since their departure, and he was still reading continuously. Rice asked his sister to be quiet and not to disturb him. The girl concluded that the guy was going to take the exam in the summer, because she had heard that civil service exams were held only twice a year in winter and summer. Dan replied that this was indeed the case, and added that the exam he needed to take would be held in July, which meant he had just over a month left to prepare. Rice wished everyone present success in achieving their goals. The man hoped that the young man would still be able to enter the civil service and that he would finally become a knight. Ellis was not sure that people like her brother would be accepted as knights, because he would do anything for others. Reese believed that it was precisely because he was willing to do anything for others that he would be accepted as a knight, as that was the essence of knighthood. The boys' conversation was suddenly interrupted when their train began to brake sharply. The young people were a little surprised by the reason for such a sudden stop and tried to understand what had happened. They did not understand why the train had stopped, as the nearest station was still very far away. Dan suddenly began to wonder whether he should get out and check everything or stay where he was. A moment later, the boy understood the reason for their sudden stop because he saw those very goblins approaching the train through the window. A moment later, one of the train windows was smashed and shards flew in all directions. Ellis did not expect anything like this and tried to cover her face with her hands so as not to get hurt. Dan rushed to the girl and tried to protect her from the shards. The guy looked closely at the girl and decided to check if she was okay. Suddenly, the couple's attention was drawn to what they saw outside the train. They could see those who were the cause of all the trouble, and they were the very same goblins. Rice couldn't believe what he was seeing and didn't understand why they were here at all. The man believed that things couldn't go on like this and that he definitely needed to go out and check, but his sister didn't approve of such an impulse. Reese thought that these creatures had attacked the train, so he needed to check the situation, and to do so he had already taken out and prepared his weapon. The man told Ellis not to worry about him and asked her not to go anywhere. Ellis tried to stop her brother and hoped to convince him not to go anywhere, but it was too late and Rice could not be stopped. The girl suddenly turned her attention to the broken window and realized that she was now alone in the compartment. Reese was already moving through the car, holding his sword tightly in his hands so that he would be ready to attack at any moment. The man saw that something terrible was happening in the neighboring car, and there was complete chaos there as the entire car was filled with goblins attacking the passengers. The goblins spared no one and tried to take everything of value they could find from the people. The creatures were merciless and sent all those who resisted them straight to the other world. Rice could no longer stand by and watch everything that was happening, and in the next moment, the man rushed into the attack. The man managed to deal with one goblin, but now he had attracted the attention of all the others. The goblin rushed at the man, wanting to avenge his comrade, but Rice managed to dodge at the last moment. Reese was skilled with his weapon, and with his next move, he attacked the goblin. The man was thus able to save the girl, who was very frightened at that moment. Reese told the girl to immediately go to the back of the train, because those cars were still safe. But now other problems awaited the man, namely a large pack of goblins who wanted to get even with him. Reese was ready to take them all on himself if it meant the rest of the people could escape. The goblins didn't hesitate any longer and rushed into the attack. In the next moment, something happened that no one expected, including Reese. Magic was used against all the goblins, and they had no chance of dodging it. The goblins fought as best they could, but it was all in vain, and one by one the magical force attacked them. After a while, Reese was still standing in the same place, holding his weapon tightly in his hands, while all the creatures were scattered around the carriage. Reese was shocked and did not understand what had just happened or how it was possible. Outside the train, Dan was hovering, and it was his magical power that had just been used on the goblins. The guy believed that he could not allow any creatures to delay him. Dan had to get to the island as soon as possible to prepare for the exam he needed to take. Ellis watched the guy from her carriage with surprise, looking through the broken window, and couldn't believe her eyes. The girl looked closely at the guy and realized that he was not as simple as she had thought at the beginning of their acquaintance. The train conductor announced that they would soon arrive at Donjie Station and recommended that everyone getting off at this station prepare in advance. Dan got off the train at his stop and was glad that he had managed to get to where he needed to go. The guy was happy to arrive on the island and pleased that it happened on time. As soon as Ellis got out of the car, she immediately lashed out at her brother for not even thinking about what would happen to her if he had gone to the other world. Reese apologized to the girl because he understood how worried she was about him. The girl warned Reese that if he ever did something like that again, she would send him to the other world herself. Ellis did not leave Dan alone either, and expressed her dissatisfaction to him because he had abandoned her and left her alone in the compartment. The girl believed that he lacked any manners whatsoever. The guy suddenly turned his attention to the road where the coachman was yelling at a man to get out of their way immediately. The coachman did not understand why the man was blocking his way and whether he could not see who owned the carriage. The guy began to apologize and fully admitted his guilt, hoping very much that he would not be punished for it. Ellis immediately warned her brother not to even think about interfering, otherwise she would go home alone. The carriage was not ordinary. It had a coat of arms depicting a white wolf howling, which Dan was looking at intently. Ellis didn't understand why the guy was staring so intently at the carriage and why he wasn't going to the bank, since he himself had said that he needed to do so. The woman at the reception desk asked how she could help and was ready to provide the necessary assistance. Dan approached the reception desk and said he would like to open a savings account. The woman heard that the guy wanted to open an account and asked to see his ID. Dan took the ID the woman needed out of his backpack and gave it to her. The woman asked for a moment as she needed to check it first. When the guy saw what the woman was doing with his document, he began to get a little nervous. Dan had previously cast a spell on his ID, but he began to worry that it might not work and thought that it might be better to just run away. The guy had already started thinking that maybe he should have given the woman his real ID. After a few minutes of waiting, Dan finally heard the woman tell him that the verification was successful. The next thing they asked the guy to do was to enter a 6-digit password for his book. Dan soon went out into the street, holding the thing in his hands, and turned to the organization. The guy understood that now, thanks to this thing, he could deposit and withdraw money, and it turned out that he had something like a bank card in his hands. He realized and was delighted that with the help of the book, he would now be able to exchange his platinum coins without any problems. Ellis, standing behind him, impatiently asked if the guy had finished his business. The girl added that she thought he was completely unscrupulous because he was in no hurry, even though he knew perfectly well that they were waiting for him. Ellis didn't wait long and handed the guy a small bag of money. Dan didn't immediately understand what was in the bag, so the girl explained that she was returning his debt. Ellis thought that the guy had asked them to go to the bank just so they could pay back his debt and considered Dan petty. But the guy replied that that wasn't the case at all, and that he just had his own business at the bank. The girl didn't really listen to his answer and decided that since they were done, they could go their separate ways. Reese didn't want to leave so soon and suggested that they at least eat together, but Dan agreed with Ellis and said he had a lot of things to do. Reese looked a little upset that they couldn't spend a little more time together. Ellis suddenly remembered a fragment from the train where she saw the guy floating above the ground. Even then, she realized that Dan was hiding something and was not as simple as she had thought at the beginning of their acquaintance. Returning from her memories, the girl suddenly told the guy that he was a good man for not running away then. Ellis didn't explain anything else and just went about her business, while the guy stood there looking very surprised. Reese didn't know what was going on, but Dan replied that his sister liked him for some reason, which was very unexpected. Ellis called out to her brother and told him not to stand there but to hurry up because she was already quite hungry. Reese finally told the guy that if fate gave them another chance, they would definitely meet again. As he was leaving, he shouted to Dan that he wished him luck on his exam, and the guy wished Reese to fulfill his dream and become a knight. The boys set off on their way, and Dan continued to watch them go. Dan decided that his next step was to find an apartment for himself. To do this, he went to a special organization where he was welcomed and asked how they could help him. The woman immediately began asking Dan many questions because she wanted to know if he was a property owner or if he wanted to rent an apartment. The guy heard a number of other questions, such as who he would be living with, whether he would be living alone or with his family, and if not alone, how many people would be living with him. The woman saw that the guy looked too confused and apologized for talking too fast. She decided to ask the same questions again, but this time she tried to speak much more slowly. Dan wanted to avoid this, so he answered quickly and briefly that he had come from another area and planned to live alone. The woman surprised him again and began to ask why exactly the guy had come to the city, and if it was to earn money, whether he had already found a job. Dan replied that he was just going to take exams to enter the civil service. When she heard that he was talking about civil service, she realized that the young man had a month left before the exam. The woman knew that the exam would take place in July because her son was also planning to apply for a job there, so she was familiar with all the details. The young man also heard from her that if he passed the exam, he would have to attend special classes for another 6 months, but if he failed, he would have to return home. The woman explained that positions would be assigned based on performance in the classes. The young man realized that entering public service, even in this world, was a difficult task. The next thing the woman said was that she happened to have an apartment suitable for a student. Dan went with the woman to the right place, and he hoped that everything would work out for him in the end. The woman told the guy that usually a lease agreement is signed for a minimum of 1 year, and it is almost impossible to find a landlord who will provide accommodation for a short period. But in this particular house, it was possible to stay for just 1 month. The woman added that the rent for this apartment was certainly not cheap, but she believed that in the guy's situation, this accommodation would be the ideal option. Dan thought to himself that with his money, he could simply buy the whole house. They were waiting downstairs in the lobby when suddenly they heard someone apologizing for keeping them waiting. A woman came out to them and introduced herself as the owner of the house. Her name was Ursula von de Fayola Altemius. The woman told them that they could just call her Ursula, and that would be enough. Dan repeated Altemius to himself and suddenly realized that he had definitely heard this surname somewhere before. The woman asked the young man to show her his ID first because her son did not trust people without documents. Dan gave the woman his documents, and she was surprised when she read that the young man was from an aristocratic family, so she immediately apologized to him for her rudeness. Dan decided to tell the woman that he had heard her surname somewhere before, to which Ursula replied that it was all thanks to her son. Ursula explained that her son was known as the youngest chancellor in the history of the empire. Dan remembered seeing this man in a book listing all the nobles, which he had recently purchased. The chancellor's name was Arcanta von de Fayola Althemius, and he was known to almost everyone. This man was the most influential figure among the aristocrats, and was also the right hand and brain of the emperor himself. The young man was curious as to why a woman would live alone in such a huge estate, to which Ursula replied that she had no particular reason for doing so. Ursula added that she simply liked people and that was all, and that she was delighted when she met new people. The young man was interested to hear this, but it seemed to him that he could hear familiar voices somewhere in the distance. Ursula apologized and explained that she had to leave because she had guests and needed to greet them. Dan thought for a moment and wondered if he would now have problems. He was worried that if this chancellor was on good terms with his uncle, and if this man found out who he really was, there would definitely be big problems. Dan heard familiar voices again, and these people were saying that the estate looked very neat, and that they liked the interior. The guy was almost certain who he would see in front of him as soon as he turned around. Dan saw his acquaintances standing near Ursula, whom he had just said goodbye to, and it was Reese with his sister Ellis. Reese was overjoyed when he saw Dan, and he was very, very happy about this meeting. Ellis, on the other hand, was a little shocked and didn't understand what this guy was doing there. Reese couldn't believe that the guy would now be living in the same place as him and his sister, and this news was still very joyful for him. The financial department of the Imperial Palace gave the man some payment documents. The man did not expect there to be so many documents, and when he heard the answer that a civil service exam would soon take place, he was surprised. The next thing the man received was a document containing the personal details of the students who were staying at the estate. The man took the list in his hands and saw names he already knew, namely Rice and Ellis, and thought that he had not heard anything about them for a very long time. It was the same chancellor, and his name was Arcanta von de Fayola Altemius. The chancellor's assistant was slightly surprised when he realized that the man knew these people. The chancellor explained that he knew them because they were the children of the woman who had been his nanny as a child, and so he was very familiar with them. Arcantha remembered that Reese had once wanted to attend night school, and Ellis had dreamed of becoming a mage. The advisor said that there was another document, and explained that this student had found an apartment through a real estate agency. The chancellor began to read the document more carefully and tried to understand something for himself. The man wondered what the probability was that this guy could be a spy. The assistant added that his identity card had been checked. The assistant did not notice anything unusual about the young man, as he wanted to take the civil service exam. The chancellor replied that the young man could have simply forged his ID, but the assistant considered this impossible because the young man was from the aristocracy. The chancellor was also informed that this young man was close to Risu and his sister Ellis. Arkant looked at the document and tried to figure out what to do in this situation. The young man was already in his room, lying on his bed and thinking about everything he had recently learned. Dan decided to stay at the estate after all and hoped that this would not cause any problem. In general, the young man regretted not buying the whole house from the beginning and decided to rent an apartment instead. But after thinking it over again, Dan realized that in a way, it would be better this way, and he wouldn't be too conspicuous. Besides, the guy couldn't miss anything important while being far away. Another big plus for Dan was that Reese would be able to confirm his status if necessary, since he had known Ursula for a very long time. The guy stood by the window, and what he saw there was a little strange to him. Dan thought it was suspicious that there were too many guards on the street outside the estate. The guards were on duty at all hours of the day and night, as the men took their assignment seriously. Suddenly, one of the guards noticed a strange glow on his hand and did not understand what was happening. This same man was lured around the corner of the estate without the other guards noticing. The man was thrown against the wall and was now trying to come to his senses and understand what was happening. He thought he had some kind of vision because he saw the silhouette of a person in the sky, but not entirely. The guy used mandrake root, which had a hypnotic effect for his own purposes. Dan sat down opposite the man and said he would ask him only once, so the man had better try his best. The guy wanted to know if there was a reason for placing guards throughout the estate. Dan heard that the guards had been instructed to watch the student on the second floor. The guy did not expect such an answer and began to think that perhaps the chancellor had already found out about him, but then he did not understand why the man had not simply come and caught him. Dan decided to ask the man why the student was being followed. The man did not know the answer to this question and added that they had simply been instructed to watch the student for about a month. The guy understood that the fact that there was a specific time frame meant that the chancellor had doubts about him. The man suddenly grabbed his head and began to slowly come to his senses. He fully regained consciousness and tried to remember why he was there, but he couldn't figure it out. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand anything, and Dan was already hovering behind him, deftly covering his tracks. The guy was already in his room and was now deciding what to do with the information he had received. Dan turned his attention to the mask lying on his table and thought it was time to take action. Reese called his new friend Dan and wanted to immediately share with him the news from today's newspaper. The guy replied that he hadn't seen or read anything yet, as he had only just woken up. The newspaper reported that last night someone named Lufen had stolen jewels from the mansion of the Marquis of Bolton. Dan remembered that as soon as they got off the train, they saw the Marquis Bolton's carriage. The news didn't end there. It also said that he had announced his next crime. The announcement stated that tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the evening, he intended to visit the mansion of Count Drubailey. Ellis sat at the table and told the boys to stop fussing around in the morning and to sit down to breakfast immediately. Dan followed Ellis's advice and sat down at the table to eat breakfast and wished the girl good morning. Reese, already seated at the table, expressed his opinion that all the knights in the financial administration would now be very busy trying to solve this problem. Dan understood the knights' involvement in this case and replied that it was all because the criminal had stolen the jewels, and it was obvious that he would want to sell the stolen goods on the black market. Reese continued, saying that since all money movements were under the jurisdiction of the financial administration, they would begin investigating black market transactions. Ellis wanted the guys to stop discussing it and start eating, but her brother thought that now was not the time to fill their stomachs, because this was something else, something like a blessing from God. The girl said loudly that she understood everything, but still insisted that Reese start eating, because the price of breakfast at this estate was very high for them. The building outside belonged to the financial department, and the guy had come there to apply to take an exam. Behind the reception desk was a man who was responsible for all these matters, but he did not pay any attention to Dan. Dan repeated once again that he wanted to apply, and only then was he heard, but he was still asked to wait a little. The guy heard them apologize to him because something unexpected had happened. Dan was asked to fill out a very important document first. As he was leaving the desk, he overheard a conversation in which it was said that no one knew what had happened to the information on the black market, but everyone already knew about the investigation. The man said that many people already knew that the criminal intended to commit a theft today, and his colleague was outraged because it turned out that one person had caused so much trouble, and they were both sure that the knights needed to be called. The mansion was surrounded by guards and was preparing for a new crime, which the thief himself had reported. Dan saw that a large number of people in armor responsible for security had gathered, and the guy mentally apologized to them and added that it was nothing personal. The guy understood that with such a workload, the chancellor would be focused on work and unable to think about anything else. Dan didn't know how else to distract the man's attention, so he took these measures and hoped that someday he would be understood. The guy used his magical abilities and opened his spatial pocket. Dan took his mask out of the pocket and was now fully prepared to carry out his plans. The guy was determined and had no doubts about his abilities, so he set off with a smile on his face. The estate where the guy was staying had security on duty around the clock, responsibly carrying out their assigned tasks. The men watched the room they needed closely, and at that moment, the light was on, and they could clearly see the silhouette of the guy himself. They periodically checked to see if Dan was behaving suspiciously, and were ready to report any necessary information to the chancellor at any moment. The men noted that the time on the clock was 20:05, and they did not observe anything suspicious at that moment. And in the room itself, there was only a dummy of the guy, not him himself. At that time, the warriors in armor in the mansion were fully armed and ready to repel the criminals when they appeared. Inside the mansion, there were just as many soldiers, and they kept a close watch to ensure that the ornament remained in its designated place. All this attention was paid to the heavenly crystal, which was very valuable. One of the warriors did not fully believe that Lu Feng would actually come, to which another man replied that it made no difference, and that they should simply defend the place. The warriors noticed that a lot of them had been assigned to this task, which they found a little strange. A man named Count Drabale entered the room and remarked to the warriors that they were talking too much and should instead pay more attention to their duties. The Count began to doubt that with such an attitude they would be able to protect his valuables, to which the warrior replied that they had already blocked all entrances and exits, and therefore the man had nothing to worry about. The Count heard all this and said that he spoke beautifully, but it would still be better for them to be more careful. Drubal added that these warriors could not even imagine the value of this heavenly crystal, and if they failed to protect it, he would immediately strip them of their ranks. The commander suddenly heard one of the soldiers addressing him and saying that they were in trouble. The soldier informed his commander that traces of Lu Feng had been found in Margaret County. He said that at exactly 2100 hours, various jewels and silver bars had disappeared from the mansion. The soldier added that they had also learned that the very same card had been found in the safe. Upon hearing this news, Drobals flew into a rage and could not believe that Countess Margaret's house had been robbed. The commander asked what time it was and was told that it was 21:38. The commander ordered half of the knights to be sent to the scene of the crime immediately, but the Count himself did not like this at all. Drubal reminded him that it was not yet 10 o'clock in the evening, and therefore there was a high probability that the criminal might still show up. The commander believed that, judging by the time of the crime, the notification addressed to the Count was most likely false, but just in case, he would leave half of his men behind. The Count was completely sure that these soldiers were obliged to protect the place they had been ordered to guard, and the man planned to stand his ground. Drubal was not going to tolerate any soldier contradicting him, and this made him even more angry. At that moment, the jewel was already in danger of disappearing. The Count was convinced that soldiers were obliged to do as they were told. The heavenly crystal had already been stolen by this time, but no one had noticed it yet. One of the knights moved away from the other men and headed in the opposite direction. Under his helmet was Dan, who had disguised himself as a warrior in advance. The guy moved to the necessary distance and used his magical abilities to disappear from the room. Dan was already without armor, but he still wore a mask, and a smile was already shining on his face. The guy was pleased that he had managed to remain unnoticed, and had been able to steal the crystal, and he thought that it had not been difficult at all. Dan was sure that no matter how many soldiers they assigned to guard the place, they would not be able to deal with him. And as for the other place, he had never said that he would leave the other nobles alone. The guy suddenly saw a door, but it wasn't the door that caught his attention, but the pentagram he could see on it. And now he was curious about what kind of room it was. The room was protected by magic, and the guy suspected that there was something valuable behind that door. Dan was sure that it would not be a big problem for him to pass through the protective barrier. The guy did just that, and in a moment he was opening the door to the room he wanted. Dan didn't notice anything suspicious or strange in the room because it looked like an ordinary library. However, he began to look more closely and suddenly saw something suspicious. The guy noticed that protective magic had also been cast on one of the shelves. Dan didn't hesitate for long and immediately used his magic to remove the protection. It took him very little time, and after removing the protection, he immediately opened the shelf. Inside, he found only a notebook, and now the guy became very curious about what made it so valuable. Reese rushed into the kitchen and saw Dan and began to tell him that Lu Feng had managed to steal the sky crystal. Dan pretended to be surprised by this news. But that wasn't all the news, and Reese said that a necklace with a 1,000-year-old amethyst had also been stolen in Margaret County. Dan only now realized that the necklace had a 1,000-year-old amethyst. The guys were already walking and drinking their delicious morning coffee, and Reese said that everyone in the Empire was going crazy over this news. Reese explained that the reason was that the jewelry was a birthday gift for the third princess. Dan choked on the news, and Reese thought it was because he talked too much. The guy didn't know that the necklace was meant for the princess herself, and this news made him think. Dan understood that this changed everything, and that the matter was taking a serious turn. Interesting things were happening in the Imperial Palace, and even though it was already late, that didn't change anything. The governess walked through all the corridors of the palace trying to find the princess, but she couldn't find her. The woman continued to persistently call for her highness, and was not going to give up until she found the girl. In one of the niches stood a chest, and at first glance there was nothing unusual about it, but then the lid of the chest suddenly opened. A girl peeked out of the chest, wanting to make sure no one was around. The girl was now sure that the corridor was clear, so she climbed out of her hiding place completely, glad that she had managed to remain unnoticed. It was the third princess, Aurelia von Bahamut de Aurelian Eltria, but before the girl could take a step, she was immediately discovered by the woman who had been searching for her so persistently. The princess did not stand still and tried to run away, shouting at the woman to stop following her. The girl ran and tried to think of a good place to hide so that she would finally be left alone. The princess couldn't think of anything else, so she ran out onto the balcony, but now she didn't know what to do next. The girl could already hear that the woman was almost upon her, but the princess was not going to give up so easily. The princess liked the neighboring balcony and tried to calculate in her mind whether she could jump to it. She finally plucked up her courage and decided to take the risk, and in the next moment, the princess was already jumping from one balcony to another. However, the girl misjudged her strength, and when she was just moments away from the balcony she needed, she suddenly slipped. The princess couldn't hold on and, unable to grab onto anything, began to fall. The balcony was quite high, and it was practically impossible to survive such a fall. The woman saw the whole fall but was unable to help the girl in any way, so all she could do was hope that everything would be all right. Only the tops of the trees were visible below, and the princess herself was nowhere to be seen. The princess thought she was about to die and closed her eyes tightly out of fear, but for some reason, nothing happened. The girl made up her mind and opened one eye to see what was happening to her. She couldn't quite believe that this was reality and not a dream, but she was floating in the air in the arms of a guy who was holding her very carefully. The princess was able to pull herself together a little, and the next thing she did was ask the guy who he was. Dan apologized for the awkward situation, but he thought the girl was in danger. The girl, however, believed that the current situation was much more dangerous. The guy asked the girl not to worry or be concerned and assured her that she would be completely safe. Dan decided to take advantage of the moment and the situation to ask the girl a question that was very important to him. He asked her if she happened to know where the third princess's room was. The girl herself was even more surprised after hearing what this stranger was interested in. The princess decided to first ask the guy to move her to a safer place. Dan didn't mind and decided to fulfill the girl's request immediately, but first asked her to hold on to him tightly. The next moment, the guy began to move, and the girl's body was overcome with fear because she didn't even have time to prepare for it. The guy flew through the sky with the girl in his arms, and at that moment, she begged him to slow down a little as it was too fast for her. The princess had already gotten used to the flight a little, and the speed no longer seemed so fast to her. The girl was even able to see the entire imperial palace from above, and couldn't even imagine that it was so large. Dan decided that now was the time for the girl to tell him where the princess's room was. The girl replied that it wasn't something she could simply tell him. First, she wanted to understand why this stranger wanted to know where the princess's room was. The guy replied that he just needed to give her something. Dan suddenly thought that maybe the girl could deliver it to the princess for him, and that seemed like a great idea. The guy flew with the girl to the place they needed to go, and they landed on the ground. Dan handed the girl the stolen jewelry and told her that he really hoped she could help him. The princess looked closely at the jewelry, and now the girl was completely confused. Dan explained that the jewelry was a birthday gift for the princess. The guy decided to add that soon the princess herself would find out everything and she would understand about this gift. Dan decided that it was time for him to return, and telling the girl that he still had a lot to do, he was about to set off. The girl was left alone, but suddenly her attention was drawn to a noise coming from the side, and she saw a small flock of rats. Dan had not yet gone far when he suddenly heard the girl start to scream loudly and call for help. The guy, of course, returned to the girl to find out what had happened to her in such a short time. The princess replied that there were rats there, which she was terrified of. Dan didn't ask any more questions or say anything else, but silently used his magic, and in a few moments there was no trace of the rats left. The princess closed her eyes in fear, but the guy told her that everything was fine and she could open her eyes. The girl apologized to her stranger and explained that she was seeing rats for the first time in her life, and that was why she was so scared. Dan said that he had already helped her and now he really needed to leave. The princess asked the guy to stay a little longer, and she had her reasons. The girl shyly and very timidly admitted to the guy that she had no strength left in her legs. The guy did not expect to hear this, but of course he could not just leave the girl there. After a while, the two were sitting on a high tower, chatting amiably. The guy asked the girl if she was sure she would be able to escape, and added that she would face many difficulties in the future. The princess believed that she had no choice because if she did not escape, she would have to do what her father told her to do. The guy did not quite understand what the girl meant. The girl decided to confess and told him that if she stayed in the imperial palace, she would be forced to marry, and she categorically did not want to do that. The princess had never seen the man they were trying to marry her off to, and she couldn't understand how she could agree to the marriage in such a situation. The guy couldn't understand why the girl couldn't just tell her father that she didn't want to get married. The girl was a little upset that the guy thought it was all so simple. Dan replied that the decision to just run away was not so simple, to be honest. Dan believed that the girl had no confidence at all to stand up to her father. The girl disagreed with these words, and then the guy added that nothing was stopping her from at least trying. Dan suggested some options, such as announcing a hunger strike or perhaps cutting her hair. The guy tried to explain that she just needed to clearly express her feelings about her father's actions, and that she absolutely had to make it clear that she was categorically against this marriage. The princess just didn't understand how to do that, and then Dan simply replied that it was her life and her decision. Dan did not believe that the girl wanted to live her whole life under someone else's control and not try to change it. The guy believed that if the girl was unhappy with her situation, she should fight for her own life. The princess thought deeply about the words the guy had just said to her, The girl didn't think long and replied to the guy that she would do it, that she would fight. The princess began to think that only she herself should decide who she should marry. The girl looked determined and planned not to back down from her desires but to fight to the very end. Dan was very happy to hear these words from the girl, and now he saw a more confident person in front of him. The guy offered to take the girl back to the palace, and the princess was no longer opposed to this proposal. At about the same time, other equally interesting events were unfolding in the east. The girl in her robe entered an establishment where men were relaxing with a mug of ale. The girl looked confident and knew exactly where she had come and why. She headed straight for the bar behind which a man was standing at that moment, preparing dishes for work. The man received a password that was unknown to outsiders and let the girl pass. After entering the door, the girl began to descend the stairs, knowing exactly where she needed to go. At the very bottom of the basement, there was another room, and the girl entered it, where she was greeted by a woman who was the head of an information brokerage company and whose nickname was Big Mommy. Big Mama turned to the girl, whose name was Milphia, and said that they hadn't seen each other in a very long time. Milphia was the manager of the Grandwell branch of the information brokerage company. The girl asked Big Mama how she was doing. The woman was a little upset that Milphia continued to call her that, even though she had told her many times that she could just call her mom. The girl promised that she would definitely change. The woman was curious to know what had happened that made Milphia decide to visit her in person. Milphia began her story by saying that a man had recently come to her to buy some information he needed. Big Mama didn't see anything wrong with that, as it was standard practice for them. The girl then decided to show the woman a list of what the man had purchased and asked her to take a look at it. Big Mama saw that the list included information about aristocrats and military personnel. The woman found this very suspicious. The woman decided to find out where this gentleman was now. The girl replied that they had followed him as he boarded the train, but then, unfortunately, they lost him. Milphia thought he was most likely in the city. Milphia said that she had recently heard something interesting. The girl said that someone from the village of Ravens had escaped through the Olympus forest. Big Mama wanted to know what Milphia herself thought about this, and whether she had a picture of the situation forming in her mind. Milphia replied that it was quite possible that she had a clearer picture of the situation in her mind. At that moment, the princess was standing on the balcony of her palace, gazing dreamily into the distance. The princess clutched the pendant she had been given in her hands, and a smile could be seen on her face. Dan lowered the girl in his arms and delivered her to the palace safe and sound, as they say. The princess decided she needed to apologize to the guy for wasting his time, but Dan replied that everything was fine. The girl wanted to offer the guy something as a token of her gratitude, but he interrupted her and replied that he didn't think he could afford to stay any longer. The princess did not expect this and was slightly surprised and even upset by his response. Dan was about to leave, but before he did, he told the princess that he really hoped everything would be okay for her. A woman who had finally managed to find the missing item was already rushing to the princess. The guy had almost stepped over the railing on the balcony, but the girl called him again and asked him to at least tell her his name. The guy thought about what to say to the girl because he knew very well that he couldn't tell her his real name. The princess heard his name anyway, and it was Lufin, which the guy thought was the most appropriate in this case. The girl could no longer think of anything else to keep the guy there, even for a short time, and so she looked very sad. Dan didn't hesitate any longer and, using his magical abilities, flew high into the sky. The princess had no choice but to watch as her stranger flew away in a direction unknown to her. She recalled the entire evening and how much she had enjoyed her time with the young man, and she was very grateful to him for that. The Chancellor asked his assistant how the search for the criminal was progressing, and received the answer that, unfortunately, they still had no information. The man believed that there was nothing left to do but involve the knights in the case. The Chancellor entered his office and his attention was immediately drawn to the table, or more precisely, to what was lying on it. It was a notebook, but the man did not know whose it was and, most importantly, who had left it there. The Chancellor did not speculate and decided to look inside to see if he could find out who it belonged to. But when the man saw what was written in the notebook, he couldn't believe his eyes because it was a list of corrupt aristocrats. Dan was going about his business, but the recent events were constantly spinning in his head. He recalled the situation that had recently occurred with the notebook he had found, and the most interesting thing was who he had decided to give it to. Dan was almost certain that the Chancellor had a lot of problems because of his actions, so the guy decided that he had to make amends to the man in his own way. The Chancellor told all his employees that from now on they would have more responsibilities, but he was sure that their careers would take off. Dan was sure he had done the right thing and hoped that the Chancellor would like his gift. Mountains covered in white snow towered around them, and the view was mesmerizing. In the distance, amid this snow-white beauty, the silhouette of a girl with an umbrella in her hands could be seen. She was a young girl, and her appearance could be compared to a porcelain doll. Behind her, a boy was running, shouting the girl's name over and over again, and that name was Julia. Without even turning around, she knew it was Alphonse running. Julia wanted to warn the guy not to run, otherwise he would fall, but the girl did not even manage to finish her sentence because a moment later, that is exactly what happened. Alphonse slipped and fell. The girl told the guy that she had warned him to be careful. Alphonse replied that he had asked her to wait, but she hadn't. Julia thought the guy was just incorrigible, but she still used her magic to remove the traces of his fall. Alphonse touched his nose and realized that it no longer hurt, all thanks to Julia. Julia thought the guy was a little clumsy, but he was still very grateful to her for her help. She didn't understand how the guy was going to become a knight, but Alphonse was sure that he would definitely succeed. The guy believed that he would definitely go to the island where he could become a knight, and then fight the forces of evil like Vlad Blade does. Julia had serious doubts about this and didn't think Alphonse would ever manage to leave his homeland, given that he fell even on flat ground. The guys suddenly stopped because they heard a sound they didn't recognize and tried to figure out what was going on. Alphonse couldn't move because behind him stood a huge monster made of ice, and his fear prevented him from moving. The boy could only call out loudly to his sister, and it was Julia who had also seen the monster. There was not just one monster, but several, and the girl was now trying with all her might to figure out what to do next. The ice monsters surrounded them and were getting closer and closer, and their intentions were clearly not friendly. At that moment, the villagers below saw an explosion high up in the mountains, and not everyone understood what was happening. A small group of people watched more closely what was happening in the snow-covered mountains. The man had a very stately appearance, but the most interesting thing was that there was no anxiety on his face at all. The guy standing next to this man suddenly said that it seemed like everything had begun. He also asked his question, "Isn't the man worried about them at all?" To which the man replied that there was no need for that. The man thought that Alphonse was too obsessed with the Vlad Blady, but he was still completely confident that the guy would definitely succeed. The guy listened very carefully to the man and saw that he was actually telling the truth and was not worried about the boys at all. The man replied that it was all because there were unusual children up in the mountains now, and they were his grandchildren. At that moment, Alphonse was trying his best to catch up with his sister Julia and shouted for her to wait for him. Julia thought that at this speed, they would not be able to reach the island anytime soon, but the boy suggested that she simply walk with him. The girl didn't understand why she should walk if Alphonse could also fly, but the boy disagreed because he still couldn't use this magic. A few moments later, there was a loud explosion in the distance, and a thick column of dust rose around the spot. The monsters were completely destroyed by the explosion, and only large ice blocks remained in their place. The man was completely confident in these guys because they were children of the Jonabi tribe. The school building looked very majestic, and at that time the streets near it were hung with colorful flags. It was the most famous and popular night school, which many dreamed of attending. Rice and Dan were now there too, hurrying after the other boys. Dan was surprised by the number of people, and Rice replied that the entrance exam to the night school was one of the 4 major holidays of the Empire. Reese added that the Magic Academy was also nearby, and since the exams were open to the public, anyone could take a test to determine their level of mastery of magic or swordsmanship. Hearing all this, Dan asked the guy where Ellis was, to which Reese replied that the girl still had some things to prepare for the exam and would be a little late. Reese suddenly saw the knights known as the Black Buffaloes further down the street and hurried over there. Dan was very happy at that moment that he had decided to go to the island after all, and definitely considered this decision to be the right one. Since today was exam day, the guy naturally thought it would be right to come and support Rice. However, the guy had another reason for coming to this place. The day before, Rice had told Dan that Ellis was also taking the entrance exam for the Magic Academy tomorrow. It turned out that Reese and his sister's exams would be held at the same time, so he asked the guy to come and support Ellis instead of him. 2 things surprised Dan at that moment. First, it turned out that Ellis possessed magic, and second, Reese asked him to support his sister, even though he knew very well that their relationship was not particularly warm. Of course, the guy couldn't refuse this request, and that's why he was here today. Dan thought that he had completely lost his mind lately because of his exam, therefore taking a day off would be beneficial for him, and he also really wanted to support his friends. The guy's attention was drawn to a noise coming from the side, where a man was talking in a raised voice. Dan heard one of the guys complaining that the man was using an umbrella when there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The guy decided to go closer and see what was going on, and then he heard the guy complaining that he had broken a bone because of that umbrella. The man apologized to the victim and said he just didn't notice him, but that wasn't enough for the guy. He decided that now it was his turn to break bones and was about to attack. But the guy didn't have time to carry out his plan because another person decided to intervene in the conflict. The person who prevented the young man from harming another, in his opinion, was none other than Rice. Reese looked closely at the victim's hand and saw that it was more than fine. He couldn't understand why the guy was making such a fuss over a mere scratch. The guy decided to direct all his anger and aggression towards Rice and take it out on him. A man who looked very imposing approached the crowd and demanded to be told immediately what was going on. The guy realized that he had been interrupted again and prevented from carrying out his plan, as the inspector himself was standing in front of them. He angrily told the guys not to even hope that he was done with them, and added that they would get what they deserved very soon. The guy menacingly promised the two that next time they would have a very rough time. Rice tried to stop the guy so that he would repeat all his threats again, but he had already left. A man approached the guy and sincerely thanked Rice for saving him. Rice asked if he had been hurt, but the guy insisted that he was fine. Everyone who was planning to take the exam gathered in the central hall and now checked the list, calling out the names of the students. This was done to make sure everyone was present. The list reached Ellis and the girl shouted loudly that she was there, thus confirming her presence. The woman reading the list then called out the name Julia, but there was only silence in response. All the students continued to stand silently, each waiting for their turn to come. The woman called Julia's name again, but louder this time, and now she watched everyone closely, but there was still complete silence in response. Just when the woman thought that the girl simply hadn't come, the door to the hall burst open and there stood the late Julia. The girl was very out of breath from running so fast, but after taking a deep breath, she loudly announced to everyone that she was Julia Fendria, who had come to take the exam. Ellis watched everything in surprise, and Julia seemed like an interesting person to her. After a while, everyone gathered in the arena to take the exams, and there were many people who came to support their comrades. Dan was one of those people who had come with Rice, and the guys decided to sit in the stands for spectators because there was still plenty of time before Rice's turn. Rice suddenly said that he was very interested in seeing how the exam was going, and that was why he was there. It was announced over the loudspeaker that the entrance exam for the night school was about to begin. The organizers asked all spectators to remain calm and quiet, and hoped for their understanding. Suddenly, the guys turned their attention to the person standing below, waiting for his turn to take the exam, and it was the very guy whom Rice had recently defended. The guy saw the person with whom he had recently had a conflict and said that he never expected to see him here. Alphonse was frightened and, without waiting for anything or anyone, immediately began to beg the guy to forgive him and spare him. Suddenly, a man approached them and asked the guy if he knew this person, to which he replied that it couldn't be. He added that Alphonse just looked very similar to a man whom the young man had promised to kill the next time they met. The man announced to everyone that he was about to start the exam and decided to ask Alphonse how long he was going to use his umbrella. Alphonse was informed that his opponent would be a current student, a middle-ranking knight, and pointed to the very guy with whom they had had a conflict. The judge added that regardless of whether the guy won or not, only his sword skills would be evaluated, so the man thought there was no need to worry too much. A few minutes later, after the judge had explained all the details, the start of the exam was announced. The current student approached the guy and reminded him that he would soon fulfill his promise and send him to the other world. The student said menacingly, looking at the guy, that it didn't matter whether it was an exam or not, but soon he would regret everything. Jen and Reese, who were sitting in the audience, watched everything that was happening below. It happened in just a few moments, but the picture on the field changed dramatically, and now Alphonse was aiming his weapon at the very student who was a middle-ranking knight. Alphonse himself did not understand how it happened, but a large depression suddenly formed in the ground between them, most likely due to the fear the boy was experiencing. Rice was so shocked by what had just happened that he still couldn't believe his eyes. Dan was just as surprised as his friend. After a while, it was announced that the entrance exam for the Magic Academy was about to begin. The woman announced to all the students that she would call 10 people at a time according to the list. Ellis stood among all these guys and listened carefully to everything related to the upcoming exams, when suddenly someone behind her began to call her insistently. Julia was the one who called out to Ellis, and the girl began to say that because she was a little late, she asked Ellis to tell her exactly how the exam would be conducted. Ellis thought to herself that, based on this question, it seemed that Julia had not prepared at all, but she answered aloud and explained that the teacher would be testing 2 magical abilities. These were the ability to fly and offensive magic, and these 2 things would be evaluated in the exam. Julia heard a fairly detailed answer, and now the girl looked slightly pensive. At this time, Dan was still looking at the arena and trying to understand who this guy was who, with his powers, was able to do such a thing. He was also interested in what the guy would do next, and the moment was very tense. Alphonse surprised everyone because instead of continuing his attack, he suddenly began to worry whether the student was hurt and if he was okay. The student jumped to his feet, clutching his weapon tightly in his hands, and began to ask the guy not to dare approach him. Alphonse didn't understand why the student was saying this because he wasn't going to do anything bad to him. He wanted to get closer to the guy and discuss everything, but because of his clumsiness, he tripped and hit the ground hard. Alphonse felt unwell and was very worried about his head, which had suffered the most from the impact with the ground. He began to speak very emotionally to the man who came over to check if everything was okay, saying that he had a wound and needed urgent medical attention. The student was slightly surprised by the guy's reaction, and he also heard him start to complain that he couldn't stay in the sun for too long. Reese saw and heard all this while sitting in the stands, and couldn't believe that their duel would end like this. Dan looked at Alphonse and thought that the guy definitely had skills, but he just didn't know how to use them. He was sure that if Alphonse learned how to wield a sword properly, he would be virtually unbeatable. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by an announcement over the loudspeaker. Everyone was informed that the next stage of the exam would begin in 10 minutes, and all candidates were asked to gather in the square. Rice decided it was time for him to go, but before leaving, he told Dan to take good care of Ellis. At that time, the guys were taking the magic exam and trying to complete the task they had been given. Unfortunately, not everyone was able to do it successfully, and many failed the exam. The woman who was supervising the exam thought that these kids were completely useless and was slightly disappointed. She instructed her assistants to gather the next 10 students to take the exam, hoping that perhaps the others would prove to be more capable. Ellis was waiting for her turn when she suddenly heard Dan tell her that it seemed her turn had not yet come. The girl didn't understand what the guy was doing there, and Dan was surprised that Reese hadn't told Ellis that he was sending him to her. Ellis did not expect this at all and thought that in any case the guy should not have done that. Dan decided to give the girl some advice and told her not to focus too much on the aids, but instead to try to relax her body as much as possible so that she could feel the magic. The girl didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so Dan explained that he had read all this in a magic book and thought that such information would be useful to Ellis. Dan sincerely wanted the girl to pass the exam successfully and finally wished Ellis good luck. Ellis couldn't really think about Dan's words because she was called and told to get ready since she was next. The girl tried to concentrate and stop worrying because that definitely wouldn't help her pass the exam, while Dan cheered Ellis on from the stands. The next 10 were lined up and told that the exam for the fourth group would begin in a few minutes. The woman told the whole group that they would need to demonstrate their ability to fly and then use offensive magic to hit their target. All the students were told that as soon as they felt ready, they could begin the task. Ellis suddenly remembered Dan's words that a girl needs to relax her body and feel the flow of magic. The girl decided to take his advice and hoped very much that she would succeed in the end. Ellis didn't hesitate any longer and used her magical abilities, trying very hard to at least lift herself off the ground. The girl was almost able to fly and was now hovering above the ground, while most of the other kids in her group were still trying to do so. Ellis was very happy that she had succeeded, and this gave her hope that she would continue to succeed. She even thought that it wasn't difficult at all and didn't require much effort. Ellis decided that it was still too early to rejoice and tried to focus on the next stage. The girl concentrated all her magical power in order to form what she would use to hit the target. She did not forget and constantly remembered that it was important for her to feel the flow of her magic. Ellis was able to generate the energy she needed, and the next thing she did was launch a fire arrow. The girl saw a small target in front of her, and Ellis hoped she would be able to hit it. Ellis managed to hit the target, which made her very happy because it meant that she had successfully completed the task she had been given. The girl quickly stopped rejoicing as all her attention was drawn to Julia, who was performing the same task nearby. Julia did it so professionally that it was a pleasure to watch her. The girl used the Ice Queen's crystals, and it was incredible. She hovered high above the ground, and the next thing Julia decided to use were ice spears. Ellis couldn't even move, all because she was so struck by what she saw. The woman who was supervising the exam tried with all her might to shout to Julia to stop immediately, as there was no barrier and it was becoming dangerous. Julia stopped as soon as she was told to, but decided to check with the woman whether she had passed, and the answer was satisfactory. Dan watched everything from his seat and was once again very surprised in just one day. At first he thought he was imagining it all, but in the end, it was very real. Dan was surprised that Julia used the exact amount of magical power and didn't make a single mistake. The guy stood there and for some reason decided to say out loud that there were people with such incredible skills in this place. Dan was not alone, and his words were heard by another person who thought that this was quite good. Behind the guy stood Alphonse, who proudly said that it was his sister. At that moment in the arena during his exam, Reese was apparently suffering defeat. Reese was lying on the ground practically unconscious, and unfortunately, the guy was unable to fight back against his opponent. A large man was standing over the guy, and it was the knight Mulk, nicknamed the Black Buffalo. Mulk realized that no one would resist him anymore and turned to leave the arena. But in the end, he decided to tell Reese to go back home, because with his skills, the guy would definitely not be able to pass. But then something happened that the man certainly did not expect. Rice tried to get up and continue fighting. Rice called out to Mulk and told him to stop, saying that he could fight, and the young man clutched his sword tightly in his hands. The man turned around and saw that Rice was standing completely upright and confidently, with a determined look on his face. Reese did not wait and immediately rushed into the attack, saying that knights never give up. Mulka was able to dodge the attack, but he did not expect such agility and speed from the young man. The man even said aloud and praised the young man for his speed, but of course, Mulk's experience was incomparable to Rice's. However, Mulk taught the young man a lesson and struck him, saying that Rice had too many unnecessary movements, which was clearly not to his advantage. The man's attack was so strong that Rice flew to the ground and hit it painfully. Mulka was already hovering over the guy and was about to deliver his final blow, after which everything would definitely be over. The guy saw that the man's weapon was about to hit him and tried to figure out as quickly as possible what he should do next to prevent that from happening. At the very last moment, Rice managed to fend off the man's attack and prevent his defeat. The collision threw them apart, and this gave the guy a little time to recover. Moloch approached the guy and reproachfully said that instead of defending himself, he was attacking. The man said that if the guy had been in a real battle, he would have been killed long ago. Reese decided to do things his way anyway, and a moment later, rushed back into the attack because he was not going to give up so easily. It was clear to anyone watching how much smaller Rice was than the man, but that didn't stop the young man from continuing to believe in himself and his victory. Reese was unable to rectify the situation again, so he sat on the ground while Mulk tried to understand where the confident young man from the beginning had gone. The man believed that the young man should first calm down and trust his skills. Reese listened to the man's advice and tried to focus so he could launch his attack again. The guy did just that and, using his sword, hoped that this time would be more successful. Molk was able to block the attack, and Rice once again failed to achieve his goal. This time, Rice was more persistent and went after the man again, and Molk even lost his balance slightly after one blow. The guy decided to take advantage of this, and while the man was trying to stay on his feet, continued to attack him again and again. But no matter how hard he tried, Molk still towered over the young man, and all his efforts were in vain. Molk decided to teach the guy another lesson and struck him with his head, which Reese was definitely not ready for. The guy was thrown quite a distance away from the man, and Reese tried to recover a little after that. Molk pointed his weapon at the guy and concluded that Reese had no intention of giving up. Reese thought about it and weighed the pros and cons. After a few long moments, he finally told the man that he was giving up. The guy thought he had made the right decision and hoped he would not regret his words. Mort was about to leave and was putting his sword back in its sheath, but he asked the guy if he really thought he could defeat a professional knight. Of course, Reese had never even dreamed of such a thing. The man was already leaving the arena, but Reese told him not to worry because if he was talented, he would always be welcome. The young man did not expect such words from the man, and it gave him hope that all was not lost. Ellis ran to him as fast as she could because she was very worried about him. Reese's first priority was to find out if his sister had finished her exam, to which Ellis proudly replied that of course she had passed everything. The guy didn't expect anything else from the girl. On the contrary, he always believed in her. Dan was a little worried about his friend, wondering if he was okay, but Reese reassured him and said that he was fine. Julia and her brother Alphonse watched the boys closely, each thinking their own thoughts at that moment. Alphonse repeated to his sister that these were the people who had helped him in a difficult situation, and the guy thought they were good people. Julia was pensive, but she listened carefully to her brother's words and was very grateful to the guys for helping her brother. The sun was already approaching the horizon and the arena was almost empty. Only Dan remained below with his friends, while his brother and sister continued to watch them from afar. The guys were already in the mansion and looked intently at those standing in front of them, unable to believe their eyes. Julia and her brother Alphonse crossed the threshold and now looked back at the guys in return. Reese recognized them, of course, but decided to ask the kids if they had taken the exam. Julia and Alphonse confirmed this and were very happy to get to know the kids better. The guys smiled and said that from that day on, they would also be living there and were happy to have such neighbors. Dan did not expect to hear this, nor did his friends, and now they all looked surprised once again. Looking at them, Rice decided for some reason to remember what abilities Alphonse possessed. Ellis couldn't forget Julia's enchanting performance and how powerful she was in magic. After only a couple of minutes, Reese and Ellis replied that they were also pleased to make new acquaintances and enjoy pleasant company. The owner of the estate came in with a man who decided to mention that his nephews were in the capital for the first time. For this reason, the man decided to put the boys up in a place he trusted, and Ursula said that there was nothing to worry about, as it so happened that other students were also staying there. Ellis couldn't believe her eyes because in the man standing opposite her, she recognized William Fendria himself. Reese was surprised that she knew this man, but he didn't understand where from. Ellis replied to her brother that, as a magician, it would be shameful not to know this man. Ellis explained that this man was from the Genevieve tribe, where excellent magical abilities were passed down from generation to generation. William Fendria was a general close to the emperor and possessed incredible abilities. Alphonse accidentally overheard the whole story and proudly said that it was true, and that he was very proud of his uncle. Ellis couldn't believe that Alphonse called this man his uncle, so she asked him again if it was true. The boy replied that it was true and that he was indeed William Fendria's nephew. Ellis and her brother Reese were surprised to say the least, because this meant that the boy and his sister were related to William Fendria. It was already late evening on the street in the village of Granville, and visitors entered a motel. The girl approached the receptionist, placed some coins on the counter, and said they needed a room. The man apologized to the girl and said that he did not have change for such large coins as they were platinum. The girl got angry, took off her hood, and demanded that they simply give her rooms and do it immediately. This girl turned out to be Risha Blade. The man continued to talk quietly about change, but then Risha Blade's attention was drawn to a boy who asked the lady for a moment of her attention. The girl went outside with the boy and indignantly began to tell her companion that she just wanted to rent a room so she could take a bath, because she hadn't been able to wash herself once during all this time. The man named Mac turned to his mistress and reminded her that their diplomat master had to visit a certain place first. The boy tried to convince Mac that there was no need to address him in such a manner. The boy's name was Lancelot, and he was a merchant and diplomat from the village of Ravens, and he asked them to call him simply Lon. Mac believed that he could not show disrespect to a man who had so kindly agreed to accompany them. Lon replied that in any case, the money they had in this village was useless. Risha Blade confirmed Lon's words and added only that platinum coins were too valuable in this village. The girl now couldn't understand what to do because it turned out that they had coins, but they were useless. In a dark alley around the corner, a man stood listening very carefully to what the young people were saying. The man heard them mention platinum coins, and now his attention was even more piqued. In one mansion, all the walls were hung with various weapons, and all kinds of jewels lay on the shelves. The man who owned all this told his visitors that they usually conducted transactions at the end of the month, but he still wanted to know what had brought the guys to him on this particular day. It was Johanna von Philadel. This man was a merchant from the county of Drubala, and he was also the head of the branch in Granville. Mac showed this man a photo of Dan and wanted to know if he had ever seen him before. The man took the photo and looked at it closely. After several long minutes of waiting, the merchant told the boys that he had never seen this face before. He added that if it was really necessary, he would ask his people to look for this man, but Mac replied that it was not worth doing. Lan told the man that they needed money right now and laid the platinum coins on the table in front of him. The man looked at what was on his table in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes, and the boy asked if it was possible to simply exchange these coins. Yakana did not know what to do and replied that at the moment he had no way to exchange 5 platinum coins, so Lan asked to exchange at least 1 such coin. The man apologized and explained that even with that, he would unfortunately not be able to help them. But then the boy heard that the man had an idea and hoped that it would satisfy the boys. The man's face looked cunning because he couldn't just let such an opportunity slip away. He led them to a place where many different types of weapons were on display and asked his visitors to take a closer look. The man said that there were various jewels and weapons that had been brought from all over the country. He added that if the guys liked something, they should just say so, and he was sure he could help them with the money if they bought a few things from this collection for themselves. Risha Blade had already set her sights on a cane and was thinking about buying it for herself. The man said it was an excellent choice and that he was ready to show the girl his best piece. Lon intervened in the conversation and said that it wasn't worth doing. Risha Blade didn't understand why the boy was saying this, because they really needed the money. Lon approached the girl and said that he thought they should leave this place immediately. Once outside, the girl decided to find out what was going on, and the guy replied that he didn't see the point in buying a cane if they didn't really need it. Risha Blade thought it was obvious, but decided to answer that they only needed the cane so that they could get the money that they could finally use in the future. Lan was sure that the man had the opportunity to exchange platinum coins, but he deliberately tried to impose his goods on them. Mac was furious when he heard all this and decided to return immediately to send the man to the other world. Lan tried to dissuade him because the people of Drobal County were the only ones who cooperated with their village. Lan said that he would definitely report this incident to Lady Hestia, and he was sure that all necessary measures would be taken. Mac was disappointed that he had once again been convinced that no one in this world could be trusted, and Raisha was upset because she realized that she would not be able to take a bath again. The stranger watched these guys closely and followed them closely. Suddenly, the same stranger passed by their small group but bumped into the girl with his shoulder. Mac looked after the man in surprise, not understanding what had happened, because there had been plenty of opportunities to pass them by. The same stranger hurried down the street, clutching the bag he had stolen from the girl tightly in his hand. The man decided to look inside the bag and found 5 platinum coins. His joy knew no bounds, for it was a fortune, and the man was already mentally counting his wealth. The man believed that now he would finally be able to become a good son to his mother, because now he was rich. But suddenly, a voice behind him asked if stealing could make him a good son, and the man turned around in fear and saw the very guys who owned the bag of platinum coins. He didn't want to give up so easily, so he took out his weapon. The man warned them that if they came even a little closer to him, he would definitely send them to the other world. The man tried to tell them that he was very well known in these parts and that they should fear him, but Mac suddenly interrupted him and said that they had no time for all this talk. Mac used his abilities, and in a moment the man was lying face down on the ground begging for mercy, while they told him how he dared to steal other people's money. The man took back their bag of coins from the villain and realized that they were constantly running into trouble in this village, and it was already very tiring. While Mac was punishing the man, a photograph accidentally fell out of his pocket, and the villain stared at it in surprise. It was the very same photo of Dan, and the most interesting thing was that the robber recognized him perfectly and remembered him. Lan noticed that the robber recognized the man in the photo and decided to ask the man if he had seen him. The man admitted that the guy in the photo was the person from whom he had previously taken the platinum coin. Raisha Blade couldn't believe it because it turned out that they had finally managed to find out something about Dan and his possible whereabouts. That day was the civil service exam that Dan had been preparing for so long and so hard. In the classroom, all the students diligently answered questions and solved the necessary problems, hoping that they would pass the exam. Dan, like everyone else, tried to answer all the necessary questions in order to pass the exam. He had been preparing thoroughly for this day recently and now hoped that everything would work out for him. All the students rushed to the board and each tried to find the information they needed. Dan was among these guys, and when someone found what they were looking for, they were happy, but some faces were sad. The board displayed the results of the civil service entrance exam, and the young man attempted to locate his name on the list. Finally, he managed to find the name Dan von Mark on the long list, and now all that remained was to find out the result. A smile appeared on the guy's face because he had passed the exam, and this news made him very happy. In the evening, back at the mansion, all the guys congratulated him on passing the exam and were very happy for him. The guys thought they needed to celebrate because they had all achieved what they wanted and couldn't help but be proud of it. Mrs. Ursula knew that the guys would most likely want to throw a party, so she prepared everything in advance, and all the guys had to do was start the celebration. Alphonse was delighted with the delicacies that Mrs. Ursula had prepared and could not contain his emotions and began to thank his aunt. Julia told her brother not to call Mrs. Ursula that and reminded him of his manners. Ursula replied that everything was fine because she sincerely wanted to please the kids so that they would be happy. Ellis concluded that, judging by Alphonse's reaction, the young man had already gotten used to the situation, which was a welcome development. Reese suddenly realized that Dan would now have to move into the dormitory, and the boy himself thought it was the right decision because the dormitory and housing would be cheaper. Ellis also thought it was the right decision because if Dan decided to stay here, her annoying brother would bother him. Julia was a little upset because she and the guy had just become friends and he already had to move out. But Dan himself told the girl that she shouldn't be upset because his school was very close by, and so he would drop in on them sometimes. Reese was a little surprised because he didn't think the guys would be able to become friends so quickly, but Julia explained that it was because she and Dan were the same age, and that was one of the many reasons why the guys decided to become friends, and they succeeded. Ellis was upset because she didn't understand why Dan didn't become friends with her so quickly, since they were also the same age. Dan replied that he would not mind if they became friends too. Ellis became even more upset because the guy was talking to her too formally. Rice made a comment to his sister and said that it was inappropriate to raise her voice at the table in front of everyone. Dan watched his brother and sister with affection and realized that he liked it when they communicated with each other like that. Looking at everyone, the guy understood perfectly well that no matter what, this place was not suitable for him because it threatened his safety. Dan wanted to move into the dorm as soon as possible so he could relax a little. The guy at the front desk informed him that, unfortunately, there were no vacancies at the moment. Dan did not expect to hear such a response because he had hoped that he would be able to move into the dormitory without any problems. The guy at the counter suggested that Dan try to register for the next semester. Dan couldn't believe it because he was convinced that all students were assigned to the dormitory. He was told that this was indeed the case, but for some reason there were no rooms available at this time. Dan was confused because nothing had worked out for him, and he was only asked to leave his contact information so that if a place became available, they would be sure to contact him. The guy hadn't been so confused in a long time and now had no idea what to do next. From the height, the city below was spread out like an open book, and the view was breathtaking. At the very top stood two people wearing animal masks, and they looked very suspicious. The man wearing a bull mask thought that all this was too sudden for him, to which he heard the reply that it might be so. The man wearing a wild animal mask thought that what other problems could arise if he tried to take over everything around him. His interlocutor thought that taking over everything around him was too greedy. He was sure that now it would be best for them to just watch and not cross the line. The man with the predator mask was surprised because he was sure that his interlocutor wanted the destruction of the Empire more than anyone else. His companion replied that the Empire was the most powerful thing on the entire planet, and that destroying it was unlikely in principle. The man in the predator mask did not expect to hear this and only said that he did not want to make him his enemy, and decided to leave his interlocutor's company. But in the end, he said that this would definitely happen if the other man tried to interfere with his plans. The man did not linger any longer, and in a moment, he was gone, thanks to his magical abilities. His companion remained where he was and decided that he would no longer bother the man, but he would also wait for permission to act. In one of the schools, the introductory class had already begun that day, attended by all those who had passed the exam. All the students were gathered in one hall and asked to take their seats as soon as possible. Dan was among all these people and was ready to listen carefully to his first introductory class. The guy looked a little upset that he hadn't been able to move into the dormitory, and on top of that, he had basically given up on finding new accommodation. He remembered how Mrs. Ursula regretted that Dan had not been able to move into the dormitory, but immediately offered the guy to stay at her estate until a place in the dormitory became available. Reese thought it was a great offer because it would be great if they all continued to live together in one estate. Dan understood that if he decided to leave the apartment that had been provided to him for an indefinite period, it would seem strange. But now the guy had no idea how to continue living in the Chancellor's house and remain inconspicuous and not attract unnecessary attention. Dan was distracted from his memories and thoughts by someone who decided to say hello to him. The guy saw a rather large man standing next to him who asked his permission to sit down next to him. Dan, of course, agreed because if he had suddenly decided to refuse, it would have looked strange and disrespectful, to say the least. The guy took a closer look at the man and saw that he looked quite mature, and Dan thought that the man had probably just decided to join the civil service. The man decided to address Dan and apologized in advance for his rudeness, but he really wanted to know the boy's age. Dan saw nothing wrong with this question and calmly replied that he was 16 years old and added that he could be addressed informally. The man couldn't keep quiet and said that he was very happy to have met someone close to his age. Dan heard these words and couldn't hide his surprise. He decided to add that even though the guy was old enough to be his brother, he could still talk to him informally. Dan was now even more surprised because the man was not old enough to be his brother, but rather his uncle. The man decided to introduce himself after all and said that his name was Flam Dainter, and the young man replied that he was Dan Mark. Flame believed that fate had brought him together with Dan, so he suggested that they have lunch together and added that he wanted to treat him, but Dan thought that was unnecessary. The man was insistent, and the young man had no choice but to agree. The Magic Academy also began its classes for all those who had passed the exam. Each of the students was happy to be admitted to this Magic Academy because they had wanted it so much, and now everyone was rushing to do their own thing. A girl appeared on the academy grounds, but no one knew who she was yet. She saw before her the same target that Ellis and Julia had aimed at during their exam. The girl easily used her magical abilities and now hovered high above the ground, trying to hit the target she needed. The woman who was supervising the exam was surprised by the girl's abilities. A few minutes later, it was announced that the girl named Arya von Holstein had successfully passed the exam. In the royal palace, the princess was unhappy with her clothes because they were uncomfortable, and in principle, the girl considered this style not hers, but the ladies-in-waiting continued to circle around her. The girl did not understand why she had to wear this particular outfit, but the woman explained to her that it was because a ball in honor of the princess's birthday was to take place very soon. The lady-in-waiting continued, saying that for this reason, the main character of the event must be dressed beautifully. The girl tried to object, but someone unexpectedly knocked on the door and all their attention was focused on it. It was General William asking for permission to enter, and one of the ladies-in-waiting began to say that a fitting was in progress, but the princess interrupted her and allowed him to enter. The lady-in-waiting was indignant and tried to explain to the princess that men were not allowed to enter her room. William entered the room and immediately greeted the princess, and apologized for being a little late, but still congratulated her on her admission to the Magic Academy. The princess curtsied and said that it was all thanks to him because if it weren't for the general, she would have had to prepare for an engagement that she did not want and had been trying to avoid. William said that he had only done what Her Highness had wished, and that the main factor was that the girl had passed the exam on her own. The princess replied that this was because the general had taught her magic since childhood. The princess was curious and decided to ask right away why the general had come to see her, to which William replied that it was because His Majesty was very concerned about her. William believed that it would be much better if the princess attended the academy under a different name. The girl understood that the other students would most likely feel uncomfortable if they found out she was a princess. William confirmed all this and added that because of the girl's status, her life at the academy could become more complicated. The general said there was one more thing, and it was just as important, and the princess should agree to it. Sometime later, the girl was already on the grounds of the Magic Academy when she suddenly heard someone address her as Your Highness. The princess turned around and saw a girl behind her with hair that was almost snow white. The girl greeted the princess and said that her name was Julia Fendria, and that from today she would be accompanying the girl. The princess looked closely at the girl and told her to call her Arya von Holstein. She added that she very much hoped they would become friends, and the princess held out her hand to Julia. Julia was only too happy to befriend Her Highness, and the princess reminded her that from now on she would be known to everyone as Arya von Holstein. In one of the classrooms, lessons were being held for all students who had passed the exam for admission to the civil service. Dan sat at his desk and listened attentively to what the teacher was saying, trying not to miss anything. It was announced to everyone that the semester would last from August to October, which meant that they would have to attend classes and take exams for 4 months. They added that after their internship in December, they would be officially accepted into the service. The teacher gave the students all the necessary information and said he would see them next time. Flam approached Dan and wanted to know what subjects the guy had chosen in addition to the 5 compulsory ones. Dan replied that he had chosen the language of the Republic and adventure studies. When Flam heard about adventure studies, he decided to share with the guy that he was also thinking of signing up for that class. The man decided to suggest that the guy continue their conversation on the way, but Dan didn't understand what he meant. Flam meant that Dan was preparing for the next lesson, but the guy realized what the man meant a little later. The man in uniform shouted so that everyone in the area could hear him, and ordered the students to immediately line up in 7 columns. The boys did not expect such a commanding and authoritative tone and were initially a little confused, but they quickly came to their senses. The same man rushed them all and ordered them to move faster because they weren't there to have fun. After a short while, all the boys were lined up in 7 columns as the man had ordered. He said loudly and clearly that from that day on, when they came to his class, they had to line up like they did today, and he really hoped that everyone understood this once and for all. Dan, of course, was also among these guys and listened as the teacher said that in this class, they would all improve their physical strength. The boy understood well that he had no right to make even the slightest mistake. Dan knew that theoretically this class could end badly for someone, so he had to control his strength and couldn't afford to make a mistake. However, the guy held the sword in his hands and couldn't understand one thing: how badly he needed to do this. It was Flam's turn and he demonstrated his abilities, or rather his strength, in front of everyone, and there was something to see. The teacher approached Flam and said that it was very good work and suggested that he might be a mercenary. The teacher also said that Flam's face looked as if he had spent 20 years on the battlefield. Dan heard their entire conversation and heard Flam reply that he had never been a mercenary, but thanked the teacher for the compliment. It was Dan's turn to perform the same exercise, and at that moment, the boy told himself that he had to try his best. Dan struck the log with his wooden sword so hard that the ground beneath it cracked. The guy didn't expect this and started looking around to see who else might have noticed. But all the guys were talking to Flam at that moment and admiring his strength. Dan breathed a sigh of relief and was glad that his actions had gone unnoticed by the others. The guy understood that even if he got the lowest score for sword skills, he had to be careful during class. At that moment, a man wearing a predator mask arrived at the temple and stared intently at the statue of the girl. Suddenly, the man was attracted by what was happening behind him and was distracted from the statue. The man was addressed and called Mr. Fernando, and his attention was completely captured. In front of him stood a crowd of people, all of whose heads were hidden under hoods, and the man was told that everyone had been gathered here as he had ordered. Only then did Mr. Fernando decided to remove the mask of a predator from his face and appear in his natural form. He said that the Paladin Malib had done well and done a good job, and that the Paladin was a Templar Knight. Cardinal Fernando addressed all the people lined up before him and called them noble warriors. Dan was walking down the street with the man in the evening, and Flam told the guy that he thought the dormitory was available to all students, and was slightly surprised that, according to Dan, this was not the case. Flam couldn't understand why Dan wasn't given a place, to which the guy replied that when he was told about it, he didn't know what to say because he was confused. The man thought it was all strange and offered to help the guy and find out what was going on and why Dan had been denied a dormitory accommodation. Dan replied that there was no need to do that because they had promised to call him as soon as a room became available. The man regretted that things had turned out this way because he thought it would be good if they lived together in the same dormitory. Dan heard strange noises coming from nearby and tried to figure out what was going on. A guy in the next alley saw two men trying to break into the building through a window, and they were clearly doing it illegally. The men had already managed to open the window and were now climbing in one by one, trying to do so quietly. Dan watched all this and didn't know what to do in such a situation because he couldn't pretend he hadn't noticed anything. Flam saw that the guy had become somewhat pensive and decided to ask what was wrong, but Dan replied that everything was fine. The man suddenly decided to offer the guy a place to stay in his room until a new one became available, but Dan, of course, declined the offer. Meanwhile, the men Dan had seen in the alley continued to make their way to their destination and were now on the roof of the building. They had to open another window as quietly as possible so they could continue on their way. The men had no choice but to use the magic that was in the scepter held by one of them. With the help of this scepter, they managed to open the window, and the most important thing for them was that it was done silently. One of them pointed without making a sound, signaling his companion to follow him. The men ended up inside the building they needed and had no intention of stopping there. They planned to carry out everything they had in mind. They tried to run down the long corridor very quickly without making any noise. One of the men signaled to his companion with his hand, indicating that he should stop. They stopped because there was a magical barrier in front of them, and it would take some time to overcome it. One of the men told his companion to do his best and finish with the barrier as soon as possible. After a while, they managed to overcome it and found themselves in front of closed doors. The men had no choice but to go through these closed doors, and then they found themselves in the room they needed. At the very end of this room stood a small statue that glowed with a golden light. The men were happy that they had finally found what they had been searching for so persistently, and it was a golden statue of a goddess. One of them couldn't believe that this statue was so valuable, and when he heard his companion's reply that it was indeed very valuable and that he couldn't even imagine how much it would fetch, he was stunned. The man went on to say that even though the temple's reputation had suffered because it had failed to cope with the devil's invasion 120 years ago, the temple remained a temple, and the artifacts stored in it would always be valuable. One of them still couldn't understand why it was necessary to cast a spell on such a simple thing, and now it was important to understand how long it would take to remove this barrier. The men were no longer alone in the room, but they didn't know it yet. Dan stood behind the villains wearing his mask and asked the men if they were trying to steal something. The men did not expect to see this uninvited guest and were very surprised by his appearance. Ignoring the men, Dan approached the statue and noticed that it looked expensive. The guy did not rush to touch it, but for now, he just looked at it carefully from all sides. The statue of the goddess looked beautiful, and after looking at it even once, it was difficult to take your eyes off it. Dan couldn't believe what he was seeing because he noticed that magic was emanating directly from the statue. The guy could no longer just look at this statue from the side, so he decided to touch it. Nothing could stop him, and he easily overcame even the protective barrier that had been set up. Dan was already holding it tightly in his hands and couldn't help but notice that this was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. The men who had been watching from the sidelines finally came to their senses and decided to attack the guy to take away what they had come here for. Dan easily repelled the attack of one of them and, using his strength, attacked the man in return. The man was thrown away from the guy, and the force of the blow was so powerful that he broke through the wall. His companion saw all this and decided to run away because he understood perfectly well that he would not be able to deal with this guy on his own. Dan wanted to catch up with the fugitive because he believed that if he had decided to commit a crime, he should be punished for it. Cardinal Fernando suddenly heard a noise and it caught his attention. At that moment, one of the masked men, whose heads were covered with hoods, reported that, as Fernando had requested earlier, they had destroyed every single one of the 300 pagans who were plotting against them in the shadows. The cardinal considered this to be good work, but he was still interested in whether they had been able to find out where the headquarters of the Big Mama were located. The men replied that they had managed to determine the location of the main bases in the northeastern part of the country. The hooded man told Fernando that it was a small village called Granville, and that they were now waiting for confirmation about the other branches in the near future. Cardinal Fernando was delighted with this news because now they would finally be able to get to the imperial spies. Fernando thought that this was not just good news, but simply wonderful. But the man did not have time to finish his thought because he was interrupted. Stones and cobblestones fell from behind them, and everyone's attention was now focused there. At that moment, Dan pinned the fugitive to the ground with his foot and scolded him for not realizing right away that it would have been better to just give up at the beginning instead of making so much noise for nothing. Only now did the guy notice that they were not alone in this room and that many people were watching them. Cardinal Fernando did not understand who this guy was or what was going on and wanted to figure it out as soon as possible. Dan decided to show everyone the statue and explain that he had no intention of stealing it. When everyone saw that the guy was holding a golden statue of a goddess, they flew into a rage. Fernando ordered his men to immediately seize the guy and return the statuette to them. Dan did not expect such a turn of events because he believed he was not guilty of anything and tried to stop all those people. But it was too late and no one listened to the guy's excuses, and all the people in hoods rushed to carry out Fernando's order. The guy dodged all the attacks directed at him and tried to figure out what to do next. Dan didn't want to, but he realized that he wouldn't be able to talk to them because no one was going to listen to him. The guy realized that he had no choice but to use his magical abilities and disappear from this place, which is what he ended up doing. All the hooded people looked around in surprise, but couldn't find the guy and didn't understand where he had gone. They didn't understand how the guy managed to disappear so suddenly and were upset that they had failed to carry out the order they had been given. No one was going to give up though, and they all rushed to search for the guy, intending to find him as quickly as possible. At that moment, Dan was already standing on the roof of one of the buildings and didn't understand how he had gotten himself into this mess because he just wanted to do a good deed. Trusting his instincts, the guy suddenly felt that he was no longer alone on the roof, and that's how it turned out to be. Behind him stood the very man named Fernando. Fernando said that the guy was wrong to think he could escape from there. The cardinal wanted the guy to pay with his life for what he had done, and he wanted to do it immediately. Dan realized that this time his curiosity had played a cruel joke on him, and he was certainly not happy about it. From a distance, it was clear that there had been a powerful explosion on the roof of one of the buildings. Fernando wished that the goddess would punish all the wicked creatures who insulted her, and at that moment, the man was thinking of the boy. The man attacked the guy with his weapon, and Dan, though with difficulty, managed to dodge all the blows. The guy did not lose hope and tried to explain to the man that they had all misunderstood. No one listened to him, and so the next attack followed, causing a powerful explosion. After the explosion, Cardinal Fernando remained alone on the roof, surrounded by a large column of smoke. The man had a serious expression on his face and continued to stand motionless in the same place. One of the tops of the building was badly damaged by his attack, but he didn't seem to care much. Fernando was still angry that the guy had dared to enter their territory. Suddenly, the man began to feel unwell, but he did not want anyone to know about it. And at that moment, his comrades were already rushing to him. The men were concerned about His Excellency's condition, but Fernando himself was furious and couldn't understand why they couldn't see that the guy had managed to escape from them after all. They were concerned because Fernando had used his magic after a long time and asked the man to conserve his holy mana. These words made Fernando even angrier because he felt helpless in this situation. Dan was already in his room at the estate, thinking that he didn't want to break into the temple for this. The guy took off his mask and now remembered everything that had happened to him that evening. Dan was holding the very same statuette in his hands and still couldn't understand how all this could have happened to him, because the guy had planned to do a good deed, but everything turned out differently. The next day, classes had already begun at the Civil Service Training Center. Dan attended these classes, but all his thoughts were still on yesterday. He couldn't understand what kind of statuette it was that had caused so much commotion. Dan had tried to hide it in his dimensional pocket the night before, but he couldn't fit it in there. In the end, he painted the statuette to make it look like an ordinary decorative item and left it in his room. Dan decided that when the whole situation settled down, he would definitely return it to its place. Flam approached the guy to ask if he had heard the latest news. The man told Dan that a ball in honor of the princess would be held at the Magic Academy. This news came as a surprise to Dan, and Flam also wanted to know if the guy had a suitable costume for such an event. Dan replied that he didn't have anything like that, and added that he wasn't planning on going, to which Flam said that he probably thought that because he hadn't seen the announcement yet. Flame decided to explain that there was a notice posted stating that all students of the Magic Academy, including them, must attend the ball. This news surprised Dan even more, and he understood perfectly well that now he simply could not go. At the Magic Academy, just like at the Steel Academy, classes had already begun for all students. A girl with light hair was walking down the corridor of the Magic Academy, and no one knew who she was yet. The girl looked majestic and paid no attention to anyone, continuing to move in her direction. She remembered how they had addressed her, calling her Milphia, and said they had a request for her. The girl remembered how a nun had told her that next year her informant, who was studying at the magic school, would be graduating, and so the woman wanted the girl to replace him. Milphia thought that the job of an informant was not suitable for her, but the nun continued to insist and added that the girl had just turned 16. The woman thought that the girl should just agree and that would be the end of the conversation. The nun was sure that with the girl's skills it would not be difficult for her to enter the academy, and with a fake ID there would be no problems either. The girl recalled all this and did not notice how time had passed, and she was already sitting at her desk studying textbooks. Milphia's attention was drawn to the fact that someone had approached her and asked permission to sit next to her. The girl was distracted from her studies and now looked closely at those standing in front of her. Julia was one of them, and she decided to tell the girl that she hadn't seen her when she enrolled, to which she replied that it was because she was a little late for the exam. Ellis was already rushing over to the group and told Julia that the girl would be there so early. The princess, who was now attending the academy under the name Aria von Holstein, decided to ask Julia who this girl was, to which Julia replied that she lived in the same boarding house as her and that she was her friend Ellis. Julia was happy to introduce Ellis, with whom she had become such good friends in such a short time. The princess decided to introduce herself and said her name was Aria von Holstein, adding that she was pleased to meet her. Milphia watched the girls from the sidelines sitting in her seat and couldn't help but notice something. The girl was looking so intently because she had noticed the color of Julia's hair. Millie saw that the girl's hair was almost white and that she resembled a member of the Genevieve tribe. She knew that this tribe possessed incredible magical abilities and did not understand why the girl would want to study at the academy. Milphia also remembered that, according to Grandma's sources, Princess Aurelia had recently enrolled in a magic school. The girl knew that the princess was supposed to have an escort, who was General William's niece. Milphia concluded that the girl next to Julia was the princess. Suddenly, the very princess, according to Milphia, approached her and said that since it was her first day at the academy, she probably felt uncomfortable, so the girl decided to invite her to have some parfait with them after class. This offer was completely unexpected for Milphia, and the girl was even slightly taken aback. Late in the evening in the temple, the man whom everyone called Cardinal Fernando was still furious because he did not understand how this could have happened. The man was still angry that it all happened right before an important event and did not understand what his comrades were doing at that moment when the guy ran away with their treasure. One of the men asked Cardinal Fernando to calm down, which only angered him even more. Fernando did not understand how anyone could ask him to calm down, knowing full well what that golden statue meant to all of them. The man believed that this matter was now in the past and that they all had other goals. Now they were all following the cardinal so that they could create a bright future for themselves. The hooded man believed that they should not dwell on the past, but instead focus on the present. Fernando had no choice but to agree with these words, and he decided to find out if they had already decided where to start. The man replied that they had decided to start with the Magic Academy located in the capital. On that day, everyone was preparing for a ball dedicated to celebrating Princess Aurelia's birthday. Everyone was rushing to the celebration, and the streets of the city were brightly decorated. The girl whom the nun called Milphia also decided to attend the ball that day. She was dressed very beautifully and impressively, and many girls watched her with admiring eyes and looked after her. The girl walked down the street and remembered everything that had happened to her recently. A week had passed since Milphia was sent to the magic school as an informant, and once there, the girl managed to learn a lot. As Milphia had previously suspected, Julia was General William's niece, and therefore the likelihood that Aria was the princess was extremely high. The girl decided that she would be able to confirm this once and for all at the ball today. Milphia returned to reality from her memories as Ellis was already rushing towards her. Ellis thought that, according to the girl, she was not interested in such things, but judging by her outfit, it turned out to be quite the opposite, to which the girl replied that it was because it was her first time at the ball. The girls' conversation was interrupted when Ellis was called away, and they immediately decided to find out who was standing in front of her. The person who interrupted the girls' conversation was Ellis's brother, whose name was Reese, and next to him was Alphonse, and they both greeted the girl they didn't know. Ellis pointed to Alphonse and decided to explain that this guy was Julia's twin brother. The girl also greeted everyone and said her name was Milphia. The girl looked at Alphonse and realized that he was also from the Yanabi tribe. Ellis decided to ask her brother where Dan was, to which Reese replied that he had stepped away but would join them soon. After a while, they saw the guy rushing to join their company. Ellis was surprised and didn't understand what was going on because Dan's clothes looked so expensive, to which the guy replied that he didn't know because Mrs. Ursula had lent him these clothes. Dan added that Mrs. Ursula had told him that these were the clothes that were customary to wear to the ball. The guy suddenly noticed that there was a stranger in their group whom he didn't know. This stranger was a girl dressed in a very beautiful dress. At that moment, the ladies-in-waiting were helping the princess get ready in the palace, and they couldn't help but say that the girl looked very beautiful and was simply incredible. The ladies-in-waiting looked at the princess and hoped very much that the girl would approve of how she looked. Suddenly, the princess's attention was drawn to a voice congratulating Her Highness on her birthday. It was General William and his niece Julia, who also congratulated the princess on her holiday. The princess asked them to wait a moment as they were almost finished, to which William replied that she should not pay any attention to them, and added that he had just popped in to say hello. General William decided to explain and said that today he was in charge of the princess's security. Julia approached the princess and couldn't help but tell her how beautiful she looked today. The princess asked the girl not to embarrass her, to which Julia replied that she shouldn't do that because she was telling the truth. General William watched the girls with a smile and was glad that his niece had managed to find common ground with the princess. William was about to leave, but before doing so, he told Julia to take care of the princess, to which the girl replied that her uncle had nothing to worry about. The princess decided to offer Julia some beautiful makeup, and added that her lady-in-waiting skills were simply incredible, so the girl had nothing to worry about. Julia did not expect such an offer, but like any girl, she wanted to look beautiful at the ball. People strolled around wherever they wanted and enjoyed the day and the celebration as best they could. Standing on the balcony, Dan and his entire company watched what was happening below, and they all looked very elegant. Reese couldn't help but notice that the ball hadn't started yet, but so many people had already gathered. Ellis thought it was only natural, since today was Her Highness's birthday. Alphonse added that he thought the most important thing was to have something to eat. And the guys laughed at this because the guy was being his usual self. At that moment, Dan was looking at a girl he didn't know, who introduced herself as Milphia. The guy was almost certain that he had seen this girl somewhere before and was trying to figure out who she was. Dan was distracted when he heard the voice of his new acquaintance named Flam behind him, and the man told the guy that he had come early today. Reese didn't know this man, and Dan explained that they were studying together at the Academy for Civil Service. Reese greeted the man and said that he lived with Dan in the same boarding house and that his name was Reese Von Carter, and the man replied that he was Flam Dainter and that he was glad to meet him. Alphonse and Ellis also added that they lived with them and said hello. The man told everyone that he was very pleased to meet them all, and even more pleased to suddenly have so many friends. Alphonse was surprised that Flam had already designated them all as his friends. Ellis couldn't help but ask the man how old he was, to which Flam replied that he wasn't much older than Dan. Flame added that they could all drop the formalities when talking to him, which really surprised the guys. The guys were interrupted when another girl joined their company, who had been looking for them for a long time, and it turned out that they had been here all this time. The guys couldn't believe that it was Julia standing in front of them, because the girl looked different. Ellis immediately noticed that Julia was wearing makeup and complimented her on how good it looked on her. Alphonse, on the other hand, thought it didn't suit his sister, but the guys asked him to be quiet. Dan couldn't help but tell Julia that she looked very beautiful today, and it was the truth. He thought the girl looked great and even more beautiful than before. Julia was slightly embarrassed by so many compliments, but she was incredibly pleased to hear them. Another person approached their group, and it was the girl who had called Julia. The girl asked Julia to introduce her to her friends if she didn't mind. She greeted everyone and said that she was Julia's friend and her name was Aria. It was the same princess, but she said her name was Aria, and the guys greeted her too and added that they were all very pleased to meet her. Of all the guys, only Dan was surprised by the girl's appearance because he had already met her before. General William walked confidently across the grounds of the Magic Academy, carefully examining everything around him. William suddenly stopped because his attention was drawn to a half-open door in a small house nearby. The man decided to go there and went inside, where he saw something he did not expect. In the far corner of the room, he could see the silhouette of a man doing something, but because the room was dimly lit, he couldn't make it out. The man who was in the room at that moment was now greedily devouring something and couldn't tear himself away. William recognized this man and thought that if he had decided to come, he should have greeted Aurelia first. General William wanted to know immediately what the man was doing here and why he was in such a state. The man's name was Vladi von de Blade, and he was now devouring the leg of some kind of bird from the communal provisions. Vlad began to answer, but since his mouth was full of food, nothing could be understood, so William told the man to finish eating first and then start talking. William did not understand why the man was eating in the pantry when he could easily go to the banquet hall and eat there, to which Vlad replied that he got very tired when there were a lot of people around him. The general still thought it was excessive to eat in such a place, but in the next moment, a piece of paper flew at William. William didn't understand what it was, and then Vladi decided to say that the general had probably already heard that his nephew had run away from home. Vlad explained that he had a portrait of his nephew that he had decided to draw, and he thought William should know what the boy looked like. While William was looking closely at the portrait drawn by the man, he decided to go and say hello to Ardelia. The general was surprised by what he saw before him because it turned out to be Vladi's runaway nephew. William looked very closely at the portrait and got the impression that the man had drawn it with his foot. Julia and her friend stood in front of the boys, and the girls were dressed almost identically. Dan looked closely at the new girl, and surprise was still visible on his face. The guy recognized her because she was the very girl he had caught and thus saved. Dan looked even more closely at the girl's form and realized that she was emitting a slight magic. The guy thought that it was most likely magic that created an illusion, and judging by everything, the magic circle was embroidered on her lining. Rice asked Dan what he was thinking so hard about, but the guy replied that it was nothing and not worth worrying about. Then it dawned on him that this girl might recognize his voice, and that scared Dan very much. Dan really hoped that the girl hadn't heard anything and couldn't recognize his voice. Otherwise, he would definitely be exposed. The princess, who introduced herself to everyone as Arya, turned to Dan himself and was glad to finally meet him. The guy asked the girl in a trembling voice how she knew him. Arya replied that she had heard a lot about him from Julia and Ellis. The girl told the guy that she would like to be friends with him, just like Julia and Ellis, and hoped that he would not mind. Dan, of course, had no objection to this proposal and was glad that the girl did not recognize his voice. The cardinal gathered all his warriors in the temple to discuss their next steps. Fernando asked his warriors if they were ready for what he considered to be a great event, and heard that his men were always ready. The man was pleased with this answer and now wanted to know who their target would be. They replied that their target was the third princess, whom they were to kidnap. Fernando also wanted to know what advantages they had in achieving their goal in this case. They replied that this would enable them to destroy the emperor and subsequently rule over everyone in the palace. Fernando agreed with these words but warned everyone that they might not have another chance like this, and they should not miss it. The man was ready to set off, believing that the time had come for God to descend upon all ungodly and unbelieving creatures. At the Magic Academy, the celebration of the princess's birthday was in full swing. Everyone at the party was having fun, and each person chose an activity to their liking, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. Dan, like all his friends, was at the ball, but he looked very pensive and kept slightly apart from everyone else. He decided to leave the ball and go somewhere where he could be himself and think things over. Dan still couldn't believe that he and Arya had met right here in this very place. He realized that since he had worn a mask during their previous encounter, she probably wouldn't recognize him, but it would be better not to hang around her. Dan decided that the right thing to do would be to go home as soon as possible. Dan decided that it would be best to climb onto the roof of the building where no one could find him. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to use his spatial pocket. From the spatial pocket, the guy decided to take out his mask, under which no one could recognize him. Whenever Dan put on the mask, he became Lufin because the mask had a magic spell on it. This mask helped the guy make it harder to find him for a while. Dan didn't know then that he wasn't alone on the roof. A moment later, Dan sensed the presence of another person, but he did not yet know who it was. The guy didn't get a chance to see who had come to him because the person decided to attack immediately. Dan tried to understand what was happening and who was attacking him, but he could not even imagine that it would be this person. The guy couldn't help but notice that the man was very fast because Dan was able to dodge his attack, but only with difficulty. The man said that he had done the right thing in coming here, and Dan recognized the man as his uncle Vladi and couldn't believe his eyes. Vladi warned his opponent that he was about to strike again and was sure that the guy would not be able to dodge it. The man kept his word and in the next moment attacked the guy as fast as he could. Dan dodged the attack and couldn't figure out what to do next because he couldn't fight his uncle at full strength. The guy tried to stop the man and understand why he wanted to destroy him, because he didn't understand what he had done wrong. Vlad believed that the young man simply looked very suspicious, so he decided to deal with him before he could harm anyone. Dan did not expect such reasoning from the man and was shocked, but then Vlad surprised him even more by asking the guy if he was a Libra or a Pisces. The guy didn't understand the question and didn't understand what the man wanted from him at all, but Vlad insisted on an answer. The man threatened the guy that it would be much better if he answered his question, and that he should do so immediately. Vladi looked threatening and told the guy that he didn't like to repeat himself twice. The sun was already setting, and there were people standing in the clock tower watching everything. There were two people wearing masks, their entire bodies hidden under thick cloaks. The man in the animal mask decided to tell his companion that he had a sinister premonition. The girl in the mask did not understand why the man was feeling this way. The man couldn't explain the reason, but he definitely felt some kind of anxiety and couldn't do anything about it. He could say for sure that something was going to happen at the Magic Academy, and he wasn't sure it would be good. The girl couldn't help but notice that her companion had a very good sense of humor. The masked man didn't quite understand what the girl meant, so she replied that she simply loved misfortune. The girl thought it would be wonderful if a misfortune filled with hopelessness and despair happened at that academy. The man in the beast mask didn't understand what the girl was talking about, so she replied that he shouldn't worry too much about it. The girl added that in any case, they were only here today as spectators. At that moment, Vlad was still trying to attack the guy and decided to see it through to the end. The man warned the guy that it would be best for him to answer his question, otherwise he would be in trouble. Dan tried by any means to stop the man and did not understand what he meant by his question. The guy couldn't come to an agreement with the man. And now Dan had no doubt that his uncle was really going to send him to the other world. Vlad decided to ask his question one more time. Who was the guy, Libra or Pisces? Dan suddenly realized and finally began to guess what his uncle meant by asking this strange question. The guy decided to ask the man if Aquarius or Leo had anything to do with his question. Vlad replied that since the guy knew everything, he should answer immediately. Dan tried again to stop the man, claiming that he was confusing him with someone else, but Vlad didn't understand what he was talking about. The guy explained that he had already heard that there were organizations that used the 12 signs of the zodiac in their names, but he was not a part of any of them. Vlad replied that the guy must think he was so naive that he would simply believe his words. Dan decided to repeat that he had nothing to do with these organizations and was just a petty thief. The guy added that, judging by the man's appearance, he was not the kind of person he should be dealing with, and was sure that he was a knight of very high rank. Vlad stopped and didn't understand what the guy was getting at, but Dan breathed a slight sigh of relief and decided that now his uncle would listen to him. Dan continued, saying that, judging by all appearances, the man had come to the ball to ensure security, and the guy didn't think the man should waste his time on some petty thief. The boy believed that the man's duty was to catch people who were much more dangerous than him. Vlad didn't understand who this man was talking about. Then Dan began to explain that he meant people who would want to ruin the ball in honor of the princess's birthday celebration. All of the man's attention was focused on what was happening behind the guy's back, and there was indeed something to see. Explosions began to occur throughout the city in different areas. Vlad pointed out what was happening in the city and decided to ask the guy if that was what he meant. Dan replied that yes, that was exactly what he was trying to explain to the man. Dan decided to take advantage of the situation and said that since the man had more important things to do, he'd better go on his way. The man was slightly surprised by the stranger's decision and addressed him again. Vlad began to look more threatening and said that he wasn't letting the guy go anywhere yet. At that time, the people at the ball were celebrating, and none of them suspected anything. Alphonse and Flam stood together near the tables, busy devouring the delicious food, and were both delighted. Julia and Ellis were looking at the chocolate fountain with delight and couldn't take their eyes off it. Behind another door, the third princess was preparing for her celebration, and her assistants were helping her get ready. One of the ladies-in-waiting told the girl that she needed to greet her guests. The princess was told that she had nothing to worry about because none of the students would be able to recognize her, since a special spell had been cast on her dress. The girl suddenly decided to admit that she felt very uncomfortable, and it was all because of the corset. The princess wanted to breathe some fresh air and hoped she could go out onto the terrace for a little while. The girl was warned that guests would soon begin to approach her to greet her. The princess knew all this and remembered that on such a special day she must not behave childishly. The princess promised that she would go out onto the terrace for a short while and return before the guests arrived. At that moment, the girl looked very pensive and even a little sad because she remembered something. She remembered how some time ago an unknown guy had saved her from falling on this terrace. This guy was wearing a mask and looked very mysterious, but he left a vivid impression on the girl's memory. The princess was very curious about what Mr. Lufin was doing now, but at that moment, uninvited guests were already standing behind the girl, but she did not know it yet. Several people wearing masks and cloaks were watching the princess closely from the roof of a neighboring building. The masked people were about to carry out their plan and hoped that nothing and no one would interfere. At that moment, two people continued their chase across the rooftops, and one of them really wanted to catch up with the other, but he couldn't manage it. Dan was desperately trying to escape from his uncle, but the man was not going to give up, and was trying by all means to catch up with the young man. It was very difficult for the young man to escape from the man, but he had no other choice, because otherwise Vlad would simply send him to the other world and would not bother to sort anything out. Dan had no doubt that his uncle would destroy him without hesitation, and now the young man had to choose the right moment. Still running away, the guy decided to ask the knight something, and the man even became a little curious and waited for the question. Dan asked the man why he thought it was so quiet in the banquet hall when there had been explosions nearby. Vlad replied that it was probably because there was a protective barrier around the academy that muffled the sound of the explosion. The man added that this was why the people in the banquet hall hadn't heard anything. Based on all this, the guy realized that the local security would surely rush to the site of the explosion. Dan also understood that they would need to find out what was going on so that the ball could continue. Suddenly, Dan and his uncle turned their attention to the city, where explosions were occurring again in different areas. After the latest explosions, Vlad looked even more concerned because he understood that something was happening, but could not yet figure out what it was. Dan took advantage of the moment when the man was distracted and, using his abilities, flew as far away from him as possible, and did so as quickly as he could. As he flew away, he wondered if the attackers knew about the barrier, and decided to use this time to spread terror. Dan understood that if this situation was someone's carefully thought-out plan, then the explosion could be a trap, and their real goal was actually at the ball. The guy tried to understand what could have attracted them to the ball and what was so valuable to them there. A moment later, it dawned on Dan, and he understood why all this had been planned, or rather, for whom. At that moment, those who had been hiding in the shadows for some time, but were watching the girl closely, approached the princess. These were the very people whose faces were hidden behind masks and who were dressed in thick robes. These people asked the princess to come with them and advised her to do so willingly. The girl did not understand who these people were or what they wanted from her, but she was already quite frightened, because she understood that this would not lead to anything good. Dan had already begun to guess that if all these explosions were a diversionary tactic, then their target could be Princess Aurelia. The guy realized that these were just his guesses because there could be many variations in the current situation. For the guy, it was a great chance to escape because, in fact, he didn't care about the princess. Dan also began to suspect that the criminal's target might not be the princess, but rather the perpetration of a terrorist act. The guy began to think that if he did escape alone, what would happen to his friends, who were all at the ball at that moment. Dan understood that these explosions would most likely distract the guards, and then the criminals would obviously act very quickly. The guy was aware of all this and understood that he had practically no time left, and now he was curious to see if he would be able to save all his friends. Dan stopped and decided that it was the right time to use his spatial pocket. The guy took out his magical gadget and now looked at it carefully, wondering if it was worth doing. Dan simply felt sorry to use this magical gadget, no matter how trivial it might sound. The guy tried, but unfortunately, he couldn't think of any other way out of this situation. Dan activated the gadget, and now everything around him took on a slightly different appearance, and he could see things that were invisible to the naked eye. The guy saw people in masks all around, and there were a lot of them, and now he was sure that all those explosions were a diversionary tactic. Dan shifted his focus and could now see the same people taking the princess away in an unknown direction. When the guy looked more closely at the girl and recognized her as Arya, he was very surprised. The princess tried to get answers to her questions from her captors. The girl still couldn't understand what was going on, but she knew for sure that these people would be in big trouble, and she told them so. The girl began to suspect that she had been kidnapped for money, so she decided to tell these people that if that was the case, they could have as much as they wanted, but they had to let her go immediately. One of the masked men grew tired of listening to the princess's talk and decided it would be much better to knock her unconscious. But the men suddenly realized that magic did not work on the princess for some reason. Then one of them could no longer restrain himself and told the girl to shut up immediately. The masked man warned the princess that she'd better not make him angry unless she wanted to find out what would happen to her. The princess heard these words and was simply outraged that someone she didn't even know dared to threaten her. One of these people could no longer control his emotions and swung at the girl. The princess did not expect these threats to turn into action, so she closed her eyes tightly in fear and waited for the blow. For some reason, the girl felt nothing and decided to open her eyes to see what was happening. She saw something she did not expect. All these people were lying on the ground, unconscious. The princess suddenly heard a voice she recognized, saying that he was glad to meet her. The girl recognized this guy as the stranger who had previously introduced himself as Mr. Lufin. The masked people standing nearby did not understand who this guy was or where he had come from. The guy asked the princess to stay where she was and promised to deal with these people as soon as possible. The masked people decided not to delay any longer and rushed at the guy to get to the princess as quickly as possible. Dan did not just stand there, but also decided to attack these people, but he did so without magic, thanks to his good physical shape. These people were outraged that the guy dared to attack them at all, and this made them even angrier. Dan was in good shape, which worked to his advantage, and he was able to easily dodge their attacks. The guy managed to land a powerful blow on one of these people and had no intention of stopping there. The masked men saw how skillfully the guy was fighting and didn't understand who he was, but they still didn't lose hope of defeating him, because they had a big advantage in numbers. Dan was already getting slightly annoyed with these annoying people and realized that it was probably time to end all this. The guy knew he could use his magical abilities and deal with all of them in an instant. However, he continued to fight without using them, and he was doing quite well. Dan managed to take a sword from one of the guys, and now the guy was going to attack with it. The guy didn't use his magical abilities because he simply didn't want to make any extra noise. In the next moment, all these masked people had a hard time because it was almost impossible to dodge a guy who already had a weapon. Dan destroyed them one by one and was ruthless at that moment, simply because they left him no other choice. The guy ended up sending all these people to the other world and had no regrets. The princess watched all this from the sidelines and continued to stand motionless where Mr. Lufin had left her. Dan approached the princess and said that it was unsafe for them to stay there because the others would surely rush there very soon. The guy therefore suggested that the girl go on a date with him, if she had free time, of course. The princess thought she had misheard him and remained standing motionless, her face reflecting her surprise. After a while, Cardinal Fernando arrived at the scene of the battle with his men and began to examine everything around him, trying to understand what had happened. One of the masked men was seriously wounded but still conscious, and it was he who told Fernando that the boy had done all this. He added that it was the same guy who had previously stolen the golden statuette from the temple. Cardinal Fernando believed that God himself had sent them this chance, and this time they simply had to use God's will. At that time, the entire city was engulfed in flames, and explosions could still be heard in some areas. Vlad had just arrived at the place where explosions had been heard not long ago, and was now carefully examining everything around him. The man saw only destroyed buildings in front of him, while everything around him was still burning, and a large column of smoke was rising. Vlad was glad that, fortunately, there were no casualties this time, and he hoped it would stay that way. The man noticed in time that there was a masked man behind him who was about to strike with his sword. Vlad managed to dodge, and it was all thanks to the fact that the man was well trained, and his skills played into his hands. The man was able not only to dodge the blow, but also to attack himself. And after his attack, the shockwave threw the man far away from him. Vladdy now really wanted to know who he was dealing with, so he asked the masked man this question. Only now did the man notice that they were not alone, and that these people were now everywhere, and he began to guess that they were apparently waiting for him. Vladdy was immediately attacked by these people, and arrows flew at him from all sides, but the man managed to jump back and survive. The man also noticed a huge boulder flying straight at him, but he was able to easily deal with it, and thanks to his strength, split it into small pieces. Vlad had not yet recovered from the previous attack when he saw magical arrows flying at him from all sides. In a few moments, these magic arrows were able to bind the man's hands and prevent him from even moving. The masked men couldn't help but rejoice at this moment, because now they could easily send the man to the other world. The man did not share their opinion and had completely different plans in this regard, so he made every effort and managed to break the magical shackles that held his hands and feet. Vlad did not intend to give up, and as soon as he was free, he attacked those who were closest to him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the man noticed someone else helping him destroy his enemies. This person was very strong and possessed incredible magical abilities. Vlad finally managed to see who was fighting alongside him, and it was William himself. William didn't understand what Vladdy was doing there, but the man had the same question about him. Vladdy was just beginning to understand something, and his guesses were reflected in the concern on his face. William was probably thinking the same thing at that moment, because they both realized that if they were here, who would defend the academy? Suddenly, William sensed something, and Vladdy sensed it too. And that was that someone had just started using magic in the area of the academy. But the men couldn't go to the academy at that moment because they were surrounded on all sides by masked people again. There were a lot of these people, and the men understood that they would not be able to deal with them quickly. Vladdy guessed that it was most likely a trap and the men couldn't get around it. So now they had to solve this problem and do it as quickly as possible. People in masks were everywhere, including on the evening streets of the city, and most of them were focusing all their efforts on searching for the escaped princess. At that moment, the princess and Dan were hiding in a room in the mansion, trying to discreetly watch everything that was happening outside through the window. The guy didn't fully understand what was going on, but he was sure that those people were trying to kidnap the girl. The princess herself began to guess this, but she did not understand why they wanted to do this and what their goals were. They were unable to finish their conversation because the window to the room was broken, and shards of glass were scattered everywhere. Dan heard people in masks shouting to each other from the street that they had discovered their disappearance and were now planning to capture the guy and the princess. The guy didn't understand how they could find them, because he had cast an invisibility spell beforehand. Dan suddenly noticed the girl's bracelet, which protected Aurelia from certain types of magic, and now the guy understood why they had been found so quickly. The guy shared his thoughts with the girl and said he was pretty sure they were found because of her bracelet. Dan apologized to the princess in advance and began to manipulate the bracelet, thereby depriving it of its magical abilities. A few moments later, the princess was looking at an ordinary bracelet that could no longer be used to track them. At that moment, the people they had been hiding from burst into the room, and now they wanted to capture the guy and the princess and not let them escape again. Dan apologized to the princess in advance for his next actions. The guy picked up the girl and jumped out of the broken window, using his magical abilities. The boy hovered in the air with the girl, while the people who had begun to realize that they had let them slip away again watched them. Dan even began to taunt these guys with his words because the guy was mocking them and repeating that they would not be able to catch him, no matter how much they wanted to. Cardinal Fernando also arrived there and realized that it was the same guy. But now the man was going to see it through to the end. Fernando was confident in himself and his abilities, and no longer doubted that this time the guy would manage to slip away from him. The man decided not to delay and immediately began to attack Dan, using heavenly punishment. The princess and Dan saw lightning rapidly approaching them, which, if it reached its target, would immediately send the guys to the other world. The girl was very frightened but continued to hold on tightly to the guy while Dan tried to figure out how to escape the lightning. The next moment, there was a loud explosion and a flash so bright that it blinded everyone around. Cardinal Fernando continued to hover in the air without moving, hoping that this time the guy was finished once and for all. What a surprise it was when the man saw that the boy and the princess were fine after all, because they were under a protective dome that ultimately saved them. Fernando couldn't understand how this was possible because they shouldn't have survived. Dan realized that he had no choice but to fight the man. Fernando refused to listen to him and rushed straight at the boy, striking him with his blows. Dan hugged the girl tighter and rushed away, trying to dodge the attacks and setting up an air shield. Everything around the guys was burning and exploding, but they were safe because the air shield was doing its job well. The princess watched all this with wide eyes, and the girl was very scared, even though she tried not to show it. The guy made a decision and told the princess that she shouldn't worry about anything, and that it would be better to sleep, and then he used his magical abilities on her. The girl did not understand what kind of sleep Mr. Lufin was talking about, but in the next moment, the princess's eyes began to close and she fell into a deep sleep. The guy thought about how it wasn't so easy to put the princess to sleep, and that was probably because her bracelet was still absorbing a lot of magic. Dan saw how the villains below were preparing their bows and arrows to attack him and the princess. The guy was calm about this because arrows were powerless against him. One of Fernando's warriors appeared behind the guy and wanted to strike him with his weapon, which was a sword that the guy was clutching tightly in his hand. However, this man's attempt was unsuccessful because Dan's barrier still protected and shielded them. The young man proudly and with a smile on his face told the masked man aloud that all attempts were futile. One of them told his comrade, whose name was Fibrio, not to stop and to continue attacking. The guy was attacked by men from two different sides, and they really hoped that all their attempts would not be in vain. Even though Dan was carrying a sleeping girl in his arms, he deftly dodged these attacks, greatly angering his enemies. A large clump of magical energy flew at the guy, and anyone else in his place would have been destroyed long ago, but not Dan. Dan continued to maintain his protective barrier, which had already saved him more than once. The guy decided that it was time not only to defend himself, but also to attack these guys himself. Dan's attack landed a direct hit on one of them, and it was impossible for that person to withstand it. The masked man then fell headlong from a considerable height. Fibrio was ultimately defeated, and his companion did not expect this and really hoped that he would somehow survive. Dan told the guy that he didn't think he was in a position to worry about others right now. The guy didn't waste any more time talking and attacked the second man, who followed his companion's example. At this time, Fernando's warriors, who were on the ground, tried to aim their bows at the guy, hoping that their arrows would finally reach their target. All their attempts were futile because the guy with the sleeping princess in his arms was still hidden behind a protective dome. Dan was already quite tired of all this, and he used his magical abilities to send all the arrows intended for him back at the warriors who had shot them. The warriors had no way to dodge, and as a result of being hit directly by these arrows, in a moment they were all sent to the other world. Dan heard threats directed at him and a man viciously telling him that he would not let him go so easily. Cardinal Fernando decided to return to the battle and use God's punishment on the young man. Dan heard the man say God's punishment, and then the guy decided that the cardinal should try it, but on himself. Fernando couldn't understand how the guy had managed it because the man was sure that he was simply incapable of it. Dan saw everything burning around him and fiery arrows trying to catch up with him, but he managed to dodge them once again. The guy told the man that now he should try to dodge his blow. Dan decided not to spare anyone anymore and used the wind girl, directing it straight at the man. Fernando had a hard time and the man barely kept his balance and tried to dodge somehow, but it was almost impossible. After moving away a little, the man decided to use the Iron Mace of God. Dan continued to maintain a protective barrier around himself and the princess, but he couldn't help but notice that Fernando's last attack was good. The guy decided to teach the man a lesson and said that he was now very interested to see how he would be able to dodge this. Dan gathered a large clump of fiery energy and directed it all at Fernando, and it was spectacular. Meanwhile, the masked guy was lying on the ground, trying to come to his senses and watching everything that was happening in the sky. He began to worry greatly for his master Fernando because what he saw in the sky was ancient magic. The essence of this spell was that 7 tips would change the future and eliminate everything in their path, and all 7 tips would lead to only one certain outcome. What was happening in the sky above the earth at that moment was incredible. Dan used Giebold, a mythical spear with 7 spearheads from Irish mythology. The guy aimed it all at Mr. Fernando himself, but still held the sleeping princess in his arms. A few moments later, there was an explosion of incredible force, and the flash could be seen even from the other side of the city. William was able to see the glow even though he was far from the battle itself. He and Vlad had just finished fighting all the villains who had been destroyed. Even from a great distance, William Fendria could tell that someone had used ancient magic. Vladi at that moment looked very pensive and did not want to share his thoughts with anyone yet. Cardinal Fernando lay motionless on the ground after the explosion, while everything around him continued to burn. It took some time for the man to recover and sit up. Fernando began to look around and saw one of his men not far from him. The man turned to the masked man, whose name was Mario, and hoped that he was all right. Fernando did not understand how this had happened, and how they could have allowed such an outcome. Mario turned to the man, and the man asked his master to take care of everything. Fernando was furious because he could no longer influence the situation. The man did not understand how he could help his warrior, and out of despair, he even began to cry. Suddenly, the man felt sick, and his remaining warriors rushed to him. Fernando began to realize that he had probably suffered a rupture, and demanded that healing magic be used immediately. At that moment, Dan quietly lowered himself to the ground behind them, with the sleeping princess. Dan could hear the warriors telling the man that they had very little time, but Fernando insisted that they take care of the wounded first. The guy was distracted by the princess as she slowly began to wake up and come to her senses. Dan didn't think twice and disappeared very quickly, and when the girl finally came to, she was sitting on the path, but on her own. The men, namely William and Vlad, were already running towards the girl, hoping that the princess was all right. The first thing they did was ask the princess all these questions and wait for her answer as to whether she was injured. At that moment, the princess was concerned with only one question. Where had Mr. Lufin gone? No one could answer her. It was already late evening outside, but people continued to walk and have fun. Among these people was a girl, and no one paid any particular attention to her. This girl was Milphia, who was confidently heading in the right direction, but was attentive to everything that was happening around her. After walking some distance, Milphia turned into a dark alley and continued on her way. Only after walking a certain distance did the girl feel that she was being followed and that she was no longer alone. That's exactly what happened, and the girl was surrounded by a large number of warriors, while on the other side, a girl approached Milphia. The girl's face was still in the shadows, but she greeted Milphia, who was the branch manager, and added that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The girl finally stepped out of the shadows, and it was the deputy head of the Big Mama Information Brokerage Company. Milphia didn't know whether to be happy about this meeting, so she asked the girl what had brought her to the palace. The girl smiled at Milphia's question and replied that she thought she already knew everything. At that moment, a photograph flew into Milphia's hands, confirming that everyone already knew everything. The photo showed Milphia herself standing next to Cardinal Fernando, but the girl couldn't understand what was going on. The girl explained that after Milphia entered the Magic Academy, she became close to the princess, and then passed on all the information about her to one of the 12 members of the Zodiac, namely Leo. Milphia tried to explain that she had done no such thing, but the girl thought it was foolish to deny it when she had direct evidence in her hands. The girl believed that it was completely useless to make excuses because they had caught the traitor red-handed. The next moment, the girl decided that it was time to say goodbye to her, and all the warriors prepared their weapons. Milphia asked them to wait a little longer, because the girl had not lost hope that she would find arguments to justify herself. She tried to convince everyone that they were making a mistake and accusing the wrong person, but no one listened to the girl, and the warriors used their weapons. Only now Milphia had completely stopped understanding anything. The girl who was the deputy looked confused and even frightened, and one of the warriors held her tightly. Suddenly, the very photo she had shown Milphia earlier appeared in front of her, only now with a different meaning. The photo still showed Cardinal Fernando, but next to him was not Milphia, but her. The girl suddenly heard someone behind her say, "Did you really think you could deceive us with some kind of magic?" It was the nun who was known to everyone as Big Mama. Big Mama told the girl that she knew very well what usually happened to traitors. The girl tried to explain that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Big Mama decided that she had said everything she wanted to say and did not want to listen to the girl's excuses, so it was time to say goodbye to her. The girl was not given another chance to say anything, and she finally realized what awaited her. And so it happened, because Big Mama's warriors carried out their orders and sent her to the other world. Milphia watched all this and was very surprised because it turned out that everyone knew everything. Big Mama began to talk about what she should do now, since the position of deputy had just become vacant. Milphia approached the woman and looked at her intently, but did not dare to say anything yet. Without thinking twice, Big Mama told Milphia that as of today, the position would be hers. The girl certainly did not expect to hear this and now tried to comprehend and understand it all. The woman was about to leave, but before she did, she told the girl that she wanted to have dinner with her that evening. Milphia could no longer remain silent, so she asked the woman if she knew everything, why she hadn't told her about it. Big Mama replied that she just wanted to surprise Milphia and didn't want to explain anything else. Milphia was surprised by this answer, of course, but she didn't ask any more questions. In the Imperial Palace, everyone was busy with their own affairs and concerns, and everyone was happy that the princess had returned unharmed. The princess was already fast asleep, but she was not alone in her room. She had a watcher. It was His Highness, who had already been told that it was time for him to go. Everyone had gathered in a separate room, led by the king, and only one person was missing, who was no less important. All the important figures, such as the Chancellor and Vlad, were invited to this table. William himself was also invited to this important meeting, but they all sat and waited for one more person. The king was also waiting for this person, and when the doors opened into the room, he couldn't help but tell this person that he was late. This person was Jantes, who was also a prince, and his full name was Jantes von Bahamut de Aurelian Eltria. The prince immediately apologized and said that he would try to be more careful in the future. Since everyone was already gathered, there was no need to delay any longer, and the meeting could begin. It was announced to everyone that, according to their sources, the 12 Zodiacs were trying to seize the palace using the princess. William said that this was why they had created an operation called Maravina Cave. He went on to say that the only person they knew anything about was a man wearing a lion mask. William decided to show a map using magic and added that they had managed to learn something from the crime scene. In addition to the man who hid his face behind a lion mask, a Taurus and a Scorpio were also found. The Chancellor just didn't understand what they were doing there and what their purpose was. William replied that they had determined that these people were just watching from the sidelines and were not taking any action. One of the men, or more precisely the head of the Association of Adventurers, was upset because it turned out that Leo was the only person who took the bait. It was also said that Lev divided his men into 3 groups and tried to leave the Magic Academy. And thanks to an explosion that occurred 2 kilometers from the Magic Academy, but the man was not allowed to finish his sentence because the prince stopped him. The prince focused all his attention and pointed to a magic map on which a man was depicted, but his silhouette was severely distorted, and he asked why this man looked like that. He was told that it was most likely because this man had used magic that allowed him to disguise himself. The prince concluded that they probably did not even know who this man was, but William replied that this was not entirely true. He began to say that, according to Her Highness Princess Aurelia, the man had introduced himself to her as Mr. Luthen. When the prince heard this name, he paused for a moment because he had heard it somewhere before. Jantes finally remembered that this was the same man who had caused a stir not long ago. The prince began to think that this guy was probably one of the members of the Zodiac, but no one could confirm or deny this. After that, Jantes flew into a rage because it turned out that his people knew absolutely nothing and were unsure of anything. The prince asked General William why he thought Aurelia's life was worthless, since, in his opinion, they were so careless about everything. The king decided to intervene and ordered Jantes to calm down immediately and pull himself together. The prince could not contain his emotions and rose noisily from his seat and looked angrily at his father. Jantes began by reminding the king that Princess Aurelia was his own daughter. The prince believed that his father was too cold towards his daughter and considered this to be wrong. The chancellor tried to calm his highness down so that he would control his emotions and not forget who he was talking to. The king stopped the chancellor and said that his son Jantes was absolutely right and that he would not deny it. However, the prince did not understand why he was not interested in knowing how his majesty felt about the situation. The king said only that personal feelings should be foreign to the emperor. The prince left the meeting room but kept replaying his father's words that the emperor should not show his emotions. In the temple, Fernando's warriors used healing magic and tried to revive the man. The man began to make some sounds, which was a good sign that he would most likely be all right. One of his warriors leaned over the man to check if Mr. Fernando had regained consciousness. Fernando recognized his warrior's voice and realized that it was Mulib speaking to him. For some reason, the man decided that Mulib was behaving differently at that moment, but he couldn't understand why. No one answered him or explained anything, but simply asked their master to conserve his strength. Fernando couldn't help but ask what had happened to Mario, and he was a little afraid to hear the answer to his own question, but his fears were confirmed, and Mario had passed away, and they had been unable to help him. The man wanted to know what had happened to Fibrio. Malib replied to his master that, fortunately, Fibrio was not seriously injured and was responding well to treatment. Cardinal Fernando was angry that some guy had ruined the lives of two people who were very dear to him. At that moment, a man was sitting on one of the hospital beds and saying that he had sinned greatly against Fibrio. The man clutched a pendant tightly in his hands and thought that all this had happened very foolishly. In the southern part of the empire, there were granaries, located a little way from the city itself. It was already late in the evening, so almost every house had its lights on. There was no one in St. Percival's temple except for one man who was focused on only one thing. It was the Holy Father who was busy praying and was very absorbed in this activity. Suddenly, the Holy Father heard that he was no longer alone in the temple and welcomed his guest. Standing before him was a girl, and it was the holy maiden Hillis who had decided to visit the Holy Father. Hillis was grateful to the Holy Father for his hospitality at such a late hour. The Holy Father said that everything was fine, and how could he not accept a holy maiden who had just returned from a pilgrimage? The girl asked him to treat her to a cup of tea, which the Holy Father gladly agreed to. After a while, the two of them sat on the porch and drank tea, just as the girl had wished. The Holy Father believed that the girl's current pilgrimage was clearly not an easy one, to which Hillis replied that there were no easy things in the world. Hillis decided to share that she thought this time would be particularly interesting. The Holy Father was intrigued and of course wanted to clarify what exactly the girl found interesting. The girl was about to answer but suddenly froze and even stopped moving, which seemed strange. The Holy Father could not understand what was going on and what had alarmed and even upset the girl. He tried to find out what had happened to Hillis, but she did not give him a clear answer. Only after some time did he hear the girl reply that something had happened to her sister. The Holy Father put everything together and guessed that Hillis was talking about the paladin Fibrio. Hillis looked very upset and could no longer contain her emotions. The Holy Father felt great sympathy for the girl, but then he realized something. If Hillis was talking about her sister, then things were not so clear-cut. As far as he knew, Hillis had given her sister a miracle that she had been working on for a whole year. Hillis decided to explain that her sister had used what the girl had been working on for a whole year. The girl suddenly stood up abruptly and, apologizing, told the Holy Father that she had to leave urgently. The Holy Father also rose from the table and wanted the girl to let him walk her out. Hillis replied that everything was fine and that he didn't need to do that, adding that she would find her own way. As she was leaving, the girl decided to tell the Holy Father that she had met some good people on her pilgrimage. At that moment, people were talking near one of the mansions, and one of them said that the Holy Maiden was apparently late and suggested going inside, but he was told that it was not worth doing so, because they would surely get into trouble if they intruded without an invitation. Then it was decided that they had no choice but to wait, and it was a boy named Lon with his companions who plunged into his memories of what had happened to them. A month and a half before the ball in honor of Aureli's birthday, the boys were walking through the Zakram desert, each step becoming more and more difficult. The bright sun shone high in the sky and there was nothing but desert around them. The girl was beginning to get angry that the city still hadn't appeared, even though they had been walking for a very long time. Lan decided to apologize to the girl because he thought he should have been more careful. The girl said that the boy had nothing to apologize for because he was not to blame. Risha Blade was convinced that none of this would have happened if someone hadn't gone too far. The girl had already spoken directly to the vice captain, Nari, because he was the one who had gone a little too far at the time, and now they were all paying the price. The man said that there were no excuses for him, and that he would take full responsibility for what had happened, to which the girl replied that it would be better if he just found the city as soon as possible. He agreed, of course, and was not opposed to finding the city himself, while Lan began to remember that not so long ago, they were walking around Granville, and now they were wandering in the desert of Zaram. 10 days had passed since they set out to find Dan, and luckily for them, they managed to find out that he had gone to the capital. 2 days ago, they were able to hire a guide to get to the city without using transportation, so as to remain inconspicuous. However, the platinum coin did not make their lives easier, but rather complicated them. They wanted to pay for the guide's services with the platinum coin, but the men were shocked when they saw it, and so they ran into problems because of the large amount of money. When they finally reached the middle of the desert, their guides suddenly turned into bandits. Vice Captain Nari, of course, dealt with these bandits who wanted to take all our money, but the man went a little too far. Risha Blade believed that the man should have left at least one person who could show them the way. The man decided not to think at all and ended up killing all 3 bandits. The boy suddenly turned to the girl and said that it might be easier for them all to find the city if she flew. Risha thought this was a very good idea in principle, but there were 2 problems. The girl explained that, first of all, she had never used such magic before. Risha Blade added that secondly, and most importantly, she was afraid of heights. Lan did not expect to hear such an answer, but he accepted it because he had no other choice. The boy decided to try different options and suggested using water magic, but Risha Blade did not understand what he was talking about. Lan began to explain that with the help of water magic, they would be able to find water sources and, accordingly, the nearest settlement, and he thought it was worth trying right away. The sun had already set and night had fallen, and the caravan traveling through the desert stopped because they had discovered something. After dismounting from their camels, the men were able to take a closer look at those lying on the ground, and they were 2 men who had already passed away. They were slightly surprised because there was no one else nearby, and someone had done this to them. They suspected that it might have been the work of a villain, but there were no signs of poisoning on the men. One of the men said that the 2 had suffered cardiac arrest and that, judging by all appearances, a real professional had been at work. One of the men, the one who had once had an eye injury, was still riding a camel, but he listened carefully to everyone. After a long time, the guys finally managed to find the city, and now, having entered the hotel, they wanted to rent 2 rooms for the night. The man behind the counter replied that he didn't know what to do, because other guests had already booked the entire hotel. Lan decided to ask the man if there were any other places to stay nearby, but unfortunately they were told that there was only one hotel in the entire city. The boy began to ask desperately if there might be room for them in the stables, but they were all filled with camels. The man who heard the whole conversation from the stairs decided to find out what was going on. The man behind the counter began to explain that these people had come in search of lodging. The man apologized and said that the reason was that a very important person was staying at the hotel that night. The man behind the counter decided to see if they could find something else, since not all the rooms were being used for the important guest. He did not agree with this suggestion, and as he was about to leave, advised them to find another place to stay, but Lan asked him to stay. The boy began to say that surely it couldn't be so difficult for the man to allocate a single room. At that moment, Vice Captain Nari looked at the man intently and very sternly, all because they felt sorry for giving up even one room. Nari's gaze was angry, and his whole demeanor showed how much he liked the situation. The man who was still standing on the balcony decided to ask these people who they were, to which Nari asked him the same question in return. He was angry because he considered it a very stupid habit to answer a question with a question. Nari suddenly decided to take a different approach and said that he could force the man to answer his question. The man found this guy slightly amusing because he was not alone in this room, and his warriors were standing behind these guys. These warriors looked focused and ready to engage in battle with these people at any moment. The man advised Nari that it would be better for him to choose his words carefully rather than throwing around such loud words. He also advised them not to try any tricks and warned that otherwise their meeting could end very sadly. Nari was even glad to hear all this because he was sure that sometimes fists speak louder than words. At that moment, Lan tried to calm the vice captain down, but the boy was unsuccessful. While Nari was warming up his fists, the other men were already holding their weapons at the ready. The man drew his sword and realized that, judging by everything, the guy's life was not dear to him. Nari suggested that the man test whether he could send him to the other world. The next moment, Nari stood in a fighting stance and shouted loudly to the whole room that he was waiting for the men to attack him. But this plan was not meant to be, as a girl who appeared on the stairs ordered everyone to stop immediately. It was the girl everyone knew as the saintly girl, and it was she who stopped the brewing fight. Risha Blade and the boy apologized to the girl for the disturbance and said that it was just a small misunderstanding. The holy maiden replied that, on the contrary, she should apologize to them all for everything that had happened. She decided to introduce herself and called herself Hillis, adding that she was pleased to meet them. After these words, Risha Blade began to look more serious and focused. In one of the temples, it was announced that people had taken the ruby crystal, and this news was not pleasant. One of these people believed that this information was no longer relevant. The man was furious because his interlocutor could not even imagine how important the crystal was. The guy replied that the man shouldn't worry too much because he was sure that it would be found. He added that according to the latest report, the criminals had no specific goal and simply took the ruby crystal along with other valuables. The man asked the young man if they had managed to find out who these people were. The guy, who had a scar across one eye, replied that they had managed to find out. He began to explain that there were 3 people with red eyes. The Holy Virgin apologized again for her people and began to convince the boys that this would not happen again. Halis decided to clarify whether it was true that they had nowhere to stay for the night, and the boys confirmed this. The girl apologized and thought that perhaps she shouldn't have said that in front of everyone. Lon replied that it was all right, and that if she could just lend them a room, that would be wonderful. The Holy Maiden decided to turn to her warriors and remind them that they were all servants of the Lord. The girl believed that they should share his mercy, but the men did not thank him as they should have, instead asking for forgiveness in unison and adding that it was all just unexpected. The Holy Virgin insulted these men with various words, and Lon and his company were very surprised when they heard how the girl addressed them. All the men immediately fell to their knees and bowed their heads low, showing how much they regretted the situation. Lan couldn't remain silent and told the girl that there was no need to go so far. Halis believed that if they had made a mistake, it was obvious that they should be punished for it. The Holy Maiden told their small group that as a sign of their remorse, they would pay for everyone's stay here. Finally, Halis told the guys to feel at home here and not to worry about anything. The whole range of emotions and their surprise could be easily seen on the boys' faces. The man with the scar on his face sat at a desk in the office and read one of the documents carefully. He was very focused on what was written and tried to understand the most important points. The man summed up the situation and concluded that there were 3 suspects in this case, namely a girl and 2 boys, and they all had red eyes. He also noticed that the young people had a platinum coin and claimed that they were looking for a guide. He also knew that the people who had tried to steal their money had been found dead. The man assumed that the guys must have shown the coin as bait and taken all the components for the ritual, including the ruby. The man understood that this most likely meant that they were planning to stand in their way. The next morning, there was a strange atmosphere at the hotel where the guys were staying. Lan woke up feeling great and thought that the previous night had been wonderful. The boy suddenly looked around and was surprised, as he had not expected this in the morning. He was surprised to find that all his friends were already up and he was the only one left in the room. The boy quickly did all his morning chores and went in search of his friends. He stopped abruptly because everyone was sitting at the table downstairs and they were happy that the boy had finally woken up and were now calling him to join them for breakfast. Lan approached his friends to find out what had happened, and Mac replied that after talking to them, they all seemed like nice guys. The captain approached the boy and said that he sincerely apologized for his behavior yesterday, which was very unexpected for Lan. The man began to say that the boys should have told them right away that they were from the Raven tribe, and if they had known this information right away, they would have definitely lent them a room. Lan asked Risha if she had told them that they were from the Crow tribe, to which the girl replied that it would have been nice if that was the only thing he had told them. Risha reported that their vice captain had told them everything from the moment they were deceived until they got lost. The girl also said that there was more important news. They had told them that the lady from yesterday was a saint from the great temple of Persephone. Lan was very surprised and couldn't believe that the girl was a saint, and one of those chosen once every 80 years. The people who were supposed to guard and protect her had been having fun since early morning. A moment later, everyone saw the saint descend upon them, and at that moment, the girl had a very serious look on her face. The saint solemnly informed her warriors that they had a very long journey ahead of them today, and therefore ordered them to end their revelry and hurry up. The soldiers replied in unison that they were just about to wrap up, and the girl ordered everyone to gather immediately. Lan approached the girl and immediately apologized to her, saying that they did not know she was a saint. The girl suddenly said that she had overheard from her room that the boys had been deceived and lost their way. The saint said that in that case, she suggested they accompany her on her journey. Lan did not expect anything like this, so for a few minutes, the boy was simply at a loss. The man was riding his own camel with his weapon at the ready, looking for the people he needed. On his way, he met a man whom he wanted to ask if he had seen 3 people with red eyes, but the answer was negative. They asked this question to everyone they met, but the answer remained the same. These men entered the hotel, which was known to be the only one in the area, and were immediately greeted by the man at the front desk. A moment later, a dagger flew past the man's head and stuck into the wall, and the man was very frightened by the proximity of this action. They warned the man that they had no time for idle chatter, and advised him to answer all their questions quickly. The man with the scar asked the man if he had seen a group of 3 people with red eyes here. The man immediately guessed who they were talking about, but because of his fear, he couldn't speak clearly. Still, he managed to answer that he had seen them. Fearing for his safety, he began to say without hesitation that he had seen the 3 and that they had recently left this place with the saint. The man with the scar did not expect that the 3 he was eagerly searching for had any connection with the saint. At that time, a small caravan was traveling through the desert with people sitting in a carriage. Mac rode on horseback. watching everything around them and thus protecting the people in the carriage. Raisha, along with Lan and the Saint, rode inside the carriage, and the girl used her magical abilities to cool the air around them. The Saint was very grateful for this and was glad that this time she would not have to endure the heat. Raisha replied that it was nothing, as it was just simple magic. The boy suddenly wanted to know if the saint could use sacred magic. The girl replied that as a saint she was forbidden to use magic for her own benefit because they were told that it would interfere with their ascetic practice. Lan understood that the girl was committed to her practice, but now he was worried that traveling with her would interfere with that. The saint replied that everything was fine and added that she was actually grateful to them for agreeing to keep her company because she was already very bored of traveling alone. The girl decided to tell the guys that they would soon arrive in the Holy Lands of Zakarama. The saint suddenly fell silent because their carriage had lurched violently, and none of them understood what was happening. Mek jumped off his camel and signaled to everyone to stop immediately. The man looked into the distance and tried to understand who all these pests were that were blocking their way. He looked closely and saw a large number of warriors in the distance who had probably not come here for no reason. After only a few minutes, the man saw that all the warriors were well armed, and he finally realized that it was a trap. The commander ordered all his warriors to immediately prepare for battle and protect Her Holiness. The man with the scar signaled to his troops to get ready and said loudly for everyone to hear that he didn't care about the Holy One. The man wanted only one thing, for the 3 people with red eyes to go to the other world as soon as possible. The soldiers advanced on each other, and it was impossible to avoid this battle. The commander led his men forward, completely confident in his own strength and that of his men. Suddenly, behind the commander, one of the opponents was about to attack the man, and was very close to his target. The commander noticed this in time and now went on the attack himself, not wanting to waste any time. The man reminded his warriors not to forget to protect Her Holiness and ordered them to defend her at all costs, no matter what. The battle was only gaining momentum as no one planned to retreat or surrender at that moment. There were many attackers and repelling them was no easy task. Suddenly, another army appeared behind the attackers, and their numbers were also not small, but they were in no hurry to attack yet. These warriors were slightly different and were dressed in blue cloaks that completely hid their bodies. The army in blue cloaks suddenly ceased to be bystanders and decided to use their magical powers. These warriors, who appeared to be sorcerers, used a fireball that destroyed everything in its path. The magical power in the form of fireballs rushed towards the warriors and showed no mercy. In an instant, a huge fireball exploded at the site of the battle, engulfing everything around it in flames. The attacking warriors mocked them, thinking that the boys were clearly unlucky, and shouted that no one had the right to mess with them. They just didn't expect anyone to be able to resist and hold back their attack. Risha Blade was the one who created the defense and thus saved everyone from this attack. The girl had a very formidable and serious appearance and was not going to let anyone hurt them. Risha turned to her opponents and said that they shouldn't be so surprised because they should have known who they were messing with. A few moments later, some of the warriors were simply blown away because they were standing closest to the girl and, accordingly, were the first to get hit by her. Mek also had no intention of standing aside. On the contrary, he considered this a good opportunity to stretch his legs a little, and since his body was already itching, he wanted to fight someone. Their commander shouted to his warriors not to let themselves be intimidated, as there were only 10 of them at most. He was confident that they could at least defeat them all thanks to their numbers. Mak was in full combat readiness, and all his determination was written on his face. He realized that there was no time to waste, and using his weapon, rushed into the attack. Raisha did not stand idly by either, and attacked those who dared to attack them on the road with her magic. The warriors tried to take cover and defend themselves from the girl's attack, but it was very difficult to do so. The men who accompanied the saint saw what the Raven clan was capable of, and realized that they were no joke. The commander who rode up to the boys told them to leave their admiration for later, and said that a third of the squad should follow him. The man was going to make every effort to destroy the black mages in the rear. The mages, meanwhile, were not idle and used a fireball that was aimed at the saint's army. They achieved nothing with this attack, and one of the black mages became angry because he did not expect that, in addition to the holy knights, there would be people with such abilities here. The mage ordered his warriors to stop standing around and watching, and finally start acting, and he ordered them to open fire, hoping that their opponents would run out of steam before they did. He ordered them not to stop under any circumstances, but to continue shooting, so that they could achieve their desired goal. The black mages had a hard time and were destroyed one by one, and there was no way for them to avoid it. The mage was furious because he realized that even though they outnumbered their opponents, they were still losing. The commander of the Holy Squad rushed on his camel straight into the epicenter of the battle and was going to send all the enemies to the other world. The mage had no intention of surrendering. On the contrary, he was going to fight back and prove who was stronger. No matter what, he considered these warriors to be mere puppets and attacked them personally, which led to an explosion a moment later. The Black Mage was sure that his attack had sent all the warriors to the other world, especially that bold commander. At the last moment, he suddenly saw an arrow flying straight at him, but he still managed to dodge it. The mage was able to dodge, but his comrade was not, and so he immediately went to the other world. The man, whose face was still difficult to see because of the large column of smoke, told the Black Mage that it was too rash of him to think that those who betrayed the Lord had a future. A few minutes later, the smoke cleared and the commander and his soldiers were clearly visible, determined to send all these traitorous mages to the other world. The mage looked on and could not believe it, for he was sure that his attack had hit its target and that he had destroyed everyone. But then he looked closer and saw someone. The saint was kneeling and praying with her eyes closed, surrounded by magical flashes. The girl suddenly said that it was all God's will. The commander and his warriors were inspired and encouraged by these words even more, and rushed to attack their opponents with renewed strength. The mage was already burning with rage as he realized that nothing was over yet, but most likely just beginning. All the black magicians used a fiery attack, hoping that it would stop the holy warriors. The commander ordered his warriors to keep their formation and fight to the end, refusing to even consider the possibility of defeat. Close combat began between them, and the battle was not easy, as each side was strong in its own way. The commander was distracted for a few seconds when he noticed that the mage who was leading them was leaving the battlefield, trying to do so unnoticed. The man tried to figure out how to prevent this, as he wanted the mage to get what he deserved. Because he was distracted, the commander did not notice the attack on him and was wounded as a result. The man looked at the one who wounded him and could not believe that it was this person standing before him. The commander saw a man with a scar in front of him and did not understand why he was there. The man was going to finish what he had started, namely to send the commander to the other world, and so he swung his weapon at the man. The man with the scar was ruthless and had no intention of showing mercy to anyone in this battle, so he decided to start with the commander. Suddenly, a voice came from the side, ordering the man with the scar to stop immediately. After these words, a magical attack flew at the man, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. The vice captain was the one who prevented the man from destroying the commander, and did not allow him to finish what he had started. Mech looked closely at the man and said that since he was apparently the leader here, he would now have to fight him too. The man looked closely at Mac and rejoiced, for he had finally found a person with red eyes. At that moment, the saint was kneeling in the carriage with her eyes closed, praying incessantly. At that moment, the commander saw strange things suddenly happening to him. The man's wound began to mysteriously heal right before his eyes, and it was amazing. Mac also turned his attention to this and tried to understand what was happening, because he had never seen anything like it before. The commander said that it was all thanks to her holiness because the girl had used her blessing. The man was almost certain that the saint had also bestowed this ability upon Mac. The commander decided to warn Mac to be more careful with the man with the scar because it would not be so easy to defeat him. Mech was surprised that the commander knew him and asked who the man was, and the commander replied that they were facing the Dark Knight of Malaysia. The commander also said that this man was nicknamed the King of all mercenaries and that he was very dangerous. Mac was ready for any battle and was not at all opposed to measuring his strength against the King of mercenaries himself. He even found it amusing. The Black Knight did not wait any longer and rushed to attack Mac using his weapon. The two men locked horns in combat, and it was a very impressive sight to behold. Mac did not look frightened. On the contrary, he was completely confident in his abilities, and from the outside one could say that the man was slightly overconfident in this regard. The Black Knight launched one attack after another, and although Mac was clearly struggling, he managed to parry or dodge each one. With each attack, Mac was hit harder and harder, but he remained firmly on his feet. The two fighters tried to find each other's weak spots, but so far, neither had succeeded. They were both well-trained in martial arts, which made their battle even more spectacular. After one clash with his opponent, the Black Knight saw that his weapon was broken, which came as a big surprise to him. Mac didn't give the man time to recover and immediately rushed to attack, getting quite close to him. The Black Knight tried to cover himself somehow and thought about what to do next. Mac decided to act more aggressively and, with his next attack, managed to knock the Black Knight off his feet. The vice captain understood that while he had a chance, he had to take advantage of the moment. Mac suddenly said that now the King of Mercenaries should try to dodge, and he looked very sinister. The Black Knight tried to come up with something because he was essentially left without a weapon, and the man understood perfectly well that he would not be able to hold out for long. The Mercenary King could think of nothing better than to throw a handful of sand in his opponent's eyes, which disoriented Mac for a while. The Black Knight tried to take advantage of the situation and reach his opponent, but he failed because Mac noticed everything in time. The King of Mercenaries was already beginning to lose his temper because he couldn't destroy the man. The man, who was very angry, decided to attack with his weapon, or rather what was left of it, and wanted Mac to finally go to the other world. Mac stopped the Black Knight without much effort, grabbed him by the arm, and looked much more confident and calm than his opponent. The vice captain, having nothing else at hand, decided to attack the Black Prince with his head. After that, both stood rubbing their heads, but Mac was pleased with himself while the Black Prince was slightly disoriented. Mac believed that this helped them refresh themselves in a way and was ready to continue. The Black Knight took another careful look at the man in front of him, for his strength was incredible, and so the King of Mercenaries assumed that Mac was from the Raven tribe. Mac stood and smiled contentedly, and next to him were the holy warriors who were ready to protect the young man at any moment. The commander believed that everything would soon end right here, and he would personally make every effort to ensure that. The Black Knight was ordered to immediately lay down his arms and surrender, as it would be better for him. The man looked back and saw that all his comrades were lying motionless on the ground, some of them simply unconscious, but most of them already dead. At that moment, Risha used her magical abilities to attack the remaining enemies. The girl was going to stand with the holy warriors until the very end, and Lan was with them. The commander immediately warned the Black Knight not to think that this was the end, and at that moment, the man assessed the situation, and as much as he didn't want to, the decision on how to proceed was already obvious. The Black Knight struck the sand very sharply and quickly with his magic so that his plan would ultimately work. The warriors tried to take cover and hold their breath as much as possible, as the Black Knight had used a smoke bomb. The commander tried to see something through the smoke so as not to lose sight of the man, but it was already too late. A moment later, one of the men blew a special horn to signal the others. It was a special signal and a sign that the order to retreat had been given, and no one could disobey it. The holy warriors did not understand what was happening, and why their opponents had suddenly turned away from them and fled. The men tried to understand what was going on, and their commander explained that apparently their leader had ordered them to retreat. The commander called two warriors named Mel and Zik to him because he had a special task for them. The man ordered the two warriors to follow them and warned that if things got too heated, they should immediately retreat and return. The commander decided to find out if there were any wounded among them, and one of the soldiers replied that, fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Suddenly, the warriors heard that, naturally, none of them had been injured. The saint decided to get out of the carriage and appear before her soldiers, and she confirmed that there were no casualties. The girl looked slightly annoyed and began to speak aggressively to the men. The saint was angry because she had warned her warriors not to get seriously injured, but they had disobeyed her. The girl said that they could not even imagine how difficult it was to create blessings. The girl also said that she was on the verge of losing control, and that it could have ended very badly for her. Reisha and Lan stood a little to the side and were slightly surprised. Despite everything, the guys concluded that the warriors and the saint got along quite well with each other. A large column of warriors marched through the desert at sunset in the direction they needed to go. Mel and Zeke hid and watched the troops from the sidelines, thus carrying out their commander's orders. The men were surprised when they realized that the troops were heading for the sacred land of Zakram. This small town was famous and known to many for the magical large tree that grew there. The Black Knight moved through the streets of the city and was upset that they had been defeated. The man walked purposefully to the temple because he needed to figure something out. The Dark Mage said sarcastically that the man had finally deigned to join them. The Black Knight passed by the Dark Mage and with one movement sent him straight to the other world. The other mages who were also in the temple at that moment were shocked by what had happened. The mages did not understand what the man had done and thought that he had become completely uncontrollable. The Black Knight calmly said that this mage had fled the battlefield because he was afraid. The Black Knight also said that he seriously doubted that this man could be trusted after such an act. One of the men asked the Black Knight if he had found the ruby crystal, to which the man with the scar replied that it would take a little more time. One of the mages began to insult the man, claiming that he had no idea how important it all was. The Black Knight also became angry and said that if they needed the ruby so badly, they should look for it themselves. The man added that their lives were not as valuable as his own, which angered the mage even more. The mage continued to insult the Black Knight and did not hold back in his expressions. The Black Knight was confident in his abilities and therefore replied to the mages that they could try to send him to the other world if they could, of course. As he left, the man decided to warn them that in that case they would have to be prepared for the consequences. The mage was outraged by the man's boldness and, turning to their leader, hoped that they would not let this man go just like that. The man who was in charge of them all simply said that they should begin the ritual, and that was all for now. The magician tried to pressure them by saying that they still needed the ruby crystal, but the man replied that greed was one of the cardinal sins. A moment later, despite all the misunderstandings, the man began the ritual and magical currents swirled around the magician. The magician's face began to take on a terrifying appearance and something strange began to happen to him. The man they considered to be the leader paid no attention to anyone and simply said that the great Lord of Darkness would rise here. External changes began to occur to him as well, and he said that the others would surely join him. The magicians were seriously frightened as they realized that this was all very serious, and so they began to beg him to spare them and not touch them. Their pleas fell on deaf ears, and soon it was their turn and they could not escape it. The patrol that was posted around the perimeter suddenly stopped because it heard some strange sounds, but its partner said it didn't hear anything suspicious. While one of the guards was thinking that he was almost certain he had heard something, the other one was already gone. A few minutes later, it was the other patrolman's turn, and it was done very quickly and quietly. The commander and his soldiers had already joined Mal and Ziku, and it was they who eliminated the patrol. The man was determined to find out what was going on here under any circumstances. The commander wanted to know why these mages were in Zaram and understand what their goal was. One of the soldiers approached the man and reported that there were many more of these people than they had anticipated. The warrior was sure that they should first request support and then start doing something. While the commander was thinking about what the right decision would be, their opponents shouted at the top of their lungs that there were strangers on their territory. A battle had already begun below, with everyone trying to attack each other while remaining unharmed. The commander watched all this from the balcony, trying to understand what was happening below and who was fighting whom. He looked more closely and recognized one of the men as the paladin Mario and was slightly surprised. The mages were fighting the warriors who were led by that very paladin, Mario. Mario fought back to back with his warriors and looked like a well-trained and prepared man. Suddenly, Mario saw more warriors rushing towards them, led by a man he knew well, Albatross. Mario tried to understand how Albatross and his small army had ended up in this place. One of the mages seized the moment and, while Albatross was slightly distracted, decided to attack him with his weapon. Albatross had extensive combat experience and was therefore able to react in time and block the attack. The man easily defeated the mage who attacked him and sent him to the other world. Mario wanted to discuss many things with the man, but he understood that this was unlikely in the current situation, so he suggested talking after they had dealt with everyone. Albatross thought it was a great plan and that they would stick to it. The commander believed that it was necessary to simply restore order in this place, and therefore ordered his soldiers to attack. The men's attention was drawn to the bright light coming from the temple windows, and they guessed that something strange was happening there at that moment. For a moment, everyone froze and just stared at the window, and even the magicians did not know what was happening in the temple. Suddenly, they all saw something and did not even know what to call this creature or what it was. This monster was of impressive size and felt very confident, intending to deal with anyone who stood in its way. A little earlier, all the mages in the temple had been destroyed, and their faces looked as if they had been sent to the other world many years ago. Only one survived, but now he looked more like a monster than a human being. This monster was a spawn of darkness itself, and its bright red eyes were proof of that. The monster came out of the temple onto the street and now attacked the warriors one by one who belonged to the Holy One. The commander was a little behind and froze in surprise, as he had no idea what kind of monster he was seeing. The man tried to figure out what to do next, but so far no useful ideas came to him. The monster opened its mouth or maw wide, and a magical sphere began to form there, which clearly did not bode well. Less than a minute later, the monster began firing this magical sphere at everyone standing in front of it. Mario unexpectedly managed to get close to the monster and, with one powerful movement, damaged one of its limbs. The monster was angry, but it possessed many things that were unknown to humans, and so something incomprehensible began to spread across its body. Mario froze in shock, as he had never seen anything like this in his life and was simply not prepared for it. Albatross came to his aid and stepped forward, while Mario ordered everyone to leave immediately. The commander shouted loudly for everyone to run away from there as quickly as possible. The monster did not allow this to happen, as the roots spreading across its body caught everyone they could reach. The warriors tried to resist in some way, but they were significantly inferior in strength to this monster. Something terrible was happening in that place, and it was clear from a distance, but no one knew how to deal with it. There was only destruction and ruin around, and many warriors were destroyed by this monster. Albatross leaned on his knee and tried to recover a little after what had just happened to them. The monster was still intact and unharmed, and planned to finish what it had started. The monster targeted the commander and was about to send the man to the other world. The commander knew what awaited him, but since he was a true warrior, he was going to fight to the end, no matter what. The man closed his eyes tightly and waited for the punishment, but for some reason nothing happened, so he decided to open his eyes to see what had stopped the monster. Albatross certainly did not expect this and did not even hope for it, but before them was a magical barrier that protected them from the monster. The saint had no intention of abandoning her people in trouble, so she came to the man's aid and did not forget to reproach him for not listening to her earlier request that they stop hurting themselves. The girl looked magnificent, and her appearance alone inspired everyone that everything would be fine. Lan was also there, and coming closer to the man, he said that they couldn't just stand by and watch. Albatross certainly did not expect to see the boy here and was impressed by his bravery. At that moment, the monster did not stop pursuing its one and only goal, which was to destroy them all, and therefore rushed into the attack. Mech was also one of those people who did not want to stand aside and was ready to do anything to defeat the monster. The man was full of fighting spirit, and the monster alone could not scare him. Mac looked back at the commander and said that apparently they were shoulder to shoulder again. The commander did not expect such support and was grateful for it, but then Raisha intervened and said that it would be better to leave all conversations for later. The girl was determined to defeat this monster because she just wanted to take a shower as soon as possible. Raisha used her magical abilities and unleashed a firestorm aimed at the monster. The fire burned brightly and fiercely, and it was impossible to see anything through it. This did not scare the monster, so it deftly passed through the fire and aimed at everyone standing in front of it. Mech jumped forward, saying that he would not allow any monster to cause harm. The man was a master with his weapon, and it was thanks to this that he rushed at the monster. The monster took it all on himself, but he was still able to stand on his feet, even though it was difficult for him. The monster regenerated again and did not become any less confident in itself and its powers. Max struggled to defend himself and withstand the monster's attack. The shockwave threw the man back, and now he was trying to recover a little. The man was immediately attacked by the monster again, but suddenly a protective field appeared around him. The saint was the one who had set up the protective field in front of the man and told Mac to get up and do it quickly. At that moment, Risha Blade attacked the monster from the other side and decided to use Air Slash. The monster reacted to this and was able to dodge, and now directed all its anger at the girl. At that moment, Mech came to Risha Blade's aid and attacked the monster with one powerful blow. After this blow, the monster lost one of its limbs, but the man was not going to stop there. The girl also joined in and, thanks to her magical abilities, used Fire Wave. Almost immediately, there was a huge explosion that blinded everyone around. At that moment, the man was standing on the roof, watching everything that was happening on the ground, and he already understood that things had not gone as they had originally planned. The tree still stood in the city, but everything around it was burning, blazing, and destroyed. One monster had caused a lot of damage, but fortunately they were able to deal with it and destroy it. The warriors stood a little to the side and watched this creature because they needed confirmation that it would never be able to rise again. Risha Blade stood with her companions and did not understand why everyone was staring at them so intently. The saint suddenly thanked the whole company and said that thanks to them, she was able to save the temple from the evil intentions of those people. Lancelot smiled and said that the girl had paid for their lodging, so they would consider that they had simply done their duty. One of the warriors approached the girl and greeted his saint. The saint recognized Marionim in this man and was very surprised by his presence here. The girl immediately asked Marionim how he ended up here. The man replied that he had come here because he had received a report that Ethan was here. They looked back and saw those who were lying on the ground at that moment and realized that it seemed to be true. The saint asked Mario if everything was okay with Vibrio, and the guy replied that she was fine and doing well, so she had nothing to worry about. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said that she was very worried because Fibrio had gone to the imperial capital alone. The saint suddenly remembered that Lon and his friends had mentioned that they were looking for someone in the imperial capital. The girl said that because the imperial capital was so huge, she thought it would be very difficult for the three of them to find anyone. The saint added that if they didn't mind, she would like to help them. The man asked Lon why he was frozen in place since the girl said she wanted to help them. Risha Blade said right away that she didn't care as long as she could finally wash herself properly. Without thinking twice, Lon replied that he would be very happy about that. It was already late evening outside, but the lights were still on in the windows of one mansion. The man entered the room and did so confidently, because they were already waiting for him there with news. He informed the man sitting at the table in the room that his experiment had failed. The man at the table was wearing a mask and was now listening attentively to what he was being told. After listening, the man in the mask silently pulled out a shelf in his desk, intending to get something. There was a medallion with a zodiac sign on it, and the man replied to the visitor that if everything was as he said, then he had to prepare the next experiment. Snow was falling on the imperial capital as winter had already arrived and it was cold, and at that moment a very pensive young man was walking through the streets of the city. This young man was Dan, and he was thinking about what to expect in the future as he had already come a long way toward his goal. He stopped near one of the buildings and realized that something new was waiting for him now. Starting today, the guy was beginning his week-long internship and he was even a little nervous about it. The internship location usually depended on grades, and those with excellent grades could choose where they wanted to do their internship. So Dan was able to choose where he wanted to go. Dan's thoughts were interrupted by a man who suddenly approached him and said that the guy had arrived too early. Flam met the guy on the street and said that it was their first day of practice and that he was probably as nervous as the man himself. Dan was a little surprised because he had no idea that Flam was an honor student. Dan told his friend that he would be doing his internship in the 3rd department, and Flam replied that he would be in the 4th. The guy realized that their paths would diverge at this point, and they wished each other luck. Dan entered the office of the 3rd department and saw that work was already in full swing there, and a man with a serious appearance was sitting at the table. The guy carefully examined the place where he would be doing his internship and was looking forward to something new. He approached the man and said that he was Dan von Mark and added that he would be interning here. The man, without looking up from his work, simply asked Dan what time it was. He immediately said sternly that interns should not be late, and this man was the director of the 3rd group, whose name was Pelgrant von Bolognese. Dan was slightly taken aback at first, but still told the director that he still had half an hour before starting work, to which the man replied that it was not worth arguing with him. Pelgrant ended up saying more to himself than to Dan that this was exactly why he didn't like today's children. Dan was surprised and shocked and didn't know how to react to all this. After a while, work was in full swing in the office, and everyone was busy with their own tasks. Dan glanced at his director from time to time, trying to do so discreetly. The guy suddenly heard the man say that he was looking at him because he had apparently finished his work or for some other reason. Dan didn't expect such a rude question, but he still replied to the director that he had already finished what he had been asked to do. Pelgrant did not believe the young man's words and therefore decided to take a look at what he had done himself. The man carefully checked Dan's work and was initially surprised by his speed, but then got his emotions under control. While checking the work, Pelgrant periodically glanced at the young man and could not believe that he had done all this in just one working day. All the employees became involuntary listeners to their dialogue and now watched the further events closely. Pelgrunt became angry when he noticed all this attention and began to reprimand all the employees, saying that they did not have so much free time to just stand and watch, because at the end of the year they had even more work and everyone had something to do. Dan was surprised by his boss's reaction and didn't understand what he was going to say to him now. The man suddenly told the young man that this was not all his work, and that he clearly had other things to do, such as cleaning up, but definitely not loafing around. Dan did not expect such a reaction and therefore immediately rushed to carry out his director's order. The young man tried to do everything quickly and efficiently so that his director would have no opportunity to make any comments. It was already late evening outside and everyone was rushing about their business, including the man walking down the street in the direction he needed to go. Mr. Pelgrunt had finished his workday and was now going to visit one place. The man confidently entered one of the cafes, but it was deserted, and apparently there were reasons for that. Pelgrunt was already expected at this cafe, and the man told him that he was very punctual as always. The man sat at the table and greeted Pelgrunt, adding that they had not seen each other for a long time. This man was Chancellor Arcanta von de Fiola Althemius, who was going to discuss something with Pelgranta. At that time, in one of the city's taverns, a young man was indignant because he did not understand how they could leave him alone with all those papers, especially since he was still a novice. Dan was the guy who was complaining to his friend about his first day on the job and added that all the checks and documents they gave him weren't even close to being organized. Flam listened carefully and sympathized with him. Flam considered the guy special because even just being able to leave after all that work meant a lot, to which Dan replied that it was all meaningless because he hadn't even received a small compliment. The man tried to cheer Dan up and said that even if that was the case, he shouldn't be discouraged on his first day at work. Flam advised the guy to smile and not pay too much attention to it, because sooner or later the head of the department would definitely notice all his efforts and appreciate them. Dan was pensive, and then he decided to drink his mug of ale in one big gulp. After the guy noisily put the empty mug on the table, he had already made up his mind. Dan decided that he would show his department head who was boss, and he had no intention of backing down. At that moment, the men were having a conversation, and Pelgrunt reproached the Chancellor for asking him not to send him any more interns. The man replied that all interns were distributed equally among each department head, and that he could not give him anyone. The Chancellor realized that Pelgrunt still couldn't forget what had happened in the past. The man added that it had been more than 5 years since the incident, and he believed that Pelgrunt had repented enough, and it was time to let it go. Pelgrunt replied that he couldn't just let it go because the incident was still on his mind, and he felt as if it had happened yesterday. The man finally handed the Chancellor the sealed document that was the reason they were all there. Pelgrunt said that the documents contained information about the Scorpion and that the Chancellor should definitely take a look at it. The Chancellor took the document and began to study everything written in it very carefully. He thought that the person depicted in them looked too frail to be part of the Scorpion, and Pelgrunt replied that it could just be a decoy. The Chancellor told Pelgrunt that he could go to the other world and asked if he was really ready to take such a risk. Pelgrunt replied that he had come here knowing all the risks in advance and was therefore ready. The man said that the Chancellor should not worry because he was going to catch this man no matter what. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly over the estate where Dan and his companions lived, and the day promised to be a good one. Reese approached one of the rooms and knocked, waiting for a response, as he was sure that the person he had come to see must be there. The man knocked again and told Dan that he had prepared a breakfast for him, but there was still no response. Reese knocked a few more times and only then decided to open the door and look into Dan's room. He was surprised to find the room empty and the guy's bed already made, but Reese didn't understand where Dan had gone, as it was still early in the morning. Dan, meanwhile, was already in his office, ready to start the new workday before everyone else and thus surprise his boss. Because of the conflict he had with the head of the department yesterday, the guy decided to come to work an hour early. Dan suddenly heard his boss's voice and was surprised because he didn't expect him to be there yet. The director told the guy that Dan probably had nothing to do since he came to work so early. The guy decided to ignore his director's sarcastic comment and simply said good morning to the man. After a while, Dan was looking at a huge stack of papers that were apparently intended for him. Pelgrunt told the guy that he now had a list of all the people in their district in front of him. Dan needed to sort everyone by age and do it as quickly as possible. Work in the third department was in full swing, and every employee was busy with their own tasks as there was enough work for everyone. Director Pelgrunt was also busy, carefully studying the documents on his desk. Suddenly, Dan placed the stack of documents in front of the man and said that he had already completed the task. Dan asked his director with a smile on his face if there was anything else that needed to be done. Pelgrunt replied emotionlessly that he now needed to sort everything by address, which Dan had not expected. The director said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to, but the young man was not going to back down and replied that he would definitely do everything now. Dan was angry and mentally called his director all sorts of names, but he continued to carry out the task assigned to him. After a while, Dan approached Pelgrunt's desk and loudly threw all the documents on it, thereby making it clear that he had already completed this task. The guy asked the man to double-check everything and gloated to himself, considering himself the winner in this situation. Director Pelgrunt, also without much emotion, showed Dan a list of all the people who had passed away that year, and told the guy that he needed to remove them from the list he had just sorted. Dan's expression changed, and the man noticed it and said with a smirk that if the guy didn't want to, he didn't have to do it. But Dan said he needed to go to the bathroom. If you looked closely, you could see someone flying at high speed in the sky above the city. Dan was that person, rushing at high speed and thus venting his anger at the department head. The guy had no intention of giving up, but now he couldn't control his emotions. It was already late evening outside, and Dan was the only employee left in the office, continuing to work on his assignment. Dan was angry, but he had no intention of giving in and losing to his director. And at that moment, the head of their department, Mr. Pelgrunt, was quietly watching the guy. Mr. Pelgrunt couldn't help but notice how persistent and responsible his new intern was. After his workday, the man decided to go to a tavern and, approaching the bar, asked the bartender to give him a glass of the cheapest alcohol. Pelgrunt added that Sunset would be the cheapest, and the bartender was given a kind of password. The bartender left everything he was doing and told the man to follow him, leading him away. Mr. Pelgrunt went down to a special room where a girl whose face was hidden behind a thick veil was already waiting for him at the table. The girl said that she had not seen the man for a very long time and greeted Mr. Pelgrunt von Bolognese. Without further ado, the man placed his suitcase on the table in front of the girl. Pelgrunt asked the informant if the information about the scorpion had been prepared for him. The girl, who was the informant, replied that, of course, all the information had been prepared. Dan, after a long, hard day at work, was returning home late in the evening and did not look very happy. He couldn't calm down and continued to be angry at his department head, but he promised himself that he would definitely take revenge on him for all this. Dan suddenly saw the person he had just been thinking about, and it was Mr. Pelgrunt. The guy didn't know what his director was doing in this place, but the man looked very pensive. Dan noticed that Mr. Pelgrunt had left the tavern and was there alone. The next day, the guy was already at his workplace and was determined to keep fighting and not give up. Dan sat among two huge stacks of papers and didn't know where to start. The guy secretly looked at the head of the department and was angry that the man had been chasing him since early morning. Dan mentally decided to challenge the man and see who would prevail in the end. The guy suddenly decided to offer his colleague a cup of tea, which he gladly accepted. Dan said that he would do everything right now without any problems. Dan went to the kitchen in their office and began to prepare everything he needed. After a while, the guy was pleased that he had finally made enough for all the employees. Dan came up with a cunning plan in his head, and to carry it out, he needed to use his spatial pocket. He took a plant called jergamorphine out of his pocket, which could cause stomach pain after consumption. Dan believed that nothing terrible would happen to his boss. He would just feel sick and run to the bathroom. The guy walked into the office with a tray in his hands and told everyone that they should take a short break and drink his tea. Dan personally approached his boss's desk and handed him his portion of tea, prepared according to a special recipe. The guy put the cup on the table and said that he'd better get back to work. The man looked closely at the cup of tea in his hands and wondered whether he should accept it or not. Dan kept looking back to see if the man was drinking the tea that the guy had prepared according to a special recipe or not. The guy mentally asked him to finally drink it, and suddenly the man began to bring the cup to his mouth. The next moment, something happened that was a big surprise to Dan, and the guy looked surprised, all because his boss suddenly felt very ill. All the employees immediately noticed that something was wrong with the man and rushed to his aid to find out what was wrong with him. Dan heard someone start shouting that they shouldn't stand around but should immediately contact the temple. After a while, the employees of their department were standing near the hospital bed and watching the patient closely. The head of the department was lying unconscious on the bed, but fortunately, his life was no longer in danger. However, everyone was still puzzled and did not understand what had happened to the man. Dan was among those employees who were slightly surprised that there was someone among them who was so skilled in magic. They believed that it would have been a very sad outcome if Mr. Dan had not used his detoxification magic at that moment and considered this act incredible. The men believed that Dan had shown himself in a very good light at that moment. Their memories were interrupted by people who entered the room and immediately addressed Mr. Dan himself. The men told the young man that they needed to talk to him immediately and do so in private. Their further conversation took place in the main office of the White Deer Knights. The men informed the young man that they had found poison in Mr. Pelgrunt's stomach and that it was horin. The man in the interrogation room told Dan that there were suspicions that he had given the man the poison. Dan watched all this and did not understand where the ferret came from, because he definitely did not give it to his boss. They began to tell the young man that they had witnesses who claimed that Mr. Pelgrunt had started spitting blood right after Dan brought him tea. Dan began to say that he hadn't done it and that he had no reason to give the man the poison. They thought the guy was lying and demanded that he finally start telling the truth. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room opened and another person entered. This man quietly told his subordinate that he had said many times that it was not worth accusing the guilty party until they had finally figured out what had actually happened. A man with a respectable appearance entered the room and made this remark to his employee. The man decided to apologize to Dan for his subordinate's mistake. This man told his subordinate to leave and leave them alone, adding that he would deal with the young man himself. The man first thanked Dan for helping Pelgrunt and thus saving the man's life. He explained that he and Pelgrunt were very old friends, but the guy was still under investigation, and since it was all part of the process, Dan should understand him. The man told the young man that they had found another substance when they pumped Pell Grant's stomach. He added that after testing, they were able to determine that the substance was zergamorphine. The man added that it was the same substance they found in the tea and that the guy had made the tea. Dan was asked to explain what had actually happened because they wanted to understand the situation. Dan realized that there was no point in hiding this information anymore, so he confessed that he had slipped the man gergamorphine. The guy began to explain that over the past 4 days he had been under enormous stress from Mr. Pelgrunt's constant grumbling and orders. He added that he realized he was doing wrong, but he really wanted the man to suffer from diarrhea, and this was his revenge. The man listened carefully to Dan and understood that he believed his words. He just didn't understand how Dan was able to get gergamorphine, to which the guy replied that he had brought it with him from his small rural village. Dan explained that he needed herbs for his alchemy practice. The guy added that he had no doubt that they also knew that gergamorphine was an illegal substance. The man thought about it after hearing about alchemy and now understood how the guy managed to save Mr. Pelgrant. Dan believed that since he had told everything honestly, he could now be free. The man replied that this was not quite the case and that, unfortunately, the young man would have to stay here a little longer according to their rules. He added that since this was a rather serious matter and involved a high-ranking official, Dan quickly thought it over and told the man that he had one small request. The young man asked them to give him 1 day and he would find the criminal who had committed the crime. The man did not understand how the young man was going to find the criminal. Dan replied that the poison found in Mr. Pelgrunt's stomach had started to take effect almost immediately, but there was a way to slow it down. The man was surprised by this information because he had never heard anything like it before and wanted to know what this method of slowing down the poisoning was. Dan replied that if the specially treated horin was covered with a thin layer, it would be possible to slow down its entry into the stomach. The guy went on to say that this meant that if they started looking for someone who used this method, they would be able to find the criminal. The man just didn't understand how the guy was going to find out how many people were capable of doing such a thing. Dan said that the man shouldn't worry about that because he already had his own ideas. After a while, Dan was already on the street and was about to carry out his plan, as the man believed him and gave him 1 day to find the criminal. The young man stood near the tavern that Mr. Pelgrante had visited the previous evening. The guy at the Big Mama news agency gave him a map of the city and possible contacts to get in touch with her again. He also knew where his boss had gone the day before, which was also important. Suddenly, Dan heard someone ask him a question because they didn't understand why the guy was just standing there. Dan saw a man behind him in a uniform that belonged to the White Deer Department. It was the vice captain of the White Deer Knights. Dan found this man a little annoying, but since he didn't really have a choice, he had to put up with it. Now the guy wasn't standing alone looking at the tavern. There were 2 of them, and they did so in complete silence. But after a while, they decided to go inside. They entered the tavern and began to look around, but no one paid much attention to them. Dan was thinking about his next move while the vice captain just stood behind him. They eventually approached the bar and were immediately asked what they would like to drink. Dan replied that he wanted a mother's blessing, and these words sounded very strange to the vice captain. The bartender asked about snacks, and Dan replied that he would like some moist roasted back meat, but the man warned that the back meat would be a little smelly. The guy replied that in that case he should probably order it somewhere else. After hearing these words, the man asked the guys to follow him. The vice captain didn't understand what they were talking about and asked the guy about it, but Dan told him to just follow him. The man led the guys into the next room and asked them to wait there for a moment, adding that she would be there soon. A few minutes later, a girl dressed in her outfit entered the room, her face hidden under a thick veil. The girl recognized her new acquaintance among the guests and was surprised that he had come to see her. She invited the boys to sit down at her table and waited for them to tell her what they wanted from her. The guy looked at her and for some reason thought that this girl was Granwell's informant. The girl could no longer sit in silence, so she asked the guys herself what information they wanted from her. Dan replied that he wanted to know everything about the people who worked with the Koran in the imperial capital, as well as Pelgrant von Bolognese's whereabouts over the past month. The guy added that he also needed all the information that Pelgrant had bought from them. After hearing the entire list, the girl replied that this was all unexpected for her, and that she did not think he would take on a student. However, Dan did not understand what she meant. She didn't want to explain anything, but simply replied that she agreed to give him all the information he requested, and said that 2 gold coins would be enough. Dan turned to the vice captain and repeated that the girl wanted 2 gold coins for the information, but the guy didn't understand why he was telling him all this. He told the girl that she could charge the White Deer commander for these services, and with these words, he angered his neighbor. The girl apologized and said that he did not keep any accounts or deposits but accepted payment immediately. Dan realized that he didn't really have any other options, so he put 2 gold coins on the table in front of the girl. The vice captain was surprised when he saw this and did not understand where the guy got the money, but Dan did not respond to his question and simply asked the girl how long she would need. The girl replied that she already had the necessary information and would tell him right away. Before she began, she asked Dan to find out something. The girl wanted to know how the guy knew the password to their information business. Dan replied that this information would cost her 2 gold coins, and the girl did not expect such an answer. The guy smiled and repeated that he would tell her everything, but she would have to pay him 2 gold coins. The girl thought for a couple of minutes and then replied that it didn't matter, and that since she was an informant, she would find out for herself. After a while, the girl was left alone in the room, and her guests left, having received all the information they needed. A nun entered the room and said that the guy looked familiar to her, and asked if the girl knew him. The girl took off her hood and replied that the guy was one of those she had met at the Magic Academy. She realized that Dan had come to her to investigate the attempt on Mr. Pelgrant's life. The nun knew that Pelgrant was an elite spy in the Imperial capital, and thought that the guy had probably followed in his footsteps. The girl also thought that since Dan had found out that Pelgrant had bought information from her last night, it was most likely that he was Pelgrant's successor. The nun thought about all this and did not yet understand what it would mean for them. The girl said that there was something else that bothered her about this situation. She began to say that the guy had come here using not their usual secret method, but the one they gave to members of the royal family. She believed that she absolutely had to find out how the guy had learned this password. But then the girl heard the nun tell her to forget about it and not to contact him at all. The girl couldn't keep quiet, so she asked why she couldn't contact him. The nun replied that it would be much better for the girl to just do what she was told. The girl was even more surprised when, at the very end, she was told that this was an order and was not open to discussion. She had no choice but to kneel down, bow her head, and tell Big Mama that she would obey her order completely. At that moment, Dan sat down on a bench and carefully examined what the informant had given him. The guy was in doubt, but looking at these papers, Dan realized that all of Pelgrant's actions over the past month were written down in great detail. Dan concluded that Mr. Pelgrant was a man whom even the informants themselves feared. Dan suddenly turned to the vice captain and said that he urgently needed a map of the Imperial capital. The guy had the map with him and handed it to Dan, asking why he needed it. Dan unceremoniously snatched the map from his hands, prompting the guy to ask him to be careful with it, as it belonged to the administration. The vice captain added that he would be punished if he lost the map or damaged it in any way, but Dan was no longer listening. Dan sprawled out on the parapet and started drawing something on the card, which left the vice captain speechless. The guy started yelling and hurling insults at Dan, but Dan didn't care and just asked him to keep it down a little. Dan believed that the task before them was much more important, and that they needed to find the criminal as soon as possible. After a while, Dan showed the map and said that there were apparently only 36 people working with Horan in the Imperial capital. Dan knew very well that Horan was a very poisonous plant, so poisonous that it required a special magical storage container to contain it. Even the storage facility could not contain it for long due to its strong poison, and on top of that, this plant could not be transported for long periods of time. From all this information, the guy concluded that if you compare the roots of the people and the minister, the circle of suspects narrows down to 3 people. 2 of these people were Carpal and Dwen, and both could theoretically have been involved. There was also a third person named Byrne, and they had to check all of them. The vice captain listened carefully to the guy and concluded that it was probably time for them to get going as soon as possible. Dan suddenly stood up and left, and when the vice captain asked him where he was going, the guy simply replied that he was going to catch the criminal. In one of the laboratories in the Academy building, there were many different jars containing chemicals. Dan decided that they needed to go there and didn't bother with opening the doors, but simply used his mania. The vice captain didn't understand why Dan broke down the door, to which the guy replied that he had probably gone a little too far. The man inside the laboratory couldn't understand what this meant and why they had broken down his door. He was very angry about the whole situation and waited for an immediate response from the guys. The vice captain began to apologize for the situation, but Dan interrupted him and showed him his badge, saying that they were from the White Deer Knights headquarters. Dan asked the man his name, Carpal, and the vice captain was surprised that the guy had stolen his badge and was now using it as his own. The man confirmed that his name was Carpal, and then Dan began to say that they had received a report that prohibited substances were being manufactured in this laboratory. Carpal believed that it must be some kind of mistake, because their workshop was completely clean and innocent. Dan said that they would now check everything personally and see for themselves whether it was a mistake or not. The vice captain realized that Dan was deliberately intimidating the man, knowing that illegal trade was a serious crime and that the guy was well aware of this, since the minimum sentence was 10 years in prison. The commander did not understand what the guy was doing and why he was sniffing all the jars. Dan replied that it was obvious and that he was just looking. They went through all the cabinets and looked into every jar to understand what was stored in them. Dan remembered that in order to seal the toxins, he needed the acid of a giant nepenthe and the blood of an ice troll. He paid attention to everything because even with magic, it was quite difficult to hide the smell of these ingredients. After a while, the guy began to realize that this was not the right place, and that they should look elsewhere for what they needed. Dan was suddenly struck by the man's strange behavior, and he was almost certain that Carpal was hiding something from them. The guy asked the man to step aside for a moment, but Carpal began to insist that there was definitely nothing there, which seemed suspicious. Dan asked for help and asked the deputy chief to check the place he had indicated. The deputy captain did not argue and went to check, while Carpal begged them not to do so and continued to insist that there was nothing there for them. The man opened the chest and was surprised to discover what was inside. Dan joined the guy and was also not prepared to see the contents of the chest. Inside were many photographs of girls, and Dan said that Karpal had excellent taste. At that moment, Karpal was standing there and could no longer control his anger, as these guys had invaded his personal space. The man shouted at the guys to get out of his workshop immediately because he didn't want to see them anymore. And then there was a small explosion. The vice captain walked away, holding his injured eye, unable to understand how he could have let this happen. Dan was already rushing to the next workshop, urging his partner to hurry up and not understanding why he was walking so slowly. The commander warned Dan that if he dared to take his badge again, he would be on his own. And on top of that, the guy promised to put him in prison for a long time. Dan didn't pay much attention to what the commander was saying and just ended up wishing him luck, which made him even angrier. The guy checked the map and, looking at the building, said that this was probably the workshop of their second suspect. They knocked on the door and a man opened it slightly and immediately asked what they wanted. The guys made sure that this was indeed Duan's workshop, but they were not allowed inside yet. Dan brazenly opened the door completely and finally entered the workshop. From the doorway, the guy immediately told the man that they had received a report that illegal substances were being manufactured in this workshop. The man did not want to hear anything about any prohibited substances and demanded that they leave the workshop immediately. Dan looked at the door in front of him and saw something, and told the man that it was a little strange that there was quite a lot of magical protection here. The young man did not wait around and immediately rushed to open the door, wanting to find out as soon as possible what was so interesting, hidden, and protected behind it. The man was enraged by the guy's actions and became noticeably nervous. Dan broke down the door and now stood motionless, looking intently at what was inside the room. Inside that very room stood many barrels, and now the most important thing was to find out what those barrels contained. The guys took the lids off the barrels and saw that they contained the very substances they were looking for. The man was furious because he realized that they had been exposed and that there was no way he could explain it away. But then the guys got a nasty surprise because the man wasn't alone in the workshop, and all the other men came out of hiding. These men were given the order to immediately deal with the uninvited guests. The commander did not expect such a surprise to await them here and prepared his weapon for further battle. He told Dan to stand behind him and warned that if the guy didn't do so, he wouldn't be able to protect him. The commander wanted to say something else, but Dan distracted him and surprised the man with his actions. He saw that the boy was standing behind him, but he was already wearing a protective mask, and the commander had no idea where it had come from. Dan couldn't say anything, but he visually demonstrated to the vice captain what he was holding in his hand. The guy didn't wait long and immediately threw the flask containing the special substance at the criminal's feet. At that moment, the entire room was filled with smoke, and some of it was even visible on the street. The flask that Dan threw broke, and the substance sprayed out, causing the smoke. In a moment, all the villains were lying unconscious on the ground, and none of them could resist. The deputy chief was no exception, and he also lay unconscious on the floor. As Dan left, he told the deputy chief that by the time he woke up, everything would be over. The White Deer employees arrived at the scene and headed straight for the workshop. The men went inside and saw everyone lying unconscious on the floor and now tried to figure out what had happened in that room. They smelled poisonous gas and did not understand how this was possible. One of the employees said that based on their investigation, it was most likely that something had happened during an alchemical experiment. The White Deer employees saw all the men lying on the floor and did not understand who these people were. These men looked like employees of this workshop, but they were still going to double-check their identities. The men walked a little further and saw their vice captain lying unconscious on the floor and did not understand what he was doing there. One of the employees tried to shout to the vice captain and get someone to revive him, but the man did not respond. The men did not notice it right away, but eventually they saw a note on the vice captain's chest. The note had strange content, and next to it on the man's chest lay another rose. All this was written on the map, and one of the men made a remark to the vice captain, saying that he couldn't draw anything on the map, even though he was still unconscious. Somehow, the vice captain was brought to his senses by the words spoken by his colleague, and it was the fear of being punished for the ruined map. Only after some time did the men realize that the vice captain was simply asleep. Dan was on the balcony of one of the buildings at the time, thinking about his next steps. Dan was glad that his camouflage magic had improved and that he had managed to memorize those numbers. He wondered again if he could call his mask Mark II. The guy opened the window to the room and was about to climb through it to remain unnoticed. Dan had already climbed inside and was looking around when he suddenly noticed something lying on the table. The guy took a closer look and recognized the object. It was a pentagram, but he didn't know what it was doing there. Dan suddenly heard people talking below, but he was surprised because he thought one of them had been sent to the other world a long time ago, and he didn't understand how he had survived. One of them said that they had heard rumors that a government official had been detained as a suspect, and that this was only good for them, because it meant they could shift all the blame onto that person. The man also said that when this happened, they would not have to leave, but it was still impossible to know for sure what else might happen. Another replied that in any case, they shouldn't worry too much, as their boss had told them that if something went wrong, he would make them new ID cards. This was good news for them and a very good guarantee that they would still be protected. Suddenly, the man stopped because he heard a strange sound behind him, and it caught his attention. Dan took advantage of the situation and decided to attack the man, and he succeeded. The other man had no idea what was going on and could only watch as his companion was thrown back with great force. A moment later, he no longer cared about his companion, as the man was trying to deal with his own problem, because he was tightly bound with a rope that deprived him of any possibility of moving. The man did not understand what was happening, but then a masked man appeared in front of him and looked at him intently. The guy didn't explain anything, but simply said that he was the Reaper and had come for the man personally. The man tried to untie the ropes, but he couldn't, so he started demanding that the guy let him go immediately. Dan didn't really listen to what the man was saying because he noticed something in the man's pocket. The guy decided to take a closer look at what had caught his attention, while the man shouted that he shouldn't even dare to touch him. Dan came closer and saw that it was a coat of arms with a wolf on it. At that moment, the man was standing by the window, staring thoughtfully into the distance and repeating the same thoughts over and over in his head. The girl in the mask, who was sitting behind him in a chair at that moment, wondered why the man looked so troubled. She guessed that it was most likely because the man's affairs were not going as smoothly as he would have liked. This girl was nicknamed Scorpion. The man became angry at her comment and began to shout that all this had happened because everyone was trying to get rid of the people who were chasing her, and therefore it was clear to him who was to blame in this situation. Scorpion thought the man was a little mistaken, since he was the only one they had been able to find. The girl thought that since they no longer had anything to do with each other, they should just go their separate ways, but the man disagreed. He tried to convince her not to leave and to understand what she wanted, and then he asked her what she wanted in return for sending her pursuer to the other world. Scorpio didn't understand why he was asking this, since he already knew the answer. The man did not understand what she was talking about, so the girl decided to make it easier for him to guess, and said that in return she wanted the goddess's blessing. He began to reply that it had been stolen earlier by a thief named Lufin, and the girl was very surprised that they had not been able to catch him in such a long time. Scorpio replied that if that was the case, then she couldn't help him. At the very end, she added that she would only take what was rightfully hers. The man tried to stop her, but the girl did not respond and went on her way. In desperation, he shouted after her that if he was caught, she would not be able to leave unharmed either. Dan was standing on the roof of the building at the time and witnessed this interesting conversation. He realized that the name of the criminal he was looking for was Marquis Valtin. The guy asked the question again to the man he had previously tied up, and the man confirmed it and began to say that it was Marquis Valtin who had forced him to study the alchemical substances of the spell and asked him to poison Pelgrant. The man insisted that he had only done what he was told and that he did not know any details or specifics. He began to beg and plead with the young man to untie him and let him go, since he had already told him everything. Before putting on his protective mask, Dan told the man that he thought it was right for him to be punished for the mistake he had made. At that moment, the man was standing guard near the door and was equipped with all the necessary protection. Suddenly, the guard sensed something but did not have time to react properly. A few moments later, the man was lying on the floor unconscious. Dan was the one who knocked out the guard and then removed him from the common corridor so that no one could see him. The guy did not forget that before sunset he needed to find evidence of Valtin's involvement in the poisoning of his boss. Dan thought carefully and remembered that there was a storage room in the next room, and if he searched there, he would most likely find something. The guy went into that room, but it wasn't empty, and a girl was already standing near the storage room, upset that this wasn't a place where anyone could just walk in. This girl was a Scorpio, and when she turned around and saw the guy in front of her, she immediately demanded to know what he was doing there. The Scorpio wanted to hear what had brought the guy here and what he wanted. Dan did not answer any of her questions but continued to simply observe the girl closely. The guy did not understand how this was possible because before entering, he had checked everything and was sure that there was no one else in the room. The guy finally said that he didn't know anyone was already in the room, and the girl said that she didn't know he was coming either, so she thought everything was fair. Scorpio began to say that since she had come into the room first, it could be said that it was her territory. Dan listened carefully to her arguments, but he wasn't going to give up on his plans either. Scorpio smiled and was slightly surprised that the guy was starting to provoke her with his words. The girl thought it was right and fair to warn the guy that he might regret it. Dan didn't fully understand how he should react in this situation, and began to think that maybe he just needed to fight her and win. The guy adequately assessed his strengths and abilities and admitted that there was a high risk of losing to her in this battle. Dan finally said that he agreed to go to another place and was curious to see which of them could collect more good deeds. Scorpio took it all as some kind of competition. Scorpio thought it over and decided to offer the guy another option, which she found just as interesting. The girl didn't want to make the situation worse, so she offered a solution to the problem, especially since they both had a similar goal. Scorpio said that they could exchange things if one of them had something the other needed, and she considered this method to be more effective. The guy did not expect such a proposal, but he did not want to get into a fight either, so he agreed to the deal. Dan said that he would meet them at that place in an hour and agreed that whoever found the item could keep it. Scorpion fully supported the guy and added that they would show each other what they found. Dan looked closely at the girl again and realized that he didn't really have any other option. The guy didn't waste any time and used his abilities to run as fast as he could. The girl just thought about the fact that they hadn't discussed what they would do if they both wanted the same thing. Scorpion thought that in that case they would have no choice but to fight each other. Dan also thought about everything while running and realized that he had no choice and just had to find as many things as possible. Meanwhile, the vice captain was just beginning to come to and wake up. The captain stood nearby in a hospital gown and watched his employee until he finally came to. The man asked the vice captain how he was feeling and if he needed any help. The vice captain only now noticed a strange flower and a note next to him. The captain told the guy that it had all been attached to him when they found him. The man explained that apparently a spell had been cast on the flower that partially blocked the magic of sleep. The captain wanted to hear from the guy what had happened in that workshop and where Dan von Mark was. When the man heard about the sleeping bomb, he didn't understand what the guy was thinking at that moment. The vice captain didn't understand what to do now, because if people found out that they had had a criminal on board all this time, they would definitely make a fuss. The captain told him to say that it was a job to track down illegal substances, but the vice captain was still interested in how they were going to catch the person using sleeping bombs. The captain replied that Dan had told him he would find the criminal today, so they should just wait a little longer to see if that was true. At the estate of Marquis Valtin, the guy was supposed to meet a girl in an hour. Scorpion was already waiting for the masked guy and even felt a slight thrill before their meeting. Dan arrived at the place, but the girl did not remain silent, and slightly reproached the guy for being a little late, but she still wanted to know if he had found what he was looking for. The guy was glad that he was the first to get evidence on Marquis Valtin, but he thought it was still worth finding out what the girl had. Dan decided not to waste any time and suggested that the girl step forward and start showing what they had found. Scorpio didn't mind starting, so she opened her spatial pocket and Dan was surprised by this ability of hers. The girl began to take out and show everything she had inside. Scorpio continued to take out various items and told the guy to choose. Dan couldn't help but notice that she had everything from combat fairy items to rare magical ingredients. The guy was well aware that all these items were quite difficult to obtain. The girl decided to remind the guy that he also needed to show her everything he could find. Dan also used his abilities to open his spatial pocket to show the girl what he had. A moment later, the girl could see everything, and there were mostly just documents. Scorpio asked if he had the cries of the northern continent or the demise of the sacred tribe, and she also asked about the breath of the sacred tribe. The guy replied that he had everything except the demise of the sacred tribe. The girl took one of the documents in her hands and began to study it carefully, thinking that this option was very good. He said she could take whatever she liked. After everything, Dan said that since they were done here, he should go his own way. The girl didn't really want to let him go so quickly and realized that the guy was just as productive as she was. Scorpio decided to tell the guy that he was the first person who had ever been able to get so much out of her. The girl said goodbye to the guy but said that they would definitely meet again. Dan turned around, but he was alone in the room as the girl had already disappeared. It was late evening outside the window, and the man sat at his desk in his office and continued to work diligently. Suddenly, all attention was focused on the door as two bound people were thrown into it. The captain looked closely at these people and did not understand what was going on. Suddenly, the man heard someone behind him say that he had promised to find the criminal. This person was a guy in a mask, and he repeated that he had just delivered the criminal. At the med station, people were waiting for their train, which was due to arrive soon. After a while, the train arrived at the station and everything was according to schedule. Risha Blade got out of the car at the station, and with her was the same group of people, namely Lon and Mac. Risha Blade was excited because, according to preliminary information, her brother was in this place. The guys hoped that in this city they would finally be able to find their missing person, and hoped that it would happen in the near future. Dan recalled that that evening he had handed over the criminal and his accomplice to the captain, along with the evidence. The rest of the work was already being done by the White Deer Knights, and he was sure that they would be able to handle it. Dan just didn't expect that in the end he would still be locked up for a few days, which was certainly a surprise for the guy. The guy wasn't so bored when his friends came to visit him, but after they all started shouting at the same time, Dan decided not to receive any more visitors. Shortly after all this, Dan learned that Pelgrand had finally come to his senses, which was good news. The man didn't say much to the guy when they met, just smiled slightly. Dan didn't know what Pelgrand's smile meant at the time, but he understood everything when he saw his internship evaluation. He looked at the results of his internship and couldn't believe his eyes, as he had received a perfect score in every category. Dan couldn't understand one thing. Mister? Pelgrand had always been so nice, but the young man just hadn't noticed it right away. After a while, Dan came to the training center and entered the classroom, where a large number of people had already gathered. The guy looked around and decided to take one of the empty seats and waited for the start. Dan also received an invitation to the Green Magic Tower, and this invitation stated that the doors of the Stone Magic Tower were always open to him. After Dan finished his training in the office, he immediately began training in the Magic Towers. The guy now understood why everyone had been gathered in this class, namely to distribute everyone among the Magic Towers. In the Empire, it was customary for Magic Towers to be workplaces for magicians. Dan could explain it in other words. It was a place where magical research was conducted under the guidance of the government. It was also known that they sent government employees there. This was all done so that they could make sure that this research did not threaten the country. Dan's friend approached him and said that he thought the guy had done an excellent job. Flam also wanted to know if Dan himself was okay. The guy replied that he was perfectly fine and also thanked Flam for coming to visit him. The guys stopped talking because the teacher entered the classroom and everyone's attention was focused on him. The man who entered announced loudly to the entire audience that a total of 23 magic towers had been opened this season. He also said that among them were great and famous magical towers, but there were also those that they had probably never heard of. The administration had decided that, in the interests of fairness, students would be assigned and appointed not on the basis of their grades, but in a completely different way. The woman said that they had decided to distribute them by drawing lots and believed that this would be fair. Flam remembered that Dan's grades were very good and thought that the boy must be upset by this choice of distribution. The guy replied that he wasn't particularly worried or upset because he was sure that he was lucky. Dan thought to himself that he had good eyes, but his luck was not as good as he would like it to be. Dan wasn't going to tell anyone that he could see what was inside the box using transillumination magic. He chose the red magic tower that he had always wanted to visit. This tower is located in the middle of the capital, and it is also one of the 7 great magic towers, so he thought that they must have many interesting things that he did not yet know about. As the boy was walking away from the table, he heard that someone else had also gotten the red magic tower. Dan turned around and saw Flam near the table, who had pulled out the red tower, and the man said that his dream from yesterday had come true. The guy thought that Flam was really lucky, but no one would know about it, and it would remain his little secret. Risha, Blade, and her friends were in high spirits about their upcoming meeting with her relative. The girl looked around and couldn't believe that her uncle lived right here. The guys looked at the Imperial Palace and were surprised by the size of the building. Mech was already calling them to follow him, thinking that the guys had been looking at the building for too long and that they should hurry up. The man grabbed the handle firmly while Lon tried to stop him and wait. Lan did everything he could, but it was too late, and now he looked at the consequences with wide eyes. Mac continued to hold the handle, but the gate was already completely broken. The guys froze suddenly when they heard something that alarmed all 3 of them. Something was happening behind them, and it looked like magical flashes caused by a person. In an instant, they were surrounded on all sides by Imperial soldiers. One of the soldiers stepped forward and asked them who they were, demanding an immediate answer. The man, not waiting for their answer, was already getting angry because he did not understand what they were doing, or what they thought they were doing. Lon tried to calm the man down and quickly explained that they were from the Crow tribe and had come here to meet Sir Vlad. The man did not understand one thing. If they were from the Raven tribe, then why were they trying to force their way into the palace? The boy apologized and replied that they had simply opened the door incorrectly. The warrior thought this was nonsense and did not become any less angry, but his thoughts were interrupted by a shout from a man who asked them to stop. A man ran up to them and asked everyone to immediately lower their weapons and calm down. The Imperial warrior did not understand what had brought the man here and why he was rushing towards them, but the man, trying to catch his breath, replied that there had been a mistake on their part. He turned to the boys and said that more than 3 months had passed since they had received the letter saying that they would be arriving, and since so much time had passed since then, they had simply forgotten about it. The man asked the guys to come in and added that Sir Vlad was already waiting for them. It was already late evening outside, and there were still people on the street, but each of them was hurrying home. In one of the dark alleys, the silhouette of a man whose body was completely hidden under a cloak was visible. This man simply said one word, "Come out!" and there was still no one around. A moment later, another man dressed almost exactly like the one who had called him appeared. The face under the hood was not visible, but this man said that he had not expected anything else. He was not surprised that the other man had seen him immediately, even though he had concealed his presence. This man wanted to know first of all what had brought him to the capital and what his goals were. A roll of paper was thrown at the man, and he was very pleased and said that it had finally happened. As he left, the man said that as soon as the experiment was over, he would hold a burial in his backyard in his honor. His companion replied that if the experiment was successful, he would be reborn, and then everything would be different. When the man took off his hood, he turned around and simply wished him luck, and it was the same man with the scar. The day came when everyone who had drawn the red magic tower arrived at the location. All the young people were congratulated on the wonderful opportunity to study in the red magic tower. They were told that even though they only had a week, they still had a wonderful opportunity to learn many new things that they had never seen before. The kids were warned that touching objects in the red magic tower was forbidden, as it could be very dangerous for them. Dan had just joined their meeting at that moment, and hoped he had done so unnoticed. However, the guys saw him and gave him a stern warning, as the meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It was already 10 minutes past 10, and the man was very pleased with the boy's tardiness. The man decided to punish Dan and said that because of his tardiness, he would lose 1 point. When Flam saw this, he asked the guy why he was late on the very first day of training, to which the guy replied that it was because something had happened. The man heard their conversation and didn't like it even more, so he took away another point from each of them. Dan, of course, stopped talking after that, but he heard Flam quietly say that he now understood why he had had a bad dream. The guy wasn't particularly worried because, in principle, everything was going pretty well for him now. Dan even thought that with his grades, he would be assigned to the palace. But that meant he would be very likely to meet Uncle Vlad there. For this reason, the guy had to get the worst grades while studying here because that was the only way to avoid being assigned to the palace. The mentor continued telling the boys and showed them where they kept all the magical instruments. The mentor said that since they had been assigned to the red magic tower, they would be coming here very often, and added that there were several expensive items here. The man stopped himself mid-sentence when he saw one of the students trying to take something, so he started shouting loudly and repeated once again that no one should dare touch anything without permission. The mentor immediately deducted a point from that student and warned him that if he did something like that again, he could consider himself expelled on the spot. Dan looked at the man and realized that he was very strict, even though he looked like a squid, but for the guy, that was a plus. The boy began to joke to himself and decided that he would start calling his mentor the strict squid, hoping that he would continue to be the same. The man led the boys further and showed them the Chimera Research Department, adding that it was considered the pride of their red magic tower. He said that the magic of life would be necessary magic and could be used to cure diseases or increase life expectancy. Dan stared at the creature that was in a cage not far from them. In the cage, someone resembling a lion was sleeping, but it had large white wings, and the guy stared at this creature. It took Dan a while to realize what a real chimera looked like in real life. After thinking about it, the boy began to associate this place with the zoo from his past life. The mentor finished his story and said that was all for today, and waited for questions from the students, but there was only silence in response. After the man finished giving the students a short tour of the Red Magic Tower, he went on with his business. The man reached the door he was looking for and before entering, decided to knock as a sign of respect. He wanted to enter the office of the tower's master and waited for permission, but before that, he loudly announced his name, Edward. The master apologized for suddenly summoning Edward, as he understood that the man was busy with other things. The man who was the master of the Red Magic Tower decided to clarify whether Edward was indeed now in charge of the Chimera breeding laboratory. Edward said that this was indeed the case and became noticeably nervous, which the master noticed and asked the man not to do so. The master decided to find out if Edward knew about a special object with a specific number, and the man confirmed that he did. He was concerned that this specimen was growing too quickly, so the master wanted to know if any other measures had been taken to eliminate it. Edward replied that they had not used anything else and had acted strictly according to protocol. The master heard the answer and began to think about something, but he was in no hurry to share his thoughts. He finally told Edward that he had decided to call him, so that they could talk face to face without any unnecessary witnesses. The master asked the man to do him a favor, and at that moment, on the shelf next to the man lay the very same package that the man with the scar had handed him in the dark alley earlier. A moment later, something broke in the other room, attracting the attention of many. One of the guys started indignantly telling Dan that he had managed to break something again, and that this was far from the first time recently, to which the guy apologized and said that his hand had simply slipped. Flam was concerned about his friend because the guy had never made such mistakes before. Dan replied that he was probably just having a bad day. The man told Dan that if anything happened, he should come to him immediately and he would always help him. After a while, Dan was walking around the Red Magic Tower. He looked at the ID card in his hand and was pleased with his work. The ID card had a photo of one of the Red Tower employees on it, which gave Dan access to many closed doors. It was already late in the evening, and the magical Red Tower was empty, but not completely. Among the corridors of this tower, you could see the silhouette of a guy who was invisible to everyone. Dan put on his mask and decided to take a look at what was inside that very red magical tower. The guy put his ID card to the door and gained access to one of the rooms. In this room, there were many different items on the shelves, and Dan found it quite interesting. The guy suddenly discovered the magical stone philograph on the shelf, and Dan had no idea he would find it there. Dan had never seen anything like it before and didn't even know how to use it, so he decided to copy it for himself. Suddenly, Dan realized that he was not alone in this room and managed to hide in time. The guy looked closely and recognized the man as their group's mentor, Edward, whom Dan still mentally referred to as the strict squid. The man approached the cage with the creature and left with it, and Dan did not understand where this strict squid was going with the chimera in the middle of the night. The strict squid opened the door to the master's office and entered, carrying the cage with the chimera. The man was slightly surprised that the office was empty, as he was sure that the master of the Red Magic Tower should be there. After entering the room, the stern squid saw an image on the floor. The man looked more closely and could see that a magical pentagram was depicted on the floor. The stern squid was very pensive because of this, and therefore did not immediately notice that he was no longer alone in this office. The man saw the master of the Red Magic Tower behind him and was glad to see him. Edvarl reported that he had brought the object with a specific number, as the master had requested. The master of the tower paid no attention to the man and unfolded a scroll in front of him. The stern squid became noticeably nervous as the master's behavior was slightly strange, and the man did not understand what kind of parchment he was holding in his hands. After a while, something strange began to happen to the man, and standing on that very pentagram, he was completely engulfed by magical currents. The stern squid still hoped to get at least some answers from the master of the tower, but the latter focused all his attention on the parchment he continued to hold in his hands. The man realized that something was happening to his body, and the master was saying some strange words in which he addressed the great god of sheep, and thanked him for the opportunity to touch his wisdom, such as he was. The master was sure that thanks to the teachings of this god, he would be able to get one step closer to him. At that moment, the chimera in the cage growled loudly. The man suddenly stopped reading his speech from the parchment as something caught his attention. The master tried to understand what was going on, but so far he had not succeeded, and continued to look around. Suddenly, with a blow from hectopascal, the squid was thrown behind the pentagram, and this was done by the masked man who could no longer simply stand aside. Some time ago, Edward rolled the cage with the chimera and walked confidently in the direction he needed to go. Dan watched the man closely, following his every move but remained inconspicuous. The guy saw the man roll the cage with the chimera into one of the offices. Dan watched all these actions through the window, making sure that no one could detect him. The guy continued to watch and eventually concluded that it was the office of the tower's master, and that the bearded man was the master of the red magic tower himself. Dan couldn't help but notice that something was wrong with the flow of mana in this office. The guy took a closer look at the pentagram that was drawn on the floor, and it all looked very much like dark magic. Dan looked further and was very surprised by what was happening inside the office, and he realized that he could no longer stand aside and rushed into the attack, hoping to stop the ritual. The stern squid was knocked unconscious by Dan's powerful blow. The magister stood aside and continued to clench the parchment tightly in his hands. The man saw the masked guy who was no longer hiding and tried to figure out who this person was. Dan wanted to figure out what the master of the Red Tower was doing with dark magic. The guy demanded an immediate answer as to what the master was going to do by sacrificing a strict squid, but the man couldn't understand what squid he was talking about. The master decided that he could not deviate from his plans, even though the young man was trying to interfere and therefore continue to do what he had already begun. At that moment, the creature, namely the chimera in the cage, began to transform, and its eyes glowed red. A few minutes later, there was an explosion in the room, which was visible even from outside the tower. The guy wasn't ready for this and didn't quite understand what had happened. Dan tried to pull himself together, but suddenly he saw a silhouette behind him, but because of the smoke around him, it was difficult to see. The guy decided that in any case, he had to act preemptively and was about to attack. Dan froze, however, because there was something standing in front of him, and if he looked closely, it was dressed like the Magister, but instead of a normal face, it was just a skeleton. This creature said that the time had come for divine punishment. The guy looked at it closely once more and decided that this creature now looked more like someone who had already been punished, let's say, divinely. The skeleton decided to use its magical abilities and address all this to the guy in the mask. Dan tried to dodge and now mentally thought through his plan for the rest of the battle. The guy saw a stream of magical fire rushing towards him, which was slightly unexpected for him. The skeleton was already mentally rejoicing, thinking that the guy was about to be finished off. The guy was able to repel the attack, and the fire explosion occurred slightly to the side of them, so it didn't hit anyone. The Magister, who now resembled a skeleton, rejoiced at the power he had gained, even though the experiment had not been completed. He felt all his power and strength and now demanded that the guy bow down before him and begin to praise him. The last attack was so powerful that the building barely withstood it, and flames burst out of the window. Dan managed to use his magic to fly out of that window before the fire could reach him. The guy thought that everything would be a little different because he did not expect the master to be so strong. The skeleton noticed these fluctuations in the guy and decided that he was now afraid of him, which could not but please him. The creature tried to destroy the guy and threw another magical clod at him. Dan managed to jump out of the way, albeit with difficulty, but when he turned around, he found no one and nothing behind him. The guy didn't understand where the skeleton had gone. Suddenly, he heard the skeleton's voice saying that the hellish flames of retribution would destroy him. The skeleton was above Dan and was about to unleash a very dangerous rain, in which fire would fall instead of drops. Dan was lucky that he noticed this in time and managed to put up a protective barrier. The skeleton still didn't lose faith that it could hit the guy and didn't think about stopping, but Dan was well protected. They hovered high in the sky, and neither was going to give up or concede to the other. Dan decided that he couldn't keep defending himself and decided to attack the skeleton himself. The guy put most of his strength into it and hoped that it would have a positive effect. Dan was able to hit the skeleton, and it wasn't easy for him at that moment because the blow was actually very strong. The guy decided not to stop there and used magic bullets, which were an improved version. The skeleton was attacked at that moment and was unable to dodge or escape from these magic bullets. He tried to put up a protective barrier, but the magic bullets kept flying, and there were many of them. The protective barrier ultimately could not withstand such pressure, and the skeleton was thrown onto the tower by the shockwave. It broke through the roof of the red tower and fell to the floor, and the impact of the fall was very strong. The skeleton sat on the floor and tried to recover a little, but it was extremely difficult to do so. While he was trying to pull himself together, he saw a piece of broken glass next to him, and it caught his attention. The skeleton accidentally saw his reflection in the shard and at first couldn't believe it. He didn't understand what had happened to his face, and only now could he see who he had become. Dan followed him in and saw his reaction, realizing that the master had only just seen what his experiment had led to. The skeleton asked the guy to stop and wait a moment because what he had just seen had completely shattered his fighting spirit. Dan had no intention of listening to anyone, let alone waiting for anything, and simply told the master that it was time to say goodbye. A few minutes after these words, an explosion occurred in the red magic tower, destroying half of the building. The skeleton lay there exhausted, looking up at the night sky and thinking that he simply wanted more change in order to live a healthier and more exciting life. But he certainly did not expect to end up with what he had now, and the master understood what his fate would be. The skeleton was sad that he was already, so to speak, in the next world, and he had only himself to blame for it. Dan did not comment or respond in any way, as he completely agreed that the master himself was to blame for what had ultimately happened to him. The red magic tower managed to withstand the battle, but most of the building was destroyed and unusable. All the students were standing in the street at that moment, looking at the ruined building and trying to understand what had happened there. A moment later, a cry rose from the crowd, and the students began to shout that the building was starting to crumble and seemed to be falling. So they warned everyone to be careful. Dan was also among these children, but without his mask, listening to the whispers of all the students. Part of the tower did collapse, leaving only the base. Dan looked at it all and thought that at least something had survived, and that was good. In the royal palace, equally interesting events were unfolding. A man was leading the children through a gray and gloomy corridor, which looked a little strange. Raisha Blade asked her uncle if he was sure this was the palace, as the passage seemed very strange to her. The man explained that when strangers come, they use this passage, which leads to a secret meeting room, and also because it can be closed at any moment. Lan decided to ask the man if he had made any progress in finding Dan, but the answer was, unfortunately, no. The man believed that if they all worked together, they would definitely find him, so he said there was no need to worry too much. Suddenly, they all fell silent because they were no longer alone in the corridor. Arcantha came out to meet them and said that everyone could hear them, even in the conference room. Vlad looked at the man and immediately asked what had happened, because he looked tired. Arcana replied that it was because someone had destroyed the red magic tower last night, and it had taken a lot of his strength and time. As he left, he said that it was necessary to deal with this and do it as soon as possible. The Emperor greeted his guests and thought that they were probably tired after their journey. The boys entered the conference room, and Lan was very surprised that the Emperor himself welcomed them. The boy began to say that it was a great honor for him, and that the Emperor's royal favor knew no bounds. Vladi stopped the boy and said that this was not really the place to be formal. Lan did not understand what the man was talking about, and Vladi advised them all to feel at home in this place. The Chancellor thought that in that case, they should talk about Denberg Blade's escape from home. The Emperor wanted to see a portrait of the boy, and Vlad replied that he had brought it with him. The man looked closely at the portrait he was given and did not express any emotion. The Emperor asked again if this was what his relative who had run away from home looked like, and added that the boy was actually very young. Mac approached the Emperor to also look at the portrait of the younger Blackwood. He suddenly said that he had never seen a portrait as dissimilar as this one. Vlad decided to show another portrait and told everyone to look at it, because the man believed that it was an exact copy of him. Raisha and Mac replied at the same time that the boy actually looked very much like himself. The Emperor listened as the guys admired Vladi's ability to depict the guys so accurately and thought that he had done a wonderful job. Tired of these conversations, the man decided that they should all take a short break. The red magic tower still stood destroyed and was covered with snow because part of the roof was missing. The warriors fenced off the area so that there would not be a large crowd of people near the tower. Among the crowd of people watching all this was a man with a scar, but he tried not to draw too much attention to himself. At this time, some of the special workers continued to clear the rubble, and they still had a lot of work to do. Somewhere among the green plains and mountains, loud explosions could be heard even from a distance. A large rhinoceros stood directly in front of the man, but this man was not afraid. The man was not afraid. He was going to destroy this beast and therefore decided to attack. With one deft but very powerful blow, he managed to cut off one horn, all thanks to his speed and weapon. The man did not stop there and was determined to finish what he had started. After a short time, the man succeeded and the animal lay unconscious on the ground. The man was pleased with himself and the work he had done and felt no remorse. A person approached him and asked if he had finished hunting. This person was an adult woman whom everyone referred to as Elder Merpa. Elder Merpa looked around and said that she did not quite understand why the man had destroyed all these precious things. The man apologized and said it was because he didn't have enough skill yet. Elder Merpa replied that it was okay because that was how he was learning. Merpa said that since the New Year's festival in the imperial capital was about to begin, it was time for him to start preparing. The man did not understand how the New Year festival in the imperial capital differed from that in their cities. And the elder said that there were things in which they differed, but there were also things in which they were similar. Elder Merpa gave an example that it was just like fun and fighting, but the man did not understand much from these words. After a while, Dan was walking down the corridor dressed in a formal suit when he suddenly and unexpectedly sneezed. Flam was walking next to Dan and asked if he was okay, but the guy replied that everything was fine and thought to himself that someone must be thinking of him. The man then said he would go the other way and check if everything was still there. Dan didn't mind because he knew they would meet again soon. At that moment, the guy was in one of the central departments of the palace. His training in the Red Magic Tower had ended, of course, so-so, and he knew the reasons why. The guy managed to collect a lot of bad marks, and accordingly, his grades dropped to the level he wanted to be at. The only problem was that Dan had a high position, so it was a bit risky. Dan was currently completing the last part of his training, and he had his own plan for that as well. In the final stage, the guy had to deal with various events and matters, or in other words, they dealt with the personal problems of other states. Dan was now training for the New Year's festival, and he already had something in mind. Namely, he decided to push one of the boxes. By doing so, he destroyed everything that had been built up before, as all the boxes were scattered across the floor. People looked at the guy and started to get angry because it had taken them a lot of time to stack them, and now everything was in such a mess. Dan apologized and said that he would clean everything up right away, and this was not the first time the guy had done this. At that moment, the guy was simply focused on lowering his grades even further. A carriage was driving through the streets of the city, carrying a very important person at that moment. In this carriage sat the prince himself, who was thinking hard about something and looked a little sad. His assistant decided to ask His Majesty what was troubling him, but the man replied that it was not worth paying attention to him now. The man asked the prince to be sure to let him know immediately if any problems arose. After a while, the carriage finally stopped as they arrived at their destination, and His Majesty went to the place he needed to go. The prince looked around carefully and saw a building in front of him that looked quite majestic, and it was a temple. The assistant turned to the prince and asked him to be sure to take his cane with him. The prince looked at the cane in his hands and wondered if he really needed it. They explained to him that the cane was a symbol of a gentleman, and that it would be very disrespectful if he did not have a cane in such a place. The man greeted His Majesty in their temple and bowed his head low. The prince politely thanked Cardinal Fernando for the reception, and the man took the cane with him after all. Cardinal Fernando asked His Majesty to follow him and showed him the way. The prince watched the man closely and was well aware that Fernando was a supporter of the temple's hard line. He also knew that most people in the church did not particularly like the royal family for destroying their former glory. The prince could not help but notice that Cardinal Fernando did not share this sentiment. This could only mean one thing. Fernando was a hypocrite, and that explained a lot. The prince was in the temple at that moment to ask St. Hillis to attend the New Year's festival. This was a very important event for the kingdom, and if Hillis blessed the future of the empire, it would be a good political gesture for the entire royal family. The prince did not know whether Cardinal Fernando would allow him to do all this, but he was very hopeful for a positive outcome. At sunset, two young men were fighting in the courtyard of the estate, and neither was willing to give in to the other. Reese was fighting Alfonso, and the boys were using wooden swords in this battle, as it was a training fight. Alfonso couldn't help but notice that Reese had become much stronger than he had been just a short time ago. Reese was pleased to hear this, but he also noticed that Alphonse was in no way inferior, and that fighting him was not easy at all. The boys used their magical abilities, and from the outside it all looked very impressive. Alphonse chose the right moment and was about to attack his opponent, his face very serious. The guy managed to break Rice's wooden sword because his attack was very strong. Reese stopped and sighed, saying that unfortunately he would not be able to defeat Alphonse. Alphonse thought that this should not come as a surprise to the guy, to which Reese replied that he knew about his strength and admired it. Dan watched the guys from the sidelines for a while, and at the end of their sudden duel made himself known. Reese told Dan that he wanted to take part in the fighting competition at the New Year's festival. Alphonse also said that he would be at the festival and would definitely defeat everyone. The guys suddenly remembered that Dan had also studied fencing at one time, and he confirmed this, adding that it was only for self-defense. Alphonse suddenly decided that Dan should definitely fight him, because he wanted to test how good Dan was. Dan didn't know how to politely decline the offer, so he said that it wouldn't work out because he was very tired. The guy didn't wait for any more suggestions and decided to leave their company as soon as possible. Reese thought that Dan must really be very tired, and Alphonse looked upset because he thought the guy would stay with them longer. In the royal palace, the prince talked about his meeting with Cardinal Fernando, but he was upset that he hadn't even been able to talk to the saint. The prince talked about all this with the chancellor in the living room and shared his feelings. He was worried that he didn't know of any other way to contact the saint. The chancellor listened to all this and paused for a moment to think it over, then told the prince that he knew of one way. The man began to tell him that when the saint had recently arrived in the capital, 3 other people with red eyes had been traveling with her. The chancellor concluded that, judging by all appearances, those 3 people were quite close to the saint. After learning this information, the prince did not understand one thing: why the man had not tried to meet with them. He asked if the chancellor could arrange a meeting with them, to which the man smiled mysteriously and said he would do everything he could. The man with whom Vlad and the boys spoke replied that he would try to do so as soon as possible. In the hospital, the girl sat in a chair, unable to move on her own at that moment, and simply looked out the window. Suddenly, a visitor entered her room, and it was her sister, who was very worried about her. It was St. Hillis, who had finally been able to come to her sister. Hillis hugged the girl and was very upset that she was so late. The saint apologized for not being able to stay with her when she needed her so much. Sister Hillis said nothing but simply continued to sit in her chair and look out the window. At that time, people wearing different zodiac masks gathered at an unusual table in the temple. One of them said that there were only 5 people at this meeting again, to which the man replied that if this continued, he saw no point in the meeting in the future. Another person agreed with all of this and said he didn't understand who was organizing these meetings. These words sounded absurd because he was the very person who continued to organize all these meetings. The man replied that because he was getting old, he was probably starting to forget things. One person began to talk about how the Raven tribe was wreaking havoc on the demon's territory, and this was true because that tribe was much stronger than they had imagined. One of the people stopped all these discussions and said that they should not worry about this now. Their main task was to control their thirst for blood, and no one should forget that. One of the men turned around and was about to leave, but before he did, he warned them not to dare call him again for such meetings. He warned that if they disobeyed, they should be prepared for consequences they would not like. The prince sat opposite the man and asked him to help him arrange a meeting with the saint. Mac was the man the prince asked for a favor, and the man replied that he would do it without any problems. He said that he would at least try to ask, and the prince thought that would be enough. Mac considered their conversation over, and as he left, said that he would definitely contact the prince. The prince watched the man leave and was surprised that he had agreed so easily to do him such a favor, which was a little strange. The prince's assistant, who had been standing behind him the whole time, decided to ask whether to send for a carriage. The prince wanted to relax a little because he was very pleased to be in such a place after so long. He said they would leave after he finished his cup of tea, but he was in no hurry. The prince turned around and said that people would definitely start staring at them if the man continued to stand behind him like that. The assistant apologized and said that in that case, it would be better for him to wait for the prince outside. But if anything happened, he asked to be called immediately. The prince continued to sit at his table, but suddenly his attention was drawn to something he saw in the window. He saw two guys, one of whom said that the New Year's festival was coming up soon, and they wanted to change the venue, but it wasn't clear why that was necessary. His companion replied that it was because a notification had come from above. Dan was one of these people, and his companion told the guy that in that case, he should contact the Mercenary Alliance or some other community. The prince continued to look out the window and thought that these guys reminded him of civil servants. The man believed that at least they must be very busy at this time. At that moment, the saint was running through the streets of the city trying to find her sister, followed by her loyal warriors. The commander told the saint that they would continue to search for Miss Vibrio, so it would be better for the girl to go back. Hillis didn't even want to hear it, as she was sure that they would be able to find her sister faster if there were more people looking for her. St. Hillis said that they should split up because that way they would have a better chance of finding Vibrio, and she ran off on her own. The commander tried to stop the girl, but he was unsuccessful. Hillis ran in panic through the streets of the city, trying to figure out where her sister had gone and hoping that nothing had happened to her. In her haste, the saint accidentally bumped into a passerby with her shoulder, and he forced the girl to stop. There were two guys, and one of them told the girl that if she had bumped into someone, she should at least apologize. The other guy was sitting on the ground at that moment, complaining about how much it hurt. The saint immediately apologized, but they began to reproach her, saying that this was not enough, because her companion seemed to have seriously injured his arm in the fall. The man started shouting even louder that his friend had been seriously injured because of the girl's carelessness, while Hillis looked confused and said she didn't believe it was that serious. The saint did not understand how to proceed in such a situation, and how to respond appropriately. The man approached the saint and said that his friend was not lying, and that she had to answer for what she had done. He looked the girl up and down and concluded that she was an aristocrat, and thought it was foolish of her to complicate things, because the situation could be resolved with a couple of gold coins. The saint began to worry even more and nervously said that she was very sorry, but unfortunately she did not have any money with her. The man said that this was not a problem at all, and that she should not worry so much, because instead of money, she could give them something else. The girl did not understand what the man wanted from her and what she should give him instead of money. The man was already happy that their plan had worked, but suddenly someone behind them said that there was no need for any of this. Dan was that person, and at that moment he was holding the victim's hand and said with confidence that his hand was fine. The injured man had already started to take out his weapon, but because Dan was pressing on that very hand, and there was now a possibility of actually damaging it, the man immediately fell silent. The man looked closely and saw a gold coin in his hand and began to understand something. Dan addressed him again and asked the man if his arm was okay now. The man finally understood everything, easily got to his feet, and replied that his hand was fine now. His companion looked surprised at this moment and did not understand what was going on. He called to his companion and demanded that he come to him immediately because it was time to hurry on with their business. The man tried to hint that it was time for them to leave and did not say that it would be better for him to just keep quiet now. The girl stood aside and watched the whole scene, and when she and the guy were left alone, he asked if she was okay. The guy looked at the girl carefully and saw for himself that she seemed to be fine and that he had arrived just in time. The saint was still in a state of mild shock from finding herself in such an unpleasant situation. The girl stood alone near a tree and just looked at it, and there was no one else around. This was the very same Vibrio that her sister had lost, but the girl did not want to be found. They managed to find the girl, but it was not her sister at all, but a completely different person. Vibrio looked at the man whose face was hidden by a mask and had no idea who he was. The man apologized for disturbing her and decided to introduce himself, saying that everyone called him Libra. Libra was sure that the girl already had an idea of what he meant. Vibrio wanted to know what this man wanted from her, and the man replied that he had thought about it and decided that the girl needed his advice. The girl was even more confused and didn't know what kind of advice this man was talking about. Libra didn't want to drag this out any longer, so he told her straight up that she should leave the Great Temple. He believed that Vibrio would not be able to achieve anything there, and for this reason she should leave, preferably as soon as possible. Vibrio was surprised and now looked at the man in front of her with more interest. At that moment, on one of the streets of the city of Dan, he stood next to the saint and worried that the girl would not be hurt anywhere. The saint turned her attention to the emblem on the box her savior was holding and concluded that this man must be a civil servant. Dan replied that this was not quite the case, as he was still in training but very much wanted to become a civil servant. The girl was very grateful to the guy because everything had turned out so well, and it was all thanks to him. The commander ran out from around the corner and finally saw the saint and was glad that the girl was all right. The man immediately reported to the saint that they had finally managed to locate Miss Vibrio. The commander began to explain that Miss Vibrio had been spotted when she entered the Great Temple. When Dan heard the man address the girl, he immediately believed him, because it turned out that he had saved the saint herself from those villains. The saint was worried that her sister might have been hurt, but the commander reassured her and said that the girl was fine, and that Miss Vibrio had probably just gone out for a walk. The girl suddenly remembered her savior and immediately apologized for distracting them from their conversation, but it was because she had important business to attend to. The saint turned around, but there was no one behind her, and she hadn't even noticed when the guy had left. The commander saw the girl's surprised reaction and said that if she wanted to talk to the guy, he had just quietly left. The girl was visibly upset and regretted that she hadn't even had time to ask his name. Dan left quietly because he believed that nothing good could come of such serious encounters. The guy went on his way and thought that he just wanted to be an ordinary civil servant. Lan was very surprised when he learned that the crown prince himself wanted to meet the saint in person. Mac confirmed that the boy had understood correctly, but Lan somehow thought that the man had already forgotten about the crown prince's request. Lan reminded him that Lady Hestia had asked them not to get involved in any government affairs, to which Mac replied that he had not been listening to her very carefully at the time. The boy hoped that Mac had not yet had time to discuss all this with the saint, and the man confirmed that, of course, he had not yet spoken to her about anything. Lan breathed a sigh of relief until he heard Mac say that he hadn't spoken to the saint, because he had written her a letter instead. Mac didn't quite understand why Lan was so nervous, and then added that they should be arriving soon. A moment later, the door to the room opened and Sveta came in, immediately apologizing for being slightly late. Mac and Lan now turned their attention to the girl and did not continue their conversation. The day of the New Year's festival had arrived, and all the streets of the city were beautifully decorated in honor of the holiday. A large crowd gathered in the square, eagerly awaiting the performance. The servants were ready to open the doors, they just had to wait for the signal. Everyone was waiting for a very important person to come out and was looking forward to his speech. After a while, the people saw the person they had been waiting for so long, and it was the saint. The prince was pleased that he had managed to negotiate and achieve what he so desired. People rejoiced and applauded and smiled, for this was a very good sign for everyone. People whose faces were hidden behind masks also watched the whole performance, but they were far away and in the shadows. One of them decided to find out if his comrade was going to stop Libra, to which he heard the answer that no one knew what he was planning to do. The man in the mask knew very well what Libra wanted to do, or more precisely that Libra was hunting the saint. This was logical, as the New Year's festival was an excellent opportunity for the hunter. For this reason, one of them believed that they had to stop him, as the saint played a very important role in their plans. The other man agreed with these arguments but believed that it was not yet time. If Libra could carry out his plan and send the saint to the other world, it would all be over. They did not come to a unanimous decision, but if everything happened that way, many people would suffer. People would suffer simply because they would be willing to die to protect the saint. In honor of the New Year's festival, it was decided to hold battles in the arena to show which of the knights was the best. A large crowd gathered for this event, as many people wanted to watch the competitions. The first opponents had already entered the center of the arena and were waiting for the command to begin. A rather large man holding his weapon tightly in his hand rushed into the attack. His opponent was Rice, who deftly blocked the man's blow with his sword. The man was persistent and continued to attack the young man again, and it should be noted that he was several times larger than Rice. Rice had gained experience recently and had become much better at fighting, so he deftly dodged this attack. He decided that he had defended himself enough and decided to go on the offensive himself, which he succeeded in doing. In a short time, the guy was able to defeat his opponent, and the judges loudly announced to everyone that Rice Von Cutter had won. His sister Ellis was in the stands watching everything at that moment, and after they announced that her brother had won, she was even happier than the guy himself. Julia was standing next to the girl and asked her when the next round would start. Ellis replied that the next round would be the 16th, which meant that from that moment on, the participants would receive cash prizes for their victories. Ellis decided to shout out and remind Reese that her birthday was coming up soon and asked him to buy her a gift with the money he had earned. Alphonse, who had approached them, said that the girl would not have said that if she knew who Reese would be competing against next. At that moment, Reese went down to the room where each participant waited for their turn and could also take a break between fights. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly heard someone say that his fencing wasn't that bad after all. Reese looked at the person who said this in surprise and thanked them for the compliment. His interlocutor was a girl who noticed that this guy was also modest. The girl thought that none of this really mattered and suggested that the guy make up with her. Alphonse continued to tell the girls that Rice's opponent was a very strong contender for victory in this year's competition. The guy already knew who Reese's next opponent would be, and knew for sure that it would not be easy for him. Rosaliss from the Platinum Group was supposed to face Risa, and Alphonse knew very well what this girl was capable of. The guy repeated all this to Ellis and Julia and added that a very tense moment was coming very soon. Alphonse believed in his friend Rice, but he also knew about Rosaliss's abilities. Julia suddenly didn't understand why Alphonse himself was now in the stands, since he was also going to participate. The guy was immediately upset that he was reminded of what he had done. He said that shortly before the festival, he had been caught using magic and was therefore excluded from the preliminary selection. Alphonse didn't want to admit that this was how Reese made it into the top 16, but his sister figured it out anyway. The guys stopped talking because all their attention was focused on the arena, as the start of the battles among the 16 participants was announced. The first participant announced was newcomer Reese Von Cutter, and the guy was already in full combat readiness at that moment. It was also announced that Reese Von Cutter's opponent would be last year's winner. Last year's winner was Rosaliss from the Platinum Group, and she was also fully prepared for battle. Reese tried to concentrate and really wanted to win this battle. The girl looked relaxed and at ease, and she advised Reese not to worry so much. Rosaliss told the guy that it was better to just think of it all as entertainment before going home. Risa was amused by the girl's advice, but he doubted that he could actually do something like that. Rosaliss said that it was his right and then she would have fun herself. The girl stopped talking and decided to demonstrate her abilities a little. She handled her weapon very skillfully and it looked very impressive from the outside. The guy stood where he was and continued to stand there, but at the same time he gripped his sword more tightly in his hands. Rosaliss appreciated the guy's steadfastness and said that she was beginning to like him more and more. At that moment, the guys were sitting in the stands and closely watching every action that was happening in the arena. Ellis immediately assessed Rice's opponent and was now very worried about her older brother. The battle was already in full swing in the arena, and neither opponent was going to give in. On the contrary, they both hoped that they would be the one to win. Reese was fending off the attack and already realized that his opponent was not easy to beat, and that it would not be so easy for him to win. The girl noticed that the guy was having a hard time with her attacks, but she wasn't going to feel sorry for anyone. Rosaliss decided to show the guy what else she was capable of, and Reese wasn't particularly prepared for that. The shockwave threw the guy back and he miraculously managed to survive, realizing that this was only the beginning. Because the girl's blow was so strong, it left a decent mark. Rosaliss didn't give the guy a chance to catch his breath or even come to his senses, and was already getting ready to strike him again. Only thanks to his constant training was Reese able to jump back in time and avoid the blow. The girl stopped smiling so carefree and began to realize that defeating the guy would not be as easy as she had initially thought. Reese missed, and at one point the girl was already hovering over him, her weapon practically touching him. Reese dodged with incredible speed and even managed to jump back and stand behind the girl, but Rosaliss didn't even notice it right away. The guy stood in a fighting stance and looked very focused, mentally trying to come up with a plan of action. For some unknown reason, the girl suddenly stopped and decided to ask the guy his name. The guy immediately replied that his name was Reese, but he remained in a fighting stance because he understood that he couldn't relax and let his guard down. Rosaliss repeated the guy's name and, after a few minutes of silence, suddenly said that she really liked the name Reese. Rosaliss looked closely at the guy and for some reason decided to tell him that she would definitely remember his name. The guy thought it over and decided that he shouldn't just stand there and wait any longer. The next moment, he was already rushing towards the girl and was about to attack her with his weapon. Rosaliss appreciated the guy's determination and his desire to win. After their clash, something happened that the guy did not expect and was not prepared for. Part of Reese's sword was broken off and lay behind him. Race looked at his sword, or rather what was left of it, and couldn't believe that this had actually happened. The young man had not yet fully realized what had just happened when the girl asked him if he was going to continue. Rosaliss looked confident and said that, as far as she was concerned, the winner was already obvious. Reese thought everything over and weighed it up, and in the end, as much as he didn't want to, he said that he had lost the battle. The girl knew all this herself, but she was pleasantly surprised that the guy was able to realize it, and most importantly, accept it. Rosaliss told the guy without any pretense that it had been a very good battle for her, and she really meant it. Reese completely agreed with the girl and decided for himself that it had been a good lesson for him. A moment later, the two opponents shook hands and were both grateful for such a good experience. As he shook the girl's hand, Rice was sincerely grateful to her for such a duel and for the opportunity to learn something new. The guys continued to watch everything that was happening in the arena between the two opponents. After a while, it was officially announced that Rosaliss was the first winner in the top 16, and the next match was announced. At that moment, an unknown man in a cloak appeared in the highest tribune. This man's face was hidden under a mask, and he remained in the shadows, invisible to everyone else. The arena announced the start of the award ceremony for the winners, and it was announced that Her Holiness Hillis would be presenting the awards. The winner of the tournament was asked to come up on stage to receive his award. The saint sincerely congratulated the man who had defeated all his opponents. The winner was Roseless, and she thanked the saint for her warm words. Meanwhile, the masked man stood and watched everything closely, preparing to carry out his plan in the near future. The saint was in plain sight at that moment, which was convenient for the man, as she was the one he was hunting. A moment later, the saint and Roseless saw the stranger use his magic, and now magical arrows were flying in their direction. Roseless saw everything that was happening and immediately warned the saint to be careful. The guys who were responsible for Hillis's safety rushed to her to protect and defend her. The people who were in the stands at that moment also noticed all this, and now panic broke out among them. After a while, there was an explosion in the center of the arena, and because of the large cloud of dust that rose from it, it was impossible to see anything and assess the consequences. After the smoke cleared a little, it was possible to see Roseless standing with her weapon in her hands, trying to protect the saint, and around them were many metal arrows stuck in the ground. The girl did not understand what had just happened, but instinctively began to defend the saint. The masked man, who was responsible for everything that had just happened in the arena, suddenly heard someone tell Roseless that he had greatly surprised her. All the government officials gathered for a preliminary meeting near the arena, where battles were being held at that moment, in honor of the New Year's festival. Dan was asked by his boss if he had checked the documents related to today's event. The guy replied that he had looked through them and passed them on to the temple. They planned to proceed according to their preliminary plan when suddenly they were distracted by a noise coming from the arena. The man concluded that, judging by the reaction of the people, the final had apparently already ended. He was certain without a doubt that Roseless had won again, just like last year. But then the people's cries of joy suddenly turned into cries of horror that could be heard throughout the entire neighborhood. People in the stands began to scatter in all directions, and real panic broke out among them. The masked man, whom some called Libra, was the instigator of everything that was happening in the arena. The masked man used his magic, which was unlike ordinary magic because it was the magic of a sorcerer. Thanks to his abilities, the man was able to summon creatures that resembled shadows in robes. People continued to rush to leave their seats, and suddenly one turned around and did not expect what he would see behind him. Behind them, there were already many of these shadows in robes, and these creatures looked very scary. One of the knights came to the aid of the people and was about to deal with all these creatures. The man ordered all the warriors to protect Her Holiness at all costs. The battle was already in full swing in the arena, but this was no longer a contest, and everything was happening for real. The shadows were merciless and very strong, so they easily dealt with all the warriors who stood in their way. Some of the warriors continued to defend Hillis while the rest fought the shadows. They tried to take the girl away from the epicenter of events to ensure her safety. The shadow warriors in robes were sent to the other world in a flash, and did not allow the girl to be taken away, as their goal was the saint. After a while, the girl heard the voice of a man who was finally happy to meet her in person. Libra stood in front of the girl and rejoiced that his plan had finally come to fruition, and he would be able to send the saint to the other world. One of the knights tried to stop him and prevent him from carrying out his intentions. Libra attacked the warrior who stood in his way, and the man was unable to dodge. The saint watched as her protector suffered, and unfortunately, the man ended up in the next world. Hillis did not like what was happening in this arena, and he disliked even more that innocent people were suffering because of it. Libra was finally able to get closer to the girl, and he was very close to her. The man told the saint that it would be wonderful if she went with him willingly. He added that if the girl did not do so willingly, she would die right there on the spot. The man was interrupted again, and they were no longer alone because a person who was going to help the saint had arrived. Roseless was that person, and the girl didn't waste any time and immediately swung at the man. Libra easily put up his protective barrier, and Roseless's blow hit that barrier. The girl did not expect this and was slightly disappointed that she could not deal with this villain as quickly as she wanted. The man only became more angry that Roseless had somehow decided she had the right to oppose him, because he considered her unworthy. Following his words, his attack fell upon the girl and she had to try with all her might to resist. Roseless was not a timid girl, and so in the next moment she used her hammer to break up the ground between them. The man dodged the cobblestones so that they would not hit him and cause him harm. While he was distracted, the girl decided to attack the man from behind with her weapon. Libra was trained and had good combat experience, so he was able to dodge and avoid the attack. Roseless was a little upset, but she was not going to retreat or give up. Libra stood confidently and waited to see what the girl would do next, but he looked calm because he was sure of his abilities. Roseless somehow managed to sneak up behind the man unnoticed, and she hoped that her attack would now reach its target. The girl decided to act manually, so to speak, and in the next moment she struck a powerful blow that hit the man's mask directly. The man was shocked that she had managed to get so close to him, and was also angry that his mask was cracked. Libra no longer stood on ceremony, and since the girl seemed to be eager to go to the other world, he used his magical abilities. At that moment, the man had only one goal: to destroy the girl as quickly as possible. A magical funnel began to form around them, and it looked very impressive from the outside. The man was suddenly distracted by something strange he saw in the sky and did not immediately understand what it was. At that moment, there were many white birds flying in the sky, and they all glowed slightly with a golden light. The man had never seen anything like this before and did not understand what it could mean for him, or more precisely, what the consequences might be. At that time, thanks to his magical abilities as a sorcerer, all the shadows were standing ready to fight. The man saw that things had not gone as he had planned, and the birds that had suddenly appeared in large numbers began to attack the shadows he had created. These birds possessed magical powers and could easily destroy the shadows. Libra stood confused by what was happening and could not understand how it could have come to this. The man still did not understand what these creatures were, and most importantly, he did not know who their creator was. Suddenly, another person appeared in the arena and confidently said that now this place had become much cleaner, all thanks to the glorious birds. This man asked the man and the girl which of them would like to explain what was going on here. The masked man warned them that he didn't have much time, so they needed to figure everything out as quickly as possible. He warned that if this did not happen, the consequences would not be pleasant for anyone. The man finally understood what was going on and thought the guy was too cocky. The guy thought that dealing with all this would be even worse than going to the other world, and he added that, by the way, he had the day off tomorrow. The man began to get angry again, and now all his anger was directed at the guy in the mask. Libra was very upset that the guy was allowing him to behave so arrogantly. The man directed all his rage toward the young man, but Dan managed to put up a protective shield. The guy continued to move forward without paying attention to anything, as he was completely confident in his defense. The man believed that the masked guy shouldn't be so cocky because he wouldn't be able to block his attacks forever. Libra was sure that the guy wasn't very smart and was going to teach him a lesson. Dan still had no intention of retreating and walked confidently forward until their two forces collided. This collision caused an explosion that blinded everyone around, and stones continued to fall from all sides. After the smoke cleared a little, Dan could be seen in the same place, hiding behind his protective barrier. When the guy was able to see everything clearly, he was slightly surprised because the man was nowhere to be seen, and Dan began to think that he had run away. While the guy was looking around, a shadow was already standing behind him, ready to attack. Dan managed to react in time and dodge the attack, but he didn't expect the shadows to reappear because he thought they were already gone. The guy began to launch his attacks one after another in order to deal with this creature as quickly as possible. It wasn't easy, but he attacked and deftly dodged the shadows' attacks. The guy suddenly heard that these shadows had been given the order to destroy everyone, and they began to carry out this order. The man gave the shadows another command, ordering them to unleash all their anger on these people and adding that they should not hold back. Although the shadows were puppets of that man, they were loyal and devoted, and did not dare to disobey any order. These creatures were already starting to annoy Dana, so the guy decided to use his magical abilities again. He summoned those same white birds with golden glow again to help him deal with these creatures. In a moment, a large number of these birds were circling above the guy's head, all ready to begin their task. The guy gave the order, and they all pounced on the cloaked shadows, sparing no one. They easily accomplished their task and destroyed the creatures created by the man. The birds flew right through them because there were no barriers for them, and they were full of magical power. After a short period of time, they completed their task and all the creatures lay motionless on the ground. The guy didn't have time to really rejoice because he saw something he hadn't expected at all. All the creatures that had been destroyed and were lying motionless suddenly began to rise as if nothing had happened. Among these creatures, Dan saw their leader, who proudly said that such low-level magic was nothing to them. The man was sure that the masked guy would never be able to defeat them, simply because he didn't have enough strength to do so. Dan suddenly saw that something strange was happening again, and everything around him was enveloped in a golden glow. The guy braced himself for the worst, but he wasn't even going to back down because that wasn't in his nature. A few minutes later, the entire arena was unexpectedly empty, and there was no trace of those creatures. The guy was finally able to recognize what it was, and it was sacred magic, and he guessed who it belonged to. The saint was the one who had used the sacred magic, as she could no longer stand idly by. At that moment, one of the creatures wanted to sneak up behind the girl and attack her. The girl heard loud shouts warning her of the danger. Rosalys reacted in time and deflected the attack, deftly destroying the creature. The girl was worried that the saint was okay, because Rosalys was ready to do anything to protect her. Rosalys began to examine the girl carefully to see if she had any injuries, and to provide the necessary assistance. At that moment, the saint was not talkative and very pensive, and it seemed as if the girl was mentally somewhere very far away. Suddenly, the saint said that the Almighty was telling her that it was necessary to find land. The girl suddenly declared majestically that from this moment on, the entire area officially belonged to the Almighty, and that this was not open to discussion. At that moment, all the creatures that were standing a little to the side began to be destroyed one by one. At that moment, golden lightning flashed across the arena and no one could stop it. Libra was already standing in the farthest stands, but he was in no hurry to leave and continued to watch from the sidelines. The man watched what the saint had begun to do and was surprised because he was definitely not ready for this. Dan was already behind the man and couldn't help but tell him that it was time to get ready, because the man would soon be going to the other world. Libra was sure until the very last moment that he had hidden himself unnoticed, and that no one would be able to find him. But as it turned out, he was wrong. Dan, so as not to run after the man anymore and not to miss him, decided to immediately use his magical abilities and applied chains of restriction. The man was instantly wrapped in these magical chains and couldn't even move. Libra did not understand what the guy was up to, but demanded that he release him immediately. This request even amused the guy because he was sure that if they had switched places, the man would definitely not have let him go. The guy wanted to know why the man had arranged all this, especially on such a day. Dan couldn't even finish what he wanted to say because the warriors were already standing behind him. The men all looked intimidating and had their weapons at the ready, and the young man did not understand what was going on because their weapons were pointed at him. One of the knights demanded that Lufin shut up immediately because he knew very well that he had been charged with disturbing the peace. The masked guy didn't understand what disturbing the peace meant and didn't understand what they wanted from him at all. The warrior was amazed at Lufin's audacity because he had already dared to seriously wound Lord Card Ferdinand and send the paladin Mario to the other world. And after all that, the guy dared to argue. Dan didn't understand what people they were talking about because he didn't know them. The knight was losing his patience because he was angry that Lufin seemed to be constantly looking for excuses. Dan really didn't understand who he was talking about, but suddenly, in his memories, he saw the image of the man in the mask with whom he had previously fought. The guy remembered the whole situation and remembered well that he had saved the princess back then. Dan wanted these guys to just let him leave now and be done with it. Suddenly, the saint appeared and said that the guy in the mask was the one who saved them all, and the girl thought it was very rude to treat him that way. The warrior tried to reason with the girl, but Dan interrupted him and said that he completely agreed with the saint that it was very ugly to treat him that way. The saint remained silent while the guys continued to argue with each other. The girl suddenly said loudly that they would only treat him that way this time. The saint added that when they met him next time, they would not spare him. The masked guy was more than satisfied with this arrangement and didn't mind, because his main goal at that moment was to leave on good terms. Dan decided that it was not worth tempting fate, and that he should leave as soon as possible while he still had the chance. The guy had already turned toward the exit, but something caught his attention. The man who had started all this was no longer there, and the chains were just lying on the ground. The Holy Sister was standing by the tree again, looking at him mysteriously and completely lost in her thoughts. The girl first sensed and then heard that she was no longer alone in this place. The man in the mask joined her company and was as usual serious and mysterious. The man said that apparently their plans were changing. The guy was in his room in the mansion and at that moment was just lounging in bed because he could finally take his time. Dan had already forgotten when was the last time he could afford to just lie in bed for so long. The guy remembered how much he had to go through to become a civil servant. He even became a little emotional when he started thinking about it. Dan finally got his first and long-awaited day off after going through such a difficult journey. The guy decided for himself that he would definitely not get out of bed that day. Suddenly, his bedroom door flew open and Ellis and Julia stood in the doorway, demanding that he get up immediately. Ellis found out that the guy finally had a day off, and she thought that he couldn't spend it all in bed because they simply had to go out and have a good time. The guy realized that there was no way out and that he could forget about what he had been so happy about just a few minutes ago. There was a fair on one of the city streets which attracted a large crowd, and everyone wanted to treat themselves to something. The girls were completely absorbed in shopping and looking for something new for themselves, while the guy was carrying their bags, and all the joy of this was written on his face. The guy watched the girls from a distance and waited for them to make up their minds so they could leave. One of the girls added another bag to the ones they already had and asked Dan to carry it too. Julia apologized for burdening him so much, but the girl explained that she simply had nowhere else to put it. The guy thought it was definitely not Julia's fault because he was sure that he was to blame for everything since he had agreed to this trip. Ellis didn't understand what the guys were doing there and why they had stopped, because they needed to hurry to get everything done. The guy was distracted from their company because he heard someone behind him call his name. That person was his friend Flam, who was surprised to see Dan at the fair. The man was not alone. A little girl was standing next to him. Dan replied that he just had some plans and that was why he was at the fair. The guy looked closely at the girl but saw her next to Flam for the first time. Dan wanted to know who the girl was to the man and added that she was most likely his daughter. Flam, as usual, surprised him and replied that she was his sister. The man said that the girl's name was Arwen and added that, to be more precise, she was his sister by misfortune. Dan didn't quite understand why the man emphasized that Arwen was his sister by misfortune. Flam decided to explain and said that he and Arwen grew up together in the same orphanage and that his teacher had adopted the girl, so now she was doing well. Dan didn't expect the man to have such a story, but it was good that it had a happy ending. The guy leaned toward the girl and said that his name was Dan and that he was very pleased to meet her. Arwen stood and looked at the guy, but she didn't show any emotions and didn't say anything. Flam intervened and said that for some reason she couldn't speak, but she could hear everything, so Dan could talk to her if he wanted to. Arwen suddenly came closer to Dan, took his hand, and started doing something with it. The girl was pointing something out with her finger on Dan's palm, but no matter how hard he tried, the guy couldn't understand what it was. Arwen's gesture indicated that Dan should not even think about mocking the man. The guy apologized immediately and promised that he would not do anything like that and had no intention of doing so. Flam believed that their meeting was predestined and invited the guy to have a cup of tea with them. Suddenly, Flam heard someone remind him that he was supposed to buy Arwen a couple of things at the fair. It was the girl who added that she knew something like this would happen. Flam tried to explain that it was just that he had met his colleague and was therefore a little distracted. Dan looked at them in surprise, shifting his gaze from his friend to the girl who had just approached them, but had already managed to scold Flam. The guy was also surprised that this woman was Rosalis, and that she was the winner of the combat competition at the New Year's festival. Rosalis suddenly told Dan that she had to thank him for befriending Flam. The girl looked closely at the guy again and finally said that her name was Rosalis, and that she was very pleased to meet the prince. Dan smiled slightly and replied that his name was Dan, and that he was also pleased to meet her. Meanwhile, at the palace, it was announced at their internal meeting that it was time to move on to the previous agenda. The purpose of their meeting was to select new civil servants. The man asked if everyone had found a student they liked, to which one of the people gathered at the meeting replied with a smile that how things had changed recently, because now they just had to choose people with good grades. One of the people who responded told Arcanta not to pay attention to these words, and gave the man the opportunity to make his choice first. The man representing the Adventurers Guild said that this time they wanted to choose first. The head of the Adventurers Guild, whose name was Glant, said that he already had someone in mind whom he had set his sights on. Arcant was slightly intrigued and eagerly awaited the moment when the head of the Adventurers Guild would reveal who he had chosen. Glant did not create any intrigue, but simply gave the man 2 documents containing all the information about those he would like to choose. These documents contained photographs of Dan and his comrade Flam, and the guild leader said that they would like to offer these 2 in particular. Arcant did not believe that Glant really wanted to take these 2, but the man was insistent, and replied that these were the people he was interested in. The Chancellor believed that there were enough other candidates and hoped that the man would change his mind. Glant said that there were indeed others, but he had his own reasons for this and was not going to change his mind. Arcana did not understand what the man was talking about, or more precisely what considerations had led him to make his choice. But the man did not want to talk about it, or explain anything. The Chancellor insisted and pressed him to tell him why he had chosen these people. Glant came in from the other side and suddenly said that he had never asked him for anything like this before. The man added that he was asking for help at this moment, and for a favor. Arcant found himself in an awkward situation, and as much as he didn't want to, he understood that he couldn't refuse the man. In the Palace of the Empire, they were waiting in a room for the arrival of an important person who was very useful to them. After a while, the doors to the room finally opened, and a girl with a very interesting appearance entered. This girl was General Orphan of the army, and she had just returned after defending the demonic territory. The Emperor was waiting for her and understood that it was probably difficult for her to fight monsters there. Orphan's army general surprised them by saying that it wasn't as hard as they thought, and it was all thanks to the unity of the troops. Vlad didn't doubt her and was sure that it was 100% easy for her, but the girl reacted negatively to this comment, and told the man that he'd better keep quiet. The man did not respond appropriately and simply said that he would say what he wanted and when he wanted, which only angered the girl even more. The Emperor asked them to remain calm and leave their warm greetings for later. The prince also decided to intervene and said that since they were all gathered here in full force, he thought it was time to begin. At that time, the guy was walking down the street in the city, heading to a specific place. Dan knew that their work locations had already been chosen, and this happened after their 2-week break. The young man was assigned to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, which was located in the eastern part of the city. Dan was happy that today he would finally be able to start his life as a civil servant, a goal he had been working toward for a very long time. The guy's thoughts became reality when he was told that they hadn't expected Dan to arrive so early today. Flam was the one who spoke to Dan, and he said that he had been expecting the young man so that they could go together. The guy was no longer very surprised that Flam had also been assigned to the same place. Dan had only recently realized that, remembering everything from the past, it could be concluded that their fates were somehow intertwined. Dan said that the man should have contacted him in advance so he wouldn't have to wait for him, because now the guy felt kind of awkward. Flam said that waiting wasn't a burden for him, and he didn't want to bother the guy. The guys walked a short distance and, looking at the office sign, realized that they were probably in the right place. They didn't waste any more time and opened the door to the office, and it was immediately apparent that they were surprised by what they saw inside. It turned out that the office was completely empty and they were the only people in it. The guy was somewhat excited because this was essentially his first office. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them and immediately realized that these guys were new. The man, whose name was Demur, was one of their bosses, and he said he simply did not expect the guys to come in so early today. Demur was actually taking care of his personal hygiene at that moment and getting himself ready for work. Flam decided to introduce himself first and said that he was very pleased to meet the man. Dan also did not remain silent and introduced himself after his friend. For some reason, Demur focused on Dan and said that he was very pleased to finally meet him, and explained that there was a lot of talk about the guy, which is why he found him so interesting. The man also said that he had heard from his mother that someone was preparing to become a civil servant. Dan didn't understand who the man was talking about, and then Demur reminded him that he was talking about a real estate agent on Velcon Street, and that this woman was his mother. The guy now easily remembered the nice woman who once told him that her son was also preparing to work in this field, and that's why she was very knowledgeable. Demur said that there was nothing to worry about as the Adventurers Guild was a fairly quiet department. It turned out that the guys in the office were not alone, and at the table they saw another man with glasses who addressed them and asked if they were the newbies who had been assigned here. After hearing their confirmation, the man said that he was also pleased to meet them and introduced himself as Orkan von Fabian. Orkan was one of the people who would teach the guys what to do and how to do it right. The man then told the guys that they could choose their own place to sit and do their work. Orkan also said that they were preparing to welcome adventurers and were taking this very seriously. The man had no doubts and was completely confident that the boys would soon get used to the work. Orkan also said that if necessary, the guys could find the managers of this department, or possibly the adventurers themselves who stayed overnight on the second and third floors. The man explained that usually and most often, adventurers above silver rank stay here, and therefore warned the guys that they should be careful. Orkan began to explain that the fourth floor was home to high-ranking officers and knights above the fourth order. The man added an important point and said that since these people travel a lot, they should be given special attention. Dan and Flam also learned that the fifth floor housed the guildmaster's office and reception area, as well as sleeping quarters and equipment for people with platinum rank. It was decided that the boys should definitely meet the guild leader. Flam and Dan listened carefully to everything Orkan told them, and were slightly excited about what awaited them in the near future. Dan suddenly noticed that the magic from that door completely covered the entire fifth floor. Orkan knocked on the door and opened it, then began to tell the guild leader that the newcomers had arrived, but suddenly his speech was interrupted. The man saw a girl in the room who said that the guild leader was not there because he had gone to bake cookies for the newcomers. This girl was the winner of the tournament, Miss Roseless. Dan was surprised when he saw the girl, but his friend Flam, on the contrary, was very happy to see his sister. Flam wanted to know when the girl had arrived and rushed towards her, wanting to hug her as soon as possible. Roseless didn't like this and asked him not to do so, adding that she actually lived here. The guy looked closely at the girl again and decided that the magic he had noticed did not belong to her. Hurricane was very surprised that these two knew each other, and Dan said, "Well, how could it be otherwise if Roseless is Flam's sister?" The man replied that this couldn't be true, as Miss Roseless was the only child in the family. Orkan decided that it would be better for him to go and bring the guild leader himself, and asked the guys to wait here for now. Roseless asked Flam if Arvin was at home now, and the man replied that of course he was because he couldn't take his sister to work with him. Dan was surprised by Orkan's words that Rosellis was an only child and decided to ask the guys himself whether they were relatives or not. Roseless became indignant about what family the guy was talking about, and Flam explained that they were friends but almost like family. Flam began to explain that the girl's father and his teacher knew each other, and that's why they became close when they were very young. Dan said that now he understood that they were just childhood friends. Rosellis didn't like these words because she and Flam weren't childhood friends, and she added that she was actually 7 years older than him. Dan was surprised and said that the girl just looked much younger. The girl was pleased to hear these words because anyone would be pleased with such a compliment. Flam couldn't keep quiet and said that he personally didn't think so, and at that moment, a knife was thrust into the wall next to his head. The man did not expect such a reaction and did not understand what the girl was doing. Roseless simply did not like how Flam expressed himself about her age and how she looked. Flam didn't understand what her problem was because he had only told the truth, but the girl told him to shut up. At that moment, the doors to the room began to open, but the guys didn't notice it right away. A man entered the room and immediately made his presence known, saying that he was very pleased to see everyone so active. Standing before them was a man named Glant, holding a tray of freshly baked cookies in his hands. Dan noticed something coming from these cookies, and it seemed to be magic. The man was completely imbued with it, and then Dan realized that the magic was coming from the man himself, who was the head of the guild. Rosellis decided to complain to the man right away and called him her dad, and only then added that Flam had called her old. Flam began to say that he hadn't actually called her old, but had only said that the girl didn't look young. Rosellis became even more furious and was greatly angered by the fact that Flam did not understand that it was the same thing. The guild leader did not seem concerned about this and simply said that he was very pleased to see everyone healthy. After saying this, the man offered everyone some cookies and said that if they didn't want any, he didn't mind eating them all himself. Seeing and hearing everything that had just happened, Dan began to seriously doubt that everything would be okay in this place. At that moment, the girl was being asked questions by the general, who wanted to know what other news there was from the demon territory. The girl said that apart from the news that had already been written in the reports, she had nothing more to add. She only said that at the moment, Doomstone Blade, who was the head of the Raven tribe, was in the demon territory. Vlad was very surprised when he heard his older brother's name. The prince asked the girl how many people knew this information, and she replied that everyone in the room knew, as well as William, her 2 assistants, and the Order of the Red Dragon Knights. He added that the girl was completely sure that no one would tell anyone about this. The prince also wanted to know if the girl had found out why Lord Doomston had decided to leave the Olympus Forest. The girl replied that she had, of course, asked about it, but had not received an answer. Vlad concluded that Hestia was now the temporary head of the Raven tribe. The prince thought that Mr. Vlad should ask Lord Dumpston why he had decided to leave the forest after all. Vlad said that he could certainly ask, but it would be better not to expect an answer. The man explained that since he had left the Olympus forest a long time ago, Dumpston considered him a stranger. After some time, the guys were asked at the orders building how their meeting with the guild leader had gone. Damer thought that their leader was quite interesting, and he had no doubt that the guys had noticed this too. Orkin reprimanded the man and told him to be more careful with what he said, especially when it came to their leader. Demur believed that he hadn't said anything wrong and that Orkin should be more relaxed. The man insisted that Demur needed to be more careful with what he said, especially in the presence of new people. Orkin finally pointed to another group of people who had arrived and told Dan and Flam that they were their senior colleagues and would be working with them. Damor said that they already knew him and added that he was usually responsible for accounting and reports, but generally did everything. The woman introduced herself as well and said that her name was Fiona and that she mainly worked with adventurers, issuing them orders and dealing with external problems. The man introduced himself as Dano and said that he usually deals with complaints and transactions with adventurers. Another man greeted them and said his name was Rosiren, adding that he was very happy to see the guys in their friendly team. Rosiren said that he had the most experience here and was in charge of all processes. The man added that if something happens, he usually takes responsibility for it. He also said that if the guys do something wrong, they must tell him about it. Orkin, whom the guys already knew, said that his job was to sort tasks. The man began to explain that he sorts the tasks received from the Adventurers Guild, according to their complexity. After all these words, their now colleagues asked them to introduce themselves. Dan said his name and added that he was very happy to meet everyone. Flam did the same. Rosiren told Flam that he had a strange accent and asked how old he was. The man replied that he was 17, which came as a shock to everyone. Rosiren didn't believe Flam and said that couldn't be true because they looked like they were the same age. Now it was Flam's turn to be surprised, and he didn't understand what Rosiren was hinting at. After this brief conversation and introduction, everyone was told to return to their seats. On one of the city streets in an inconspicuous house, there were equally interesting discussions taking place. On the table lay a map showing the changes in the distribution of monsters over the past 6 months. Milphia said that the map showed that the monsters' territories were beginning to move closer to the Imperial City. She said that in addition to this, if you look at the column with injuries, and those who have been sent to the afterlife from the demon territory, and the number of monster regions, you can see that their territories overlap, but this does not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The nun concluded that it looked like something was pushing them out of their territories, causing them to migrate. Milphia said that she had also received a report that Dumpston Blade was currently in the demon territory. The woman was very surprised when the conversation turned to Dumpston, and the girl asked her to look at the report first. The report was a secret report from the Imperial Army. Milifa said that according to the report, he was accompanied by one of the chief magical swordsmen, Merpa Ainsmall, and someone named Blade Gawain. The woman believed that the very fact that Dumpston had left the forest would prompt many countries to prepare for battle. She believed that all that remained for the Empire was to keep this information secret. She believed that they too should ensure that this information remained inaccessible to the public. The woman decided that she would keep a closer eye on the demon's territory. Milphia looked slightly concerned but hoped that everything would remain under control, and asked what they should do first. Fiona walked down the hallway with Dan and said that starting today, he and Flam would be organizing documents and keeping an eye on the equipment. The girl added that one of them would definitely work behind the counter. Fiona emphasized that this would only be temporary until Rosiren got a promotion, and in the meantime, one of the newbies would have to take on all the work at the counter. Dan had heard earlier that there were also night shifts and wanted to know how often they were scheduled. Fiona replied that it usually happened once or twice a month. The guy was surprised because he thought it happened about once a week, but Fiona replied that this was not the case because their department employed retired adventurers. The girl warned that at 11 o'clock, protective magic would be activated, and therefore most people would not even be able to enter the department. Fiona said that unless it was the person who robbed Earl Derval, because the story with Lufin was completely different. Dan smiled and said that the villain probably wouldn't steal from the Adventurers Guild. Fiona also said that even if the villain tried to do something like that, Miss Roslis would definitely deal with him. For some reason, the girl decided to tell the guy that their guild leader was Miss Roslis's father. Dan said he already knew that and the girl was surprised by this fact. Fiona was also curious to know what the guy thought about this and eagerly awaited his answer. Orkin and Demur walked a little to the side of this corridor and thought that everyone in the department had relaxed a little. On one of the city streets, there was a cafe with a very cute sign depicting bears. Inside, there were various soft toys such as rabbits and bears on all the shelves. A man sat alone at one of the tables and there was no one else around. Mr. Vladi sat at the table and at that moment, the man dozed off while waiting. Glant came to meet the man and said he didn't expect Vladi to come so early. Vladi said that Glant should have come on time because he was tired of blushing while waiting for him. The man thought that Vladi was disrespectful to his former boss. The man suddenly handed Glant a box and said it was a gift from Arcanta. Vladi explained that although it was a little late, Arcanta had said that it was for resolving all the problems that had occurred during the New Year's festival. Glant just thought that if Arcanata was really grateful to him, He should have given him the gift in person. Vladi decided that he had fulfilled his part of the task and could therefore leave. But Glant did not understand why he was in such a hurry, since they could stay a little longer. Vladi replied that if the man really wanted that, they should have arranged to meet at a bar. The man left anyway, and Glant said that Vladi was simply an ungrateful person. The waiter brought Glant a cup of tea, and the man remained in proud solitude. Glant didn't get upset and decided to have a good time anyway with a cup of delicious tea, and he liked the place. The man decided that he would definitely visit this place again sometime if possible. Glant suddenly spoke much louder, or rather asked the person standing behind him if he was going to continue doing this. The man was dressed in a thick cloak, and his face was hidden under a mask, making it impossible to see who was underneath. Glant heard the man reply that he didn't really like places like this. The masked man suggested that Glant go to some other place and discuss everything there. Glant did not respond immediately, but simply continued to drink his tea, which he liked so much. At that moment in the office, Fiona was telling how Miss Roseless had once defeated the bandits in a spectacular fashion, and then proudly returned to the Imperial City. The girl said that at that moment, they were all extremely surprised. Fiona was telling him all this so that the guy would know who he was dealing with, and what kind of person was standing next to him. She told Dan that for Miss Roseless, this was one of the main conditions for her promotion, and as a result, she moved from silver rank to gold. Fiona was proud of the girl's actions, and Roseless herself went down in history in this way. Dan had to listen to all this, whether he wanted to know about it or not. The woman was also going to tell the guy about the protest to promote Miss Roseless. Demure watched them from the sidelines and couldn't decide whether he should go over and stop her, because he knew very well that once Fiona started talking about Miss Roseless, there was no stopping her. Hurricane was of the opinion that it wouldn't hurt Dan to hear about all this once, but Demure said that the man was saying that simply because he wasn't there himself. Fiona continued to say that after Dan fulfilled all the conditions for promotion as an adventurer, he would be able to take the promotion test. At that moment, Dan began to think that his head would soon explode from all this incessant chatter. The guy had never met such fans before. Fiona had already started telling another story, and it was about how once Miss Roseless's rival on the test was none other than, but she couldn't finish because Dan interrupted her. Dan interrupted the woman and started talking about how he had just remembered how Flam had told him that he and Rosalis had been friends since childhood. Fiona thought this news was just wonderful, and after thanking the guy, immediately ran away. Dan heard Fiona telling Flam that they needed to discuss something immediately, while he mentally apologized to his friend for setting him up. Demure approached Dan and said that he appreciated it, and did not expect the guy to be so smart. The man warned him that it was forbidden to talk about Miss Roseless in their department, so that such a situation would not happen again. Dan thought that they could have warned him about this in advance. Fiona was already discussing the most interesting topic for her with Flam, and it was all related to Miss Roseless. Hurricane, passing by the guys, suddenly told Dan that there was only one way. The man, out of the kindness of his heart, told the guy that he could teach him. Dan stood near a room with a cheerful sign with the name Roseless on the door. The guy was getting ready to go through that door and remembered the advice Orkin had decided to give him. The man said that it was actually very simple and that Dan just needed to bring Miss Roseless to Miss Fiona. Dan didn't quite understand what the man meant and how that could help in this situation. Orkin said that Miss Roseless really disliked it when anyone talked about her, regardless of whether it was good or bad. The man then said that if Miss Roseless were to appear before Fiona, the woman would not be able to do anything. Dan remembered all these instructions and decided for himself that he definitely had to help Flam. Flamu just had to hold on a little longer, and he would soon be saved. Dan had already made up his mind and grabbed the doorknob to open the room he needed. The guy was a little off when he finally decided to go into Roseless's room. The girl's room was empty and she was nowhere to be found, which upset Dan. The guy suddenly felt someone's presence in the guild leader's room, and it was strange. Dan was 100% sure that it wasn't his magic, which meant that there was someone else in the guild leader's room. Dan began to suspect that it might be a thief, so to be on the safe side, he decided to open the room and see for himself. The guy certainly didn't expect this, because he clearly heard the girl addressing someone named Angelica and wanting to tell her something. Roseless was in her father's room, sitting on the bed and hugging a bear with whom she shared that she had been praised today, and apparently the bear was that very Angelica. The girl told this bear Angelica that she shouldn't be jealous because Roseless herself couldn't remember the last time she was praised. Roseless suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and a little late, realized that she was no longer alone in the room. The girl saw Dan standing in the doorway, just looking and saying nothing, and she herself said nothing because she was not expecting this and was confused. Dan was the first to react, and after apologizing for his intrusion, he was about to leave the room, but Roseless began to shout for him to stop immediately, and added that everything he had heard was a misunderstanding. The guy had already left the room and said that he had just blinked and hadn't noticed anything at all, adding to the girl who was following him that she could go back to the room and continue doing what she was doing. Roseless did not believe her boyfriend, no matter how much he tried to convince her, and she knew for sure that Dan had seen everything, which made her angry. Suddenly, Dan decided to turn around to the girl, and Roseless put her hand next to his head, blocking his ability to leave, and she did it quite forcefully. Rosalis was tired of following her boyfriend around, so she decided to use a different method to talk to him. Dan had no intention of arguing or resisting because he could see that the girl was on the verge of something. They went up to the roof of the building to talk without witnesses, and there Rosalis began to say that the guy should have known about this since he started studying to become a civil servant. She said that her father, or rather the head of the guild, had once crossed one of the 10 forbidden zones called Mephisto. After that, he successfully negotiated between the Empire and the Dragon Tribe. As a result of all this, a system of 3 warring states was created. Dan said that he knew all about this. Rosalis also said that when he was first appointed, he was the head of the cavalry and destroyed the superior forces of the enemy, even though they were outnumbered. She said that her father also created the Order of the Black Buffalo Knights based on the tactics of the warrior races. The guild leader was one of the people who led those knights in order to save Warrant from a huge number of monsters. Rosalis added that he is now known as a legendary doll merchant. Dan was very surprised because he didn't understand where he had gotten himself into again, and the guy had a kind of deja vu because he had already been in such a situation. The girl was a little distracted, but then she remembered what she was talking about and began to say that she had performed excellently at the martial arts tournament. She believed that she had done everything she was asked to do and had saved her holiness in the process. The girl really hoped that the guy understood what she was talking about, and if you summarize it all, you could say that this is what it means in a nutshell. Dan replied that he understood what she was talking about, and that the guild leader had praised her for what she had done at the tournament, which was why the girl was jumping for joy, and he had seen it all. Rosalis didn't comment as the guy was able to grasp the essence of what she was getting at. The only thing the girl asked was for Dan to remove the phrase, jumping for joy, because she didn't like that wording. The guy explained that he simply meant that he walked into the room at the moment when she was happy and nothing more. Rosalis didn't correct the guy anymore and replied that yes, he understood everything correctly. The girl just clarified that she really hoped the guy would keep it a secret. Dan didn't mind and agreed not to tell anyone, but he had one condition for the girl. A little later, the guy told Rosalis about the situation with Fiona, and the girl couldn't even imagine that she liked her so much. Flam thanked the girl because if it weren't for her, he would have definitely stayed there until nightfall. The man also learned that the girl would be having dinner with them, which was a big surprise for him. Rosalis said that it was because she just wanted to go somewhere with the two of them. Orkin overheard their conversation and was very surprised that the girl wanted to take these guys with her to that place. Rosalis didn't see any problem with this, as it was a kind of tradition for all newcomers. The man, however, believed that it was not so much a tradition as some kind of mockery. The girl was sure that Orkin was only saying that because he had lost everything last time, and the man was surprised because he didn't know that she knew about it and now wanted to know who had told her and reported it. A little later, when it was already late in the evening, Rosalis and 2 guys were standing near the appointed place. When Dan and Flam realized what this place was, they couldn't hide their surprise, but there was no turning back. They stood opposite the entrance to the Labos Casino, and this was where the girl had lured them. But how it would all end remained a mystery for now. A buffet was set up for the guests in the casino, full of various delicacies and drinks. Musicians played on stage, and everything was done to ensure a comfortable time. Everyone chose an activity or game to their liking, and was absorbed in it. Dan and Flam stood among all these people and still couldn't believe they had agreed to come here. Rosalis approached the guys and told them to stop standing there like statues because they looked very ridiculous. The girl handed the boys 2 bags and told them they could now start having fun. The boys were given bags of chips, and Flam thought it was too much for them. Rosalis didn't think so, but asked them not to lose it too quickly. Dan looked at the bag of chips and asked the girl if that meant they could now play anything they wanted, to which Rosalis replied that the guy was quick on the uptake. Rosalis told Flam that she wanted to go play with Dan, and advised him to entertain himself for now. Dan was worried about Flam because they had left him alone and hoped that everything would be alright with him. Rosalis shared that it wasn't so easy to defeat a man when he was angry. The guys approached the gaming table, and Dan's attention was immediately drawn to a woman who was hiding her face behind a veil. Rosalis wanted to play cards and suggested that Dan join her, refusing to take no for an answer. The girl immediately asked the croupier if she and her boyfriend could join, and heard the reply that they would be happy to have their company. Rosalis thanked the man, and at that moment, the woman hiding her face was watching them closely. The girl lifted her veil when she saw Rosalis and said that she did not expect to meet her in this place. The girl was the very saint who did not mind playing with the guys. Rosalis was also surprised by their meeting and reacted very emotionally. The saint asked not to reveal her name to everyone else because she hadn't come to play for a very long time, so she asked not to tell anyone about her. Rosalis was surprised but promised to do as she was asked and not tell anyone. The saint looked more closely at the guy and, although not immediately, began to recognize someone in him. The girl was almost certain that this was the same guy who had saved her before. Rosalis was surprised that Dan knew the saint, but the guy replied that they weren't really acquainted, as they had just met by chance. The croupier interrupted their conversation and asked if they were ready to start the game, and the guys agreed. The man informed everyone that the ante would be 1 stack of chips and heard confirmation that they all agreed with the choice of rules. The croupier proceeded with his duties and started the game in which the guys were participating. The guys were slightly tense and each of them hoped for victory. Cards were dealt to all of them, and chips were placed in front of each of the guys. Dan looked at his cards and tried to do so in such a way that the others could not see them. When the guy saw his cards, he thought he had exactly what he expected. Dan looked around at everyone sitting at the table with him and began to look for clues as to what they had in their hands. He was sure that the girl with short hair had an ace of hearts, a 10 of spades, a 9 of clubs, and a 10 of clubs. Dan decided that Saint had 3 clubs and 7 hearts, as well as 3 diamonds, or possibly 7. The guy couldn't help but notice that the girl was lucky. The guy looked at Rosellis and realized that she had 6 spades, 3 diamonds, 4 hearts, and 2 clubs. He thought that the girl was definitely unlucky. Dan believed that his physical vision was so good that even without magic, he could see what was written on everyone's faces. The guy knew that he still had to win enough so that no one would suspect him. At that moment, the croupier announced to everyone that they would all start with 100 copper coins. After a while, the guy had a large number of chips in front of him, which meant that he had won more than once. The Saint was surprised that the guy had won so many times, to which Dan replied that today was apparently his lucky day. Rosellis noted that it must be great to be so lucky, but she herself looked very upset. She was upset that she couldn't seem to get anything right, and that luck had apparently passed her by. The guy pushed several stacks of chips toward the girl, letting her know that they now belonged to her. The girl didn't quite understand what this meant, so Dan explained that he was returning the chips she had lent him earlier. Rosellis couldn't help but notice that there were far more chips than she had given the guy before the game started. Dan smiled and advised the girl to think of it as a percentage, and repeated that they now belonged to her. Rosellis looked at Dan and said that he was a pretty nice guy. A moment later, the girl said with a serious tone that now they would start all over again, and warned that it was time for the real game. When Dan had a free minute, he decided to go to the buffet table to get something to eat. The Saint joined the guy to confirm that she had heard his name correctly as Dan. The girl said that it was time for her to leave because it would be bad if it got too late. Dan asked if she could get back on her own, to which Saint replied that she didn't have far to go. The Saint shared with the guy that she had had a very good time today and had enjoyed herself. The girl suggested that the guy play again sometime when the opportunity arose. Dan watched as the girl left the casino and was slightly surprised by the recent events. He never imagined he would see the Saint in such a place, and because of this encounter, he was so nervous that he might get caught. Rosellis stood behind the guy and didn't understand who was supposed to be caught, but Dan realized that he had said his last sentence out loud. The guy replied that it didn't matter, but the girl insisted on an answer and wanted to understand what was going on. Dan decided to divert attention away from himself and told Rosellis that he hadn't seen Flam in a long time. The girl replied that she had gone to look for him, but apparently he wasn't there. Rosellis pointed in the direction and whispered that she really hoped Flam hadn't gone there. The girl thought about it and decided something for herself, but aloud she said that she wanted to go there anyway. Dan stood next to her and stopped understanding anything. The group approached the door where 2 guys were standing on either side, apparently security guards. One of these guys was familiar to Rosellis, and she called him over to step aside for a moment to discuss something. The guy, of course, also recognized the girl he hadn't seen in a long time and was happy to see her. He decided to share something with Rosellis and whispered in her ear that there was a new guy there today who was incredibly lucky. The girl replied that it all sounded fun, and they said goodbye and wished each other a good evening. Rosellis led Dan somewhere, and the guy tried to figure out where exactly, and looking around he realized that it was already a completely different place. The girl replied that Dan would understand everything when they got there and added that she had wanted to come here today. Rosellis ran ahead to get to the place she wanted to go to as quickly as possible. Dan followed the girl, not understanding where Rosellis had brought him, or most importantly, why. The guy still didn't understand how he had ended up following her and finding himself here. Dan saw an arena in front of him where 2 men were fighting, and he asked the girl what kind of place this was. Rosellis replied that even if she told him it was a fighting arena, she wasn't sure he would understand. The girl explained that if you bet on a fighter and that fighter wins, you can get several times more in return. Rosellis said that in other words, it was a game of chance. Dan was sure that such games were illegal and told the girl so, to which she replied that no one was talking about it. The guy wanted to know if Rosellis knew who all these fighters were and eagerly awaited her answer. Rosellis replied that it was the last resort for mercenaries and adventurers who, for various reasons, had been forced out of action. She explained that adventurers who had retired due to injuries came to this place to earn a living. The girl also said that this is why it is a tradition to come here when a newcomer appears. Rosellis added that this was all done to show newcomers that the adventurers they cared about could sooner or later end up like this, ingloriously. The girl suddenly remembered that they hadn't seen Flam, who was supposed to be quietly playing games, and now she was trying to figure out where he had disappeared to. Rosellis suddenly heard the host announce into the microphone that a very strong newcomer would soon be coming out and defeating any opponent who came out to the arena to face him. The host loudly announced to the entire hall that his name was Gravedigger, and his name alone made his opponents nervous. Rosellis looked at who had entered the arena and couldn't believe her eyes at first, thinking that it must be some kind of prank. The girl recognized him as Flam, even though his face was hidden by a mask, and now she was trying to understand why he was there. A little earlier, some players and people passing by at that moment were actively discussing how incredible the guy was. They couldn't understand how the guy managed to lose everything in just 5 minutes. One of the guys addressed Flam directly and said that this was why it was important to think first and not bet on everything at random. People continued to mock Flam for his total failure and thought that this was probably a new record. A man suddenly approached him and said that money is something that can be earned and spent quickly. The man leaned over Flam, preparing to tell him something so that no one else could hear. He quietly told Flam that if he ever needed money, he should let him know. He believed that the man now needed to at least win back his initial sum. Not much time had passed before the announcer in the arena announced that they had an extremely strong newcomer in the next match. It was loudly announced to the entire hall that The Undertaker would soon enter the arena. People eagerly awaited the appearance of the one who, judging by all appearances, could defeat anyone. Flam was already dressed in a costume backstage and was now about to enter the arena. The man who had offered him a quick buck was standing behind him, constantly urging him on. The man began to threaten Flam, saying that he couldn't even imagine how much money he already owed. He said that if he didn't want to be in debt for the rest of his life, he had to quickly go out into the arena and earn him money. Although Flam doubted the rightness of his actions, he couldn't withstand the man's pressure and came out from behind the scenes. Flam's opponent was already standing in the arena, fully prepared for battle, waiting only for him and looking very serious. Flam did not share this fighting spirit, and it was obvious to everyone that he was upset. The referee informed the men that there were no rules in this fight, and that if they did not want to end up in the afterlife, they had better do something about it. The start of the fight was announced to all the spectators gathered in the stands, and the man wasted no time and immediately rushed to attack Flam, his expression very serious. Flam did not dodge, so the man's attack reached its target, and it all looked very frightening from the sidelines. The man decided not to stop there and was going to attack his opponent again. Flam did not dodge this time either and was injured again. And not lightly, as the man was quite strong. The man attacked him again and again, and Flam never once blocked his blows. After one of the attacks, Flam flew to the side and hit the fence hard. Dan was standing in the stands at that moment, watching everything that was happening in the arena, and began to worry greatly for his friend Flam. Rosalind was also watching and was extremely worried, but most of all, she didn't understand why Flam wasn't doing anything. Flam looked at his opponent and remembered the words that had been said to him before he went out, which were related to the fact that he had to repay a debt to the man. Flam's opponent told him that he didn't quite understand the situation he was in. The man said that in any case, whatever happened, this was a fight and he would show no mercy. The man also said that Flam was showing his ignorance by not giving his all to the fight. He warned that if Flam continued in this vein, he would advise him to simply give up. The man immediately attacked Flam, and the attack again achieved its goal. Flam suddenly said that in that case he apologizes to the man in advance, and these words sounded very strange to his opponent. A moment later, something happened that no one expected. Flam attacked the man. To all the spectators, it looked very impressive. With just one attack, Flam was able to knock the man to the floor and no one resisted him anymore. The referee tried to revive the man so that the fight could continue, but he did not respond to his words. He warned the man that if he didn't get up immediately, he would lose. Flam stood aside watching as they tried to revive his opponent, but to no avail. A few minutes later, it was loudly announced that The Undertaker had won the fight, and one of the spectators sitting in the stands could not contain his emotions of joy, because thanks to this man, he had already received a double win. People began to shout loudly from their seats about how much they liked this guy, while Dan watched silently but was glad that his friend was okay in the end. Rosalind, who was next to him, was outraged by the nickname given to Flam by the spectators and the judge. Dan asked the girl if she had managed to find out what was going on, and she replied that Flam had gotten himself into serious debt without thinking. The guy wanted to know how much debt Flam had, and Rosalind replied that he owed 2 gold coins. The girl said that based on Dan's salary, it would take 20 years to pay off the debt. Dan couldn't understand how Flam had managed to get himself into such debt. Rosalind thought that it didn't really matter anymore and asked the guy to wait for her until she returned with the money. Dan stopped the girl and said that if it was all about money, he could pay with what he had won today. Rosalind decided to ask Dan if he was sure about this because Flam would most likely not be able to repay him. The guy thought that it didn't matter because he had won the money anyway. The girl thought for a moment and said that it seemed Flam had found himself a good friend. Dan thought to himself that, to be completely honest, the money was already pouring out of his pockets. After a while, Rosalind led Flam away, holding him tightly by the ear. Flam asked his sister to let him go because he didn't like it, but the girl scolded the man, saying that she had simply asked him to play, and instead he had caused them so many problems. The girl was sure that Flam deserved punishment for such an act and asked Dan to take part in this punishment. Dan was slightly skeptical about all this, but he didn't dare disobey Rosalind because he could see that she was very emotional about the situation. The guy almost immediately punished Flam himself and hoped that this would be enough for Rosalind. Rosalind appreciated this and said that Dan wasn't a bad guy, but at that moment they were already being watched closely from the sidelines. This man approached them and demanded an immediate answer from the guys in order to find out who they were. The man stood next to 2 large guys on either side and didn't understand what the 2 were doing to his fighter. Rosalind decided to clarify whether this man was the one who had provoked Flam, to which he was indignant at such a statement from the girl. The man ordered the big guys to catch the two immediately. He told them to get rid of the two and not to interfere with his work anymore. A few seconds later, one of the guys flew sideways and hit the wall, which the man did not expect at all. The man heard the girl ask him the same question again and wait for an answer. Rosalind stood very aggressively, and the man's second guard was already lying motionless at her feet. The girl was still waiting for an answer and wanted to know if the man in front of them was the one who had twisted Flam's mind and forced him to do such a thing. The man was outraged by her tone and warned the girl that she had no idea who she was talking to. Rosalind replied that she didn't know and didn't want to know, and that she didn't care who was standing in front of her. The next moment, the girl asked the man to give her his hand, which was a slightly strange request. The man was intrigued and wanted to know why the girl needed his hand and what she was going to do with it. Rosalind then did something the man did not expect. She pressed hard on his finger, punishing him. The man began to get angry at the girl and did not understand how she could have allowed herself to touch him. He was overly dramatic and started shouting that she wanted to send him to the other world. Dan told him to shut up immediately and added that the man was not thinking straight, to which he replied that he didn't know who he was. The man suddenly turned his attention to the neighboring table on which lay a small bag, and heard someone say that the bag contained chips worth 2 gold coins. Dan believed that even though the man had tricked Flam and taken advantage of his, let's say, weakness, there was still a legal contract and they had to pay him. The guy also said that all this was being done so that their guild of adventurers could destroy him with all their hearts. The man tried to understand what it all meant, and Dan said that he simply shouldn't have done that to a government official, and that it was a big mistake on his part. Dan quietly took a piece of paper out of the man's pocket, and it was the very contract they had signed with Flam. The man tried to stop Dan somehow, but he failed, and the guy finally said that they would see each other again. He still tried to do something and even said that he didn't need the money, but Dan didn't listen to him and went on his way. After a while in one of the offices, the man told the guys that they sincerely apologized for the misunderstanding. The man claimed that they would make sure that the man received the punishment he deserved, and therefore asked the guys to turn a blind eye this time, and not to make this case public. Rosalind listened and did not understand why the man was beating around the bush, instead of saying directly that they just wanted to make sure that nothing bad happened to the casino. The man said that if rumors started to spread that a government official had been in the casino, then the girl would understand what could happen as a result. He apologized to them all once again and said that this would never happen again, and he really hoped that this situation would be closed without any consequences. The man also said that they had prepared something for them to show their sincerity. All this time, an unknown man in a mask had been watching them from the roof of a neighboring house, and this man was sure that he remained invisible to them all. The guys were already walking down the street when Dan suddenly said that he wasn't sure it was worth taking, to which Rosalind replied that the men themselves had said it was a gift, so she thought it would be silly to refuse. Dan was still trying to understand why all those men were so tense if the whole problem was just one strange person. Rosalind was surprised that the guy didn't know the answer. She decided to explain and said that all government officials were vassals of the empire and the hands and feet of the emperor himself. Rosalind added that now Dan probably understood what could have happened if the emperor had found out about this deception, because even the entire casino staff would not have been enough to pay for what they had done. They decided to look inside the boxes and saw a cashmere coat and a fountain pen, all from well-known brands. Flam took out a toy and said he thought Arvin would like this toy rabbit, but Rosalind had a slightly different opinion. The girl began to convince Flam that Arwen would like the bracelet more than the stuffed rabbit. Flam looked at the bracelet and said that it looked too expensive, but Rosalind was of the same opinion, only about the rabbit. Dan watched the kids with interest, and now he himself became curious about what was in his box. The boy found children's magic items and a simple alchemy kit in his box. A few minutes after each of the kids went their separate ways, Dan found himself alone on the city streets at night. The boy took out his watch and was very surprised to see that it was already past midnight. Dan was a little upset because he remembered that he had the night shift the next day and realized that even if he went home right away, he still wouldn't have time to sleep. The guy repeated even louder that he didn't have that much free time after all. Dan thought that the person who had been following him all this time should come out now and repeated that his time was limited. The girl in the mask was standing around the corner and heard the guy tell her that he knew she had been following him since the casino. She realized that there was no point in hiding anymore, so she came out of her hiding place to meet the guy. Dan looked closely at this person and was very surprised to see that the girl was wearing a rabbit mask. The next moment, the guy heard someone behind him say that who would have known they would meet in this place. The nun decided to find out how he was doing and called him by his real name, Denberg Blade. Dan looked more closely and couldn't believe that Aunt Talalia was standing in front of him. The guy didn't understand why Aunt Talalia was here, but the woman wanted to ask Dan the same question. Talalia told the guy that they'd better go somewhere else and talk about everything properly. A few minutes later, all three of them could be seen flying in the sky in the direction they needed to go. Dan remembered how 10 years ago Aunt Talalia left home with his grandfather, saying only that she had something to do. The guy still remembered that his aunt was the kind of person who put the well-being of the group above herself and was very respected. Even at a young age, Dan knew for sure that if anyone could lead the Raven tribe, it was Aunt Talalia, but she herself did not want to become the leader. The boy understood that if he ran away, not wanting to become the leader, then his aunt would boldly enter into a battle with his father, who had decided 10 years ago who would be the leader. Dan knew that even though the result would be the same, the process would be completely different. The boy thought that, one way or another, the main problem at the moment was how long he would have to fly with her. Dan was already beginning to wonder if it would be easier for him to just run away. Dan dismissed these thoughts because he understood perfectly well that even if he tried to escape, there was a high probability that he would be caught. The guy did not forget and took into account that even 10 years ago she could stand up to his father on equal terms, and therefore most likely now his aunt was even stronger than Uncle Vlad. Talalia flew right behind the guy and asked him what he was thinking so deeply about. The woman said that even from here she could hear the gears turning in his head and that he was actively making a decision. Aunt Talalia was almost certain that the guy was thinking about escaping, but couldn't make up his mind. Dan just hoped that his life as a civil servant would not end today. The girl in the rabbit mask flew after them and thought that the two were too fast because she had already lost sight of them. She took off her mask and couldn't believe that Dan was the nephew of the mother herself. Milphia now understood why Talalia wanted her to stay out of the poisoning incident. Her aunt told the girl to wait for her here and forbade Milphia from following her under any circumstances. The woman thought it would be much better if Milphia didn't go there, but the girl began to worry and didn't understand what had happened. Standing on the roof of the house, Milphia saw a bright glow in the distance and hoped that nothing bad had happened. Talalia and Dan stood in a deserted area, each of them thinking about how events would unfold. The woman pursued her goals, and since she was not used to losing, she was going to see it through to the end. Dan tried to assess the consequences of their meeting and what it might mean for him. The guy hoped that he would be able to come to an amicable agreement with his aunt. He was curious how his aunt had found out he was here since he had tried so hard to cover his tracks. The woman replied that Dan shouldn't worry yet, since she was the only one who knew where he was. Dan couldn't just take her word for it and told his aunt about it, and Talalia replied that he didn't have to believe her if he didn't want to, but she repeated that she was telling the truth. The guy still wanted to understand what his aunt wanted, but she didn't know the answer to that question yet. But the woman was also interested in finding out what Dan wanted. Dan looked at the woman and replied with a serious expression that he just wanted a peaceful life, and that was all. Talalia couldn't hold back her emotions and laughed after hearing what her nephew wanted. The woman thought it was too childish to want just a peaceful life. Dan didn't care what his aunt thought about it and replied that he was just being honest with her. Talalia said that, in principle, Dan didn't need to worry, and that if he wanted, she would keep it a secret from Vlad and Dumpston. The woman added that in return, the guy could help her with something important to her. Dan wanted to know right away what would happen if he refused and didn't help her. Talalia thought it wasn't even worth asking because in that case, they would follow the rules of their clan. Talalia decided to use her spatial pocket to get something she needed right now. The woman took her weapon out of her pocket and said that power was all that mattered to them. Dan did not expect such a turn of events and now tried to figure out what to do next. The guy had no choice and could do nothing but defeat his aunt with his strength. Dan also armed himself thanks to his spatial pocket. Talalia said that in that case, she would be very curious to see and find out how strong her nephew had grown. Dan was now fully prepared to show the woman what he was capable of, and prove that he did not want to and would not be led by anyone. In a moment, in that deserted and uninhabited place, two forces controlled by two different people clashed in battle, and neither of them was going to give up. Dan decided not to waste any time and immediately used his abilities, unleashing fury and a storm of winds. All of this was directed at his aunt, and a funnel began to form above her, sweeping away everything in its path. Talalia was able to easily dodge this attack and was now getting closer to Dan. The guy didn't stop and immediately used his ability in the form of magic bullets, hoping that this attack would be more successful than the last one. The woman saw many bullets flying towards her, but none of them reached their target, as her aunt was many times faster. Dan was already getting angry about the whole situation, and although he did not expect to win so quickly, he was sure that his attacks would be more successful. Talalia decided that now it was her turn to show her nephew what she was capable of. The woman had almost caught the guy, but suddenly, her nephew began to dissolve right before her eyes. Talalia looked back and saw Dan behind her, but he wasn't alone. There were now two of them. A few seconds later, the woman saw that there were now many of her nephews, and these guys surrounded her on all sides. Talalia assessed the level of Dan's magical abilities. It wasn't easy for her aunt, not only because there were so many of them, but also because they weren't just floating in the sky. They had decided to attack her all at once. The woman dodged as best she could, but it was no longer as easy as it had been at the beginning. It was many times more difficult. A few moments later, there was an explosion, and fragments of stone flew in all directions. Talalia pushed off the rock with all her might and headed towards her nephew. Dan began to act preemptively and, without waiting for the woman, immediately unleashed a hellish storm. Talalia did not expect this and looked slightly disoriented, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The hellish storm caused a very powerful explosion that blinded everything around her. The woman stood among the ruins and tried to recover a little after that. In the distance, she saw the silhouette of the guy who said he hadn't used magic so freely in a very long time. The guy was curious to know if Talalia was ready to continue fighting him, or if they would stop after all. Talalia replied that she was pleased to see that her nephew enjoyed all this and found it fun. The woman warned that she could no longer disappoint her nephew. She said threateningly that Denberg Blade should be afraid, and a second later, the girl's entire space was engulfed in a purple glow. Dan went on the attack again and used the air girl, hoping that everything would work out for him. Talalia looked up and saw everything flying at her and tried to quickly figure out what to do next. In the sky, two people could be seen facing each other, and each of them was very strong. Dan tried to be quicker, but something wasn't working out very well for him at the moment. The woman was focused on finishing the job, and this time her attack was more successful. Dan was unable to defend himself, and Talalia achieved her goal, but it wasn't that simple. The woman was almost certain that victory was hers, but a surprise awaited her. She had almost no doubt and thought that this time the guy in front of her was real, but it was still an illusion. Talalia didn't want to, but she had to admit that Dan was much better than she had expected. Dan was behind her at that moment, and it was no longer an illusion. The guy unleashed thunderbolts that shook the heavens. Talalia turned around at the last moment and saw what was waiting for her, and her surprise was written all over her face. A few minutes later, there was another explosion, no less powerful than the previous one. The woman managed to survive and was now floating in the air, trying to recover a little from what had happened. She looked around but did not see the guy, only the aftermath of their battle. Talalia knew that it was not over yet, but she felt that the end was near. Talalia turned around sharply when she heard Dan begin to say some very strange words. At that moment, the guy wanted to use something special and said that the twilight sky ruled over the twilight. Dan continued and said that the earth was where the light dissolved and the omnipresent gospel sounded. The guy said only two more phrases: the keeper of balance and horizontal scales. It all sounded unexpected coming from him and was something new and very strange. Dan used his illusion again and, after all these words, rushed into the attack with new powers, so to speak. Talalia was attacked from all sides at once, and it was practically impossible to dodge. The woman began to realize that something unusual was happening, and she was definitely not ready for it. She collided with two of them in the sky, and another powerful attack was directed at her. The guy now felt more confident than ever because he had enough strength and energy for a lot. Talalia, on the other hand, could not boast of this and understood that she was inferior to her nephew in many ways. An explosion occurred where the two had just been, and it was so powerful that it could be seen from anywhere in the city. The girl who was standing on the roof of the house waiting for Talalia also saw it all and couldn't even imagine what was happening there. Milphia was worried and thought only of one thing: that the woman was all right. A man on the other side of the city was standing on a roof and could also see everything, which was surprising. This man was Vlad, and he was very surprised because, in his opinion, a legendary monster had most likely appeared. The girl approached him and said that if one of the four monsters took a step, there would be an uproar in the demon's territory. The man was slightly surprised that she was here too. She replied that of course she would be here because it was impossible to relax when it was so noisy. The girl began to reason that if it was not a monster, then it was logical that it was a person with magical powers similar to his. Vlad couldn't believe that it was a human after all, to which she replied that it was better not to ask questions, but to understand how many people possessed similar magical powers. The girl thought that they should still go there and check everything out for themselves. She had already turned to leave, but stopped to ask Vladdy if he was coming with her. The man smiled and said that she needed his company because she was probably afraid of being alone. The girl reacted very emotionally to this and confidently said that she could handle it herself, but in the end, they both went. Talalia stood there, unable to believe that everything that had happened was real, and the woman still hadn't fully recovered. Dan, for some reason, shared with his aunt that he was using this magic for the first time, and decided that he would definitely have to seal it. Looking at his aunt Talalia, the boy decided to check if she was alright because she looked a little tired. The woman looked at her nephew and couldn't believe he was capable of such a thing, and didn't understand how long he had possessed such power. Talalia thought that most likely Aunt Mirpa had taught the boy all this. Dan assured her that this was not the case, as he had learned everything on his own without anyone's help. Talalia was even more shocked by what her nephew Dan had just told her. The boy looked closely at his aunt and decided to ask if they would continue their fight. Dan shared his thoughts with her and said that he was even beginning to enjoy what they had just been doing. Talalia didn't think for long and replied to Dan that it didn't matter anymore because she admitted that she had lost. After a while, Vlad and his companion arrived at the place where Dan had recently fought with his aunt, but they found no one there. Vladdy looked around and realized that everything was much more serious than he had thought. They stood on what was still somehow intact, because the whole area had been destroyed, and they didn't understand what had happened here. The next day, Dan went to work as if nothing had happened and began his duties. The guy remembered what had happened to him the night before and recalled his aunt's words when she told him that she admitted she had lost to him. Talalia also said that she would keep his secret as promised, and Dan replied that he knew he could trust his aunt. The guy thought about it and told his aunt that in that case he also had to do something in return, which came as a big surprise to the woman. Dan wanted to know what his aunt had planned to ask him earlier and added that if it was feasible, he promised to think about it. The woman laughed and called him a manipulator, and the boy replied that it wasn't nice to call her beloved nephew that. They were no longer alone, as the girl who could no longer remain in the dark flew in, unable to resist. Milphia was very worried about the woman. and therefore flew in to find out if she was all right and had not been hurt anywhere. Talalia looked at her nephew and said she would contact him through this girl. Dan thought about it and said that he would feel uncomfortable meeting someone whose face he didn't even know. But the woman replied that the guy shouldn't worry about it because they already knew each other. The girl began to remove her mask and the guy was finally able to see who was standing in front of him, and it was a big surprise for him. Talalia was right because he had actually known this girl for a long time. The girl said that now with his permission she wanted to introduce herself properly, and added that she was Milphia and she was the head of the Imperial branch of Big Mama's Information Bureau. Milphia apologized for deceiving him all this time, and Dan was surprised when he heard about the Big Mama Bureau. Talalia believed that this should not surprise her nephew, as he would have many more surprises in store for him in the future. The woman looked at the two of them again and told Dan that she was leaving everything to him, her beloved nephew. Dan came back from his memories when a man approached him and asked what he was thinking about so intently. Demore stood in front of Dan and thought that he must have had a lot of fun yesterday, since the guy was so mysterious today. The man suddenly said that one way or another, the guild leader was calling for Dan and advised the guy to get ready and be more attentive. Demore said that, judging by all appearances, the guild leader had an interesting task for the guy, but he didn't reveal any more details. The man sat alone at a table in one of the city's cafes thinking about something. The man with the scar was resting and was completely immersed in his thoughts, which were troubling him. He suddenly heard someone say that the man was resting alone as usual, and had been doing so since early morning. The man was not expecting any company and was even more surprised by the appearance of this person, as it was his master. The man with the scar did not understand what his master was doing in such a place, and what his purpose was. His master replied that something had happened, and that was why he had to come to this place. And in the next moment, he handed him a document. He added that rumors had begun to circulate that the relic he was looking for had been found in the Empire. His master asked the man if he could take care of this matter himself. The man with the scar decided to take a look at what was written in the documents his master had given him. After reading them, he said that he would start working on the matter immediately. Dan and Flam were in their office at that moment, and were informed that they would soon be going on a business trip. The head of the guild told them that when newcomers arrived, they usually go out to gain practical experience first. The man was completely convinced that personal experience and observation would be very useful for the boys. He said that Dana was already there, so they could ask him anything they didn't understand. Dan asked what he should do since the guy was on the night shift today, but the head of the guild told him not to worry about it and just get going. The guys were already waiting for their train at the Empire's Eastern Railway Station. A few minutes later, the train arrived at the station and everyone who was waiting for it boarded. The conductor standing at the entrance to the car checked their tickets and, after making sure that everything was in order, told them they could go ahead and take their seats. Flam and Dan entered the right car and looked for the seats indicated on their tickets. Dan was holding the briefcase tightly in his hands and suddenly wondered what was inside it. The guy focused on its contents because there was a revolver inside the briefcase. Hurricane had told the guys a little earlier that the whole reason was that many suspicious people were hunting for relics in this historic place. After hearing about the suspicious people, Flam thought that it was probably dangerous. The man replied to Flam that they shouldn't worry about it because an adventurer had agreed to guard them. Horkin added that this adventurer was a pretty busy guy, so he was sure that the trip there would definitely not be boring for them. Flam brought Dan back from his memories and said that he had found their seats and would now go buy something to eat. Dan thought about how eventful his days had been lately. Yesterday it was the casino, and today he suddenly had a business trip. The guy had not imagined the work of a civil servant to be like this at all. The guy was distracted from his thoughts as someone was knocking hard on his window from the street. Dan was surprised to see Milphia standing on the other side of the window, and he was about to find out why she was there. The guy went out to the girl on the street from the car, and Milphia handed him a gift that Big Mama had given her. Dan recognized the gift as a bracelet that could suppress magic, and Milphia confirmed his guess, saying that the bracelet had been created by the witch Wayne, who was the true leader of the group that had destroyed the Demon King 120 years ago. The guy already knew all this, and Milphia added that with this magical bracelet, he would be able to survive in any situation. Dan was delighted that the bracelet even had a magic suppressing effect, which he really needed right now. Milphia said that wasn't all and handed the guy another small item. She explained that this item served as proof that the guy was a VIP client of Big Mama's Information Bureau. Milphia said that with this, Dan would be able to buy any information regardless of rank. Dan was grateful for such a gift because it would definitely come in handy, and most likely more than once. The guy just didn't understand how Milphia knew he was here, to which the girl replied that did he really think there was any information that Big Mama didn't know. Milphia said that was all she had to say and sincerely wished the guy a happy journey. Dan thanked Milphia for everything she had given him because it was really useful to him. The guy said goodbye to the girl and returned to the train, intending to take his seat according to his ticket. Flam met the guy and suddenly said to another person that Dan, whom he had previously told about, had arrived. The man stood opposite Dan and, after looking him over carefully, said that the guy looked quite young, but added that you shouldn't judge a man by his clothes. The man strangely decided to introduce himself and called himself an irreplaceable member of the Adventurers Guild. He added that he was also a distinguished adventurer from the Platinum Group. The man suddenly used his magical abilities, and a sphere formed in his hand, glowing turquoise, which disappeared in an instant, leaving behind small remnants that looked like leaves. This was the mage swordsman Dane Walker, and he was not opposed to starting to cooperate with the young officials. At that moment, the controller rushed to the man and demanded an immediate answer as to what he had just scattered, and, most importantly, why. Flam and Dan looked on in surprise as the controller continued to scold Dane, saying that it was shameful for him to be doing something like this at his age, and demanding that he clean up after himself immediately. Dan looked at the man and realized one thing: their business trip would definitely not be boring.